Chapter 1. A body in water is prey to all manner of hazards, rocks, fish, boats in too much of a hurry to notice the soft thump of swollen flesh against a bow. This body, or more precisely, bit of a body, was no exception. The left foot had been severed from the leg 10 centimeters below the patella. Both fibula and tibia bones were divided at the same place. All the toes were intact, although the nails had disintegrated or been eaten off during the foot's time in the water. Dr. Rona McLeod stepped back from the examination table and eased the mask from her face, letting in the tang of the sea and the smell of water death. Well? The pathologist, Dr. Sissons, raised an eyebrow. D.I. Bill Wilson stood opposite. He raised an eyebrow to match, making sure Sissons didn't see, then winked at Rona. Chrissy MCLNSH, Rona's young assistant, stepped back, her face growing pale. This week her hair was bright auburn. The contrast made her face even paler. Mortuary assistants grew used to the smell of corrupt flesh. Forensic assistants didn't get exposed to it often enough to become immune. "I'd say the foot's been in the water between 3 and 4 weeks, Rona said. Sissons nodded in agreement. "A fisherman caught it in Rosse Sound," said Bill. "So the crime scene is a fishing boat?" Rona smiled. "I pity the crime scene manager on that one. Tempers are running high on Sky. A boat went down there a month ago," Bill said. "They haven't found the bodies of the crew yet. Locals blame an mod submarine. Chances are, the foot belongs to one of the missing men. It wouldn't be the first time a submarine has snagged a net and sunk a boat." Bill nodded. "Then again, it could be someone trying to get rid of a body. Judging by the size, it's male." Sissons glanced at Rona. "Dr. McLeod will confirm that with DNA sampling. How did it get separated from the body?" Bill asked. "Difficult to be certain," Sissons said, "after this amount of time in the water." Rona contemplated the gray mass of soggy flesh. The limb had been cut off just below the knee, but by what? Most Glasgow villains like to dispatch their victims with a knife, although hatchets, axes, machetes, meat cleavers and samurai swords were also popular. Glasgow was knifing capital of the UK, the Western Isles of Scotland were not. "I'll take samples from the cutoff point," she suggested. "There might be microscopic fragments of metal left in the wound." There was a gagging sound. Chrissy was making for the door. "Out on the town last night," Rona explained. "Stomach's a little fragile." "I have to go," Sisson said. "I'll leave the rest to Dr. McLeod." "A call out?" Rona asked when he had left. "A body. Fortunately not in my division. The rest of this one could turn up. Then again, it might not. The rugged west of Scotland, including the islands, had thousands of miles of coastline, mostly uninhabited. Depending on weather and tides, the rest of the body could end up anywhere, or never be found. "We could DNA test the families of the missing fishermen," Rona suggested. "No authorization to do that yet. The mod won't like the publicity. There won't be any if they can help it." After Bill left, Rona carefully examined the wound and succeeded in retrieving what could be particles of metal and some fibers. She bagged the metal for delivery to chemistry and set about making slides of the fibers. It was while she was extracting the samples that she noticed a possible area of pigmented or tattooed skin above the ankle bone. Putrefaction had rendered the mark indistinct, but if she removed the loose epidermis, it would be clearer on the underlying dermis. If her hunch was right and it was the remains of a tattoo, it might help identify the owner. An hour later there was a shuffle outside and the door squeaked open. "Finished with Long John Silver yet?" Chrissy was holding her nose. "Almost. How's the stomach?" "Fine. I came to remind you of the time." Rona glanced at the big clock above the door, already knowing she was running at least 2 hours behind. Trust the foot to arrive on this particular afternoon. The phone rang when she was pulling on her coat. how's it going? Hey, Bill. Rona managed to smile despite her hurry. Married with 2 teenage kids, D.I. Bill Wilson represented the father figure Rona had lost when her own father died 2 years before. Her adoptive parents had a marriage made in heaven. Her dad had outlived her mother by only a couple of years. Bill Wilson filled the gap left by her father in her life. They also worked well together. Attuned to each other's thought processes, their combined brains had solved a number of difficult cases. Rona waited, sensing Bill's somber mood. I've had a meeting with the super. The Ministry of Defense want the discovery of the foot kept low profile until we find out who it belongs to. Rona wasn't surprised. If it helps, I've dug out what might be tiny fragments of metal and rope. I also identified a faint mark above the ankle bone that just might be a tattoo. If we manage to enhance the image digitally, it could identify the owner. Good. Rona caught sight of the clock again. Sorry, Bill, I have to go. I have an early flight to LA and I haven't done my homework yet. Business class, I hope? Paid for by our transatlantic cousins. Rona took a last look round the lab, then slipped her laptop into its case and slung it over her shoulder. The disappearance of fishing boats was not uncommon in the waters off the west coast of Scotland. The mod had to practice submarine maneuvers somewhere, and where better than Rosse Sound? If the mod thought they were responsible for this death, it would go some way to explaining the secrecy. Get in before the press. Stop uncomfortable questions being asked in Parliament. Anyway, if the rest of the body didn't turn up, some poor woman would be burying a foot in place of her fisherman husband. Rona pulled the lab door shut and headed for the stairs. Old George was on duty in reception, strains of the Grand Ole Opry escaping from his earphones. Hey, Doc. She was halfway to the front door when he called her back. This was handed in for you. Something about your trip. Rona took the white envelope and turned it over. It had the travel agent's address on the back. God, she had said she would pick up the final bits of paper this afternoon, and the work on the tattoo had put it right out of her head. Thanks, George. Wouldn't have got far without this. He smiled and pointed to the CD, giving Rona the thumbs up. The image of a severed foot was replaced with something much worse, a long night shift with only George's choice of country music for company. She took a left into University Avenue and headed for Byres Road. Early May in Scotland could bring 4 seasons in one day, or 1 hour. This evening it was spring-like with a sharp wind that sent threatening clouds rushing across the sky. Rona took a deep breath of the crisp air. After the stuffiness of the lab, it tasted good. She loved this part of Glasgow. The Gothic University campus standing dominant on the hill, watching over the city. At its southern foot, the green of Kelvingrove Park. Northwards, the university gardens, crisscrossed by downward paths ending in the grounds of the Western Infirmary. Rona had been a student here. On graduation, she had to go south for work, but she'd eventually succeeded in coming back to her favorite city. She took a right into University Gardens, passing the Maths Building. Further along, the Gregory Building housed her guard colleagues, Glasgow University Archaeological Research Division. The guard team was responsible for analyzing stomach contents of victims, and more generally entomological and botanical evidence. Expertise was a team effort now. Gone were the days when a single renowned forensic expert entered the witness box and gave his opinion, though those eminent fathers of forensics, Professor Glaister in Glasgow and Sir Sidney Smith in Edinburgh, had paved the way for the work she did now. Rona quickened her step. In about 12 hours she would be boarding a plane for Los Angeles, and she had done next to nothing to prepare for either her departure or the papers she was to deliver. The underground entrance was littered with spent tickets making small pirouettes in the wind that rushed to fill the 2 tunnels. This was one subway tourists could not get lost on. Opposite directions took you to the same places if you stayed on long enough. It was like traveling a Mobius strip. You started and ended in the same spot, having apparently flipped across to the other side of the track on the way. As Rona waited on the narrow central platform, a mixed group of Glasgow's nouveau cool appeared at the top of the stairs, all giggles and expensive aftershave. They clattered down the steps, hearing the rumble from the tunnel, anticipating a train. The young woman arrived seconds later. She stood next to Rona, mouth moving silently, shoulders hunched. She was high on something. Drugs, Glasgow's curse. Rona tried not to stare at the pale face, the clouded eyes, the mouth plucking silent words. How old was she? 18, 19? Did her mother know she was like this? Rona thought of her own teenage son, Liam, doing voluntary work in some village in Nigeria that didn't even exist on a map. As the train emerged from the tunnel, the girl stumbled and for a screaming moment Rona thought she might fall in front of it. Then the orange door hissed open and the girl was inside and curled against the glass in a corner seat. Rona sat opposite, irritated by her need to categorize her, examine her like a piece of forensic evidence. It was both the raison d'etre and the curse of her profession. Everyone in the world was a potential victim. Everyone was some mother's child. The young woman had stopped her silent mouthings and was staring sideways through the glass. She reached up and pushed a strand of damp blonde hair behind her left ear, exposing a beauty spot in the shape of a small and perfect heart. Without the hunched shoulders and haunted eyes, she could be a pre-Raphaelite painting. She turned in Rona's direction. For a moment their eyes met and then she was up and heading for the door as the train drew into the next station, but not before Rona saw the mixture of torment and tears on her face. The big bay window shone with light. Sean was already home. The familiar knot arrived in Rona's stomach. Ever since they had got back together she had been like this. Wanting to arrive home to an empty flat. Seeking the luxury of being alone again. Then she would see him and the knot would dissolve. She couldn't explain it, even to herself. She had always enjoyed living alone. When a day went badly she could go home and shut the door. Her work brought her into contact with so much horror, there had to be somewhere she switched off. Somewhere she didn't have to talk. Her cat, Chance, was there if she needed to unburden her soul and he never talked back, apart from an occasional purr. When Sean entered her life, he had disturbed its equilibrium. His blue eyes and Irish charm had invoked a passion she feared she could not control. Worse, did not want to control. Then Sean moved out. Her decision, of course. The parting hadn't lasted long. One night, after a difficult day, she found herself outside the jazz club again. She sat in the shadows listening to Sean play his saxophone. When he played the tune he wrote for her, she realized he knew she was there, waiting. Rona stood the briefcase on the hall floor and hung up her coat. Chance came running to greet her, wrapping her legs in a cocoon of warm fur. In the kitchen, Sean called. Rona hesitated for a moment before she went in. You're late. Sorry. I was late leaving. We had a leg, or I should say a foot, in last thing. A leg? Rona made a face and chose not to explain. Sean handed her a glass of red wine, at exactly the right temperature. Chateau de France 94, he said. Good. Rona listened as he related the story of the acquisition of the wine. So what's the celebration? Your trip, of course. Not every day my lady gets an all-expenses-paid trip to LA, where she is the guest speaker. A guest speaker, Rona corrected him. It's not that important. But he knew it was. They raised their glasses. What's for dinner, she said, anchoring her thoughts in the here and now. Leg of lamb, Sean said. Asterisk not a good choice. Rona laughed. He played the audition tape as they sat in front of the fire finishing the wine, anticipating sex. Rona had known there was something Sean wanted to tell her. It was in his greeting, the choice of wine, the nice meal. So this was it. What do you think, he said. The voice was a mixture of woman and girl. Sexy and childlike at the same time. A powerful combination. Rona tried not to put a face to the voice. Instead she asked, "Who is she?" "Her name's Esther. She came to the club today and asked to audition. We gave her a shot. She's good." It was an understatement. "Yeah." Sean was pleased, as if he were responsible for the wonderful sound. "Have you met her before?" Rona was trying to keep the edge from her voice. He shook his head. "She turned up out of the blue. Said she'd stopped performing for a while, but was keen to get back." Rona examined her glass, thinking they had been here before. She knew from the moment they met that Sean liked women. He was honest about it. Monogamy had not been his strong point until now. Or so he said. He put his glass down. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, Dot." The sultry voice flowed between them, pushing them apart. Sean stood up and switched it off. "More wine?" Rona shook her head. Sean refilled his own glass. She got up. "TD better pack." He caught her arm. "I hired her to sing, Rona, not to fuck." "I never said that." "But you thought it, didn't you?" His mouth came down hard on hers and she felt the familiar surge of desire. Sometimes she thought of Sean as a drug, his presence bringing waves of pleasure that drowned out everything else. The window was open. Cool night air rippled over their warm naked bodies. Her shiver was as much from desire as it was from the chill. Sean was good at this. He played her body in a way that no one else could. Sometimes gentle, sometimes so hard she thought she would break and shatter into tiny pieces. Tonight his tongue was a whisper across her skin, every cell vibrating in response. Her blood beat in anticipation. He slipped his hands beneath and lifted her. The entrance was as smooth as silk, as sweet as honey. She shuddered on the cusp of orgasm and he retreated. "Not yet," he whispered into her hair. She rose at 3 o'clock. Sean breathed silently, his head dark against the pillow. As she got up, the thought crossed her mind that during her absence the new singer might fill the place she had just vacated. Sex was food to Sean. As necessary to life as playing his saxophone. And what about her? She was no innocent either. An image of Severino McRae crossed her mind. When they were thrown together during an arson case, the chief fire investigator's attitude had driven her first to distraction, then into a sexual dance that had been as compelling as the investigation itself. At times like those, she thought she might break Sean's spell over her by having sex with someone else. It didn't matter what she thought. Her body's response to Sean was something she could not control. The sitting room was in darkness, the big wooden shutters open to reveal the night sky over Glasgow, the biggest, some would say the friendliest city in Scotland. But it was also the most violent, with a knife and drugs culture that walked hand in hand. A tally of 100 drug-related deaths a year wasn't unusual. The haunted face she had looked into on the underground suggested the girl could have a place in the next statistics. And she, Rona, had said nothing, done nothing, even when she imagined in that split second that the girl might jump. What happened to the words "Are you alright? Can I help?" "You can't help everyone," Sean had said when she told him the story over dinner. And he was right. In her job, she couldn't prevent death. She could only help the dead explain how or why they had died. At first the black words on the white screen danced in front of Rona's eyes, but gradually she was sucked into the comfort of ideas begun, explored, formulated, proved. This was the time she liked to write, in the dark, the peace, the streets below empty of people. This was the time she thought best. Even as a student she had gone to bed struggling with some scientific problem, only to waken in the middle of the night having solved it mysteriously in her sleep. 2 hours later the paper was complete. She checked the acknowledgements. Some of these people would be at the conference. The thought filled her with both pleasure and fear. The perfect mixture. By the time Sean appeared naked at the sitting room door, she was packed and ready to leave. Is it that time already? I've called a taxi. It'll be here in a minute. Come here. He slipped his hands under her coat and ran them up her spine. His body was bed-warm against hers. She breathed in the smell of his skin. You'll phone, he said. Of course, Dot. They parted at the front door with a kiss, the tip of Sean's tongue a reminder of what had happened between them earlier. Glasgow was as quiet as the grave. She watched the empty streets roll past. In the cold light of dawn, nothing seemed to matter. Death or life was inconsequential. Rona felt herself relax, the taste of guilt at her sense of release from Sean sharp in her mouth. 2 hours and 3 cups of coffee later, she was still sitting in the airport lounge. Her flight had been delayed initially by 20 minutes, then by an hour. Rona took vengeance on her empty polystyrene cup. And another thing, she muttered to herself. How many cups of airport coffee can a person swallow before they die of poisoning? I believe 4 is the maximum. What, Dot? A person can only drink 4 of those before. The man to her right sliced across his throat with his finger. There was an article in last month's Scientific American by someone who travels a lot. A smile was beyond Rona. As long as that's the last delay, she said. As if on cue, the departure board sprang to life. Did that just change to 10.30? Rona looked at her neighbor in despair. He nodded equally despairingly. God, she said. I'd be quicker swimming. The Atlantic, perhaps, but then there is the great American landmass to cross before you reach California. He paused. Of course, you could go in the other direction, but that would involve traveling to Edinburgh first. And I gather people from Glasgow are not keen on Edinburgh? He had succeeded. She smiled. He held out his hand. He introduced himself. Andre Frith. Dr. Andre Frith? The University of California? He nodded. I recognized you from your picture. He waved the pre-conference blob. I came over to propose we have a coffee together. He looked at the crushed coffee cup. But maybe not. What about something to eat instead? Rona suggested. Chapter 2. Spike was out the door before the girl serving knew he had ever been in. 2 boys waiting for hot pies saw him pocket the packet of potato scones from the counter but said nothing. Spike didn't run. Outside the baker's, the street was busy with school kids eating fast food and dropping the papers at their feet. Spike joined them for a bit, then strolled across the road. No point in being about when the bell went for the end of lunchtime. Folk might wonder why he wasn't back in school with the rest of them. He resisted the warm smell of potato coming from his pocket even though he was hungry. He had plans for the tat-tie scones. When he reached the tenement block, he walked straight past the front entrance and nipped in through the back railings in case the woman on the first floor spotted him. He ducked under half a dozen gray nappies flapping on a line. Nothing there worth nicking. When he reached the 3rd floor, he heard the peevish whine of the baby. He didn't like hearing it cry. It reminded him of his wee brother Callum. Next door was flapping open, caught in the stairs-sucking breeze. The baby's whine was louder now. Christ! Pick it up. Pick the kid up. He ignored the bad smell that drifted out the neighbor's door and turned the key in his own. He was halfway in when the baby emitted a high-pitched cry. It was no use. He would have to make sure it was all right. He almost gagged at the smell of stale piss as he made his way to the living room. The baby had stopped whining now and was weeping, a lost sound that expected no answer. Spike pushed open the living room door. It ground its way over broken glass. He looked about angrily. Where the fuck was she this time? She was on the settee, junked out of her mind. And beside her, head slumped back, mouth hanging open, was the kid's father. Spike swept the baby up from the floor and took it to the bathroom. He ran the dirty wee hand under the tap and dried it on his shirt. The cut was only a nick, and couldn't have hurt much. It had probably been more shock than pain that had brought on the crying. Spike brushed at the knees of his dirty trousers, sending fragments of glass down the toilet pan. "Okay. Now what do we do?" he asked his patient. Some snot escaped the child's nose, ran down his face and met the remains of a tear. Spike pulled a bit of toilet paper off the roll and wiped the mess away. "Come on," he said. "We're leaving." He was sharing his dinner with his new best friend when he heard the front door open. He had fried the tat-tai scones and heated some beans. The baby was sitting surrounded by cushions, wee hands waving in the air in anticipation of the next mashed spoonful. Spike shoveled another one in and handed it a mug of milk. He looked up as Esther came into the kitchen. "We've got a visitor," he said. "So I see." She tried to smile, but he knew by the shadows round her eyes. "It's bad, isn't it?" he said. "No." He jumped at the sharpness of her tone and she looked sorry. "It's okay. Honestly. It was bad in the underground, but it's quieter now. I made some food," he said. "Yours is in the grill." They were drinking mugs of tea when the baby's mother banged on the door. "Did you take the wean?" "What do you care?" "Fucking wee smart arse." She pushed past Spike and pulled the child up by his arm. He let out a squeal of rage as the biscuit he was eating flew to the floor. "Don't feed my wean. I've told you before." "You feed it then." She kicked the door as she went out. Esther was pale and frightened. They were both out of their minds on the settee, he explained. The place smelt like a pisshole. Esther looked worried. "She'll tell the social about you. She knows you're a runaway." "Then we'll move," he said. "I'm fed up listening to them shagging anyway." "Spike." "What?" He could feel his face shift into worry. "You might not be able to stay here anymore. You want me out?" "No," she shook her head. "It's just, if the singing doesn't work out, there won't be any money. There's none now." He fetched the pot and poured more tea. He felt 16 going on 60. Esther took the mug and nursed it, her mind somewhere else. Spike wondered about going to a doctor, asking about the voices. When he tried to persuade Esther to make an appointment, she'd look so frightened. He couldn't bear it when she looked at him like that. "Spike?" She smiled. "Thanks." "What for?" She leaned forward and touched his head with her lips. "For everything." She got up. "I'd better get ready. Don't want to be late. I'll walk you down." She looked as if she might argue, then thought better of it. While she got ready, he cleared the dishes and washed up. In his whole life, this was the first place he had been happy. Esther made him happy. "Right. How do I look?" She changed and put up her hair, revealing the heart-shaped mole. Her eyes were black-rimmed, lashes thick with mascara. She stretched her red mouth into a smile. "For the punters, right, Dot?" He prayed that the voices would leave her alone for tonight. "Right," he said. "Let's go." He liked walking with her. In the dark she could be his girlfriend. In the dark he wasn't 16. She put her arm through his. The streets were filling up with punters, blokes set on a night out. They passed the fantasy bar. 4 guys got out of a taxi and hung about the steps before they went in. Spike hated them, hated the way they were men before they were human. "Hey, I'm not there yet," she said, tugging him on. The jazz club was busy, a trail of people edging its way in the door. "I'll see you later," she said and squeezed his arm. "I could come in." The doorman gave him a look that suggested otherwise. "I'll be back for you." Esther nodded, trying to hide her nervousness. After she disappeared, Spike stood for a while, ignoring the doorman's bugger-off look. He tried to imagine Esther on stage, the red lips trembling with sound. He thought about looking for a back entrance, finding a way in, hiding, watching her sing. The doorman had had enough. Get lost, son. Spike gave him the finger and walked on. Chapter 3. Rona made herself look down. Below her, the west coast of Scotland peeped through a curtain of grey cloud, each island a jigsaw piece of green and purple against the charcoal water. Shit. Pardon me? I'm sorry. I hate flying. It's unnatural. But you're a scientist. You know that the laws of physics dictate this thing will stay in the air. I know, but I still hate looking down. Why don't you pull the blind and pretend we're in a train instead? Good idea. Just don't mention any train crashes. The plane was busy. Beyond the curtains of business class, Rona could hear a wall of voices and the clatter of a trolley. In here life was quiet, well-ordered, peaceful and spacious. On her left, Andre Frith was reading some papers. On her right, a small flat screen begged her to switch on and enjoy the in-flight movie. All expenses paid was the way to travel. Her DNA research had brought her here. For the last couple of years she had been involved in a think tank to see how DNA studies and certain other branches of genetic research might aid crime investigators in the future. The next step was to match the DNA characteristics of bacteria and virus samples to one another so that they could determine if two individuals were in the same environment, or in close enough contact with one another to pass microorganisms back and forth. Challenging, but not insurmountable. Such research was welcomed by the university. It brought money in the form of grants. It also brought prestige and invitations to conferences in exotic places. Her companion turned and gave her one of those American smiles, all white teeth, golden tan, and crinkly blue eyes. Rona was suddenly reminded of Harrison Ford. You didn't mention why you were in Scotland, she said. Didn't I? I was in Scotland because, well, Scotland is beautiful. So you were a tourist? Yes and no. I had a little business to deal with first, then I took a look at your west coast. I'm afraid, like so many Americans, I was searching for my roots. Your family was Scottish? My great-great-great-grandmother came from Rossay. She was one of the MacLeods cleared from there in the 1800s. So we're related? He laughed. Looks like it. And did you find what you were looking for? He looked sad. I found a pile of stones. I'm sorry. Don't be. It was enough. He pulled a photograph from his pocket. It showed two women seated on stiff-backed chairs, a man standing behind them. The sepia colors made the women look ugly and severe. He pointed at the one on the right. My grandmother, he said. Scary, isn't she? Yes, she is. She was born in the Red River Valley, which is where her mother ended up. According to family legend, my great-great-grandmother spoke only Gaelic until the day she died. She had made up her mind she was coming back, you see. He smiled. A determined lady. But she didn't. No. But I did. The prospect of the LA conference didn't seem so daunting. Now she was on speaking terms with at least one of the contributors. Andre Frith was to deliver a paper on the new weapons of ethnic cleansing. At least 16 countries, Rona knew, had bioweapon programs, including Syria, North Korea, and China. Russia, Andre reminded her, had already developed a new generation of untreatable diseases which were resistant to antibiotics. And on that positive note, here come the pre-dinner drinks, he announced. Champagne, madam? Rona nodded her acceptance. Talking shop with a handsome biochemist over a glass or two of champagne could make her forget there was nothing between her and the Atlantic except fresh air and the laws of physics. Rona rolled across the king-size empty bed and looked at the clock. No wonder Santa Monica was going strong. It might be 2 in the morning on her internal clock, but it was late afternoon here. It would be easier if she got up, went and found a place to eat, then slept when everybody else did. As she stood in the shower, water pounding on her head, she thanked God she had time to put her brain back together before she had to address the conference. Andre had left her at the airport, promising to call on Sunday and take her for a short drive. Rona had no idea what this might mean in American terms. Probably nothing under 70 miles. On her way to the hotel, she chatted with her taxi driver. He told her he lived in the desert and it took him 2 hours to get home. He had to leave the city at 8 o'clock to avoid the rush hour. Catching a 5-minute ride to work, or even walking for 20 minutes, began to look like heaven in comparison. Rona made a mental note to remind Chrissy how lucky she was, how lucky they both were. She momentarily forgot the time difference and phoned Chrissy, who was initially disgruntled to be woken up. "So, you're trying to say it's hell over there?" She didn't sound convinced. Rona took in the spacious air-conditioned room, the blue sky outside, the sun shining through the window, the smell of fresh coffee and fruit just delivered by the management. "Not hell, just hectic," she said. "So where is this Andre taking you tomorrow?" "To meet some more McLeods." "You've got family over there?" "I'm meeting the Californian branch of the clan McLeod." "They'll be nutcases." "Thanks." "Nothing personal," Chrissy said. "But chances are they'll be the Jacobite Brigade." Rona chose to ignore that remark. Instead, she asked Chrissy a favor, which was followed by silence. "Never heard of them, but I'll check for you." "What were they called again?" "Regine." Rona spelt it out for her. "Sounds like an advert for Lee Cooper." "The card was here when I arrived." "A Dr. Lynn Franklin wants to arrange a meeting. Looks like you're in demand. I'd like to know a bit about the company before I agree to speak to her. She probably thinks you've got a DNA vaccine up your sleeve, ready for worldwide distribution." Rona resisted a retort. With Chrissy always wanting the last word, they could be there all night. "By the way," Chrissy said, "I'm going to the jazz club tonight. See how Sean's getting on without you." "Oh. Danny says the band's new singer is very hot." Danny was the latest in Chrissy's long string of boyfriends. "I thought I'd better view the competition." Chrissy paused. "My competition, I mean." No answer could adequately express what Rona felt at that moment, so she didn't voice one. "I'll email when I've done the background on Regine," Chrissy went on. "Oh, D.I. Wilson says thanks for the report on the foot. He'll talk to you when you get back." Rona rang off quickly before Chrissy could fire more ammunition at her. Chrissy believed in being upfront about everything, including Sean. Making a meal of Rona's jealous streak was Chrissy's way of telling her not to worry. It rarely worked. Rona opened the suitcase and found something to wear that suited another climate and another planet, she thought, as she emerged from the cool elegance of the marble reception area into the late afternoon sunshine of 3rd Street, Santa Monica. A guy with long hair and a longer coat stood on the corner, money rising and falling from his flicked hand with monotonous regularity. He had the look of a Jesus who had just ejected the moneylenders from the temple and now wasn't sure what to do with their small change. Rona tossed a coin into the embroidered hat at his feet. If he spotted her contribution to his welfare, he didn't acknowledge it. The pedestrian precinct of 3rd Street was already teeming with people, hanging out and being cool, and that was only the beggars. An alcoholic told the truth on his cardboard sign, "Okay, I won't lie, I need a drink, please give." Honesty seemed to be paying off. Rona took her time, reading restaurant menus posted in glass cases on the sidewalk, trying not to be intimidated by the waiters and waitresses, all definite members of the Beautiful People's Club. "Madam, you like Italian, dot." This one was particularly handsome and sexy. It was obvious why he was told to hang about the entrance. Rona succumbed and shortly afterwards found herself sitting in an alcove, sipping cool white wine and wiping up deliciously fragrant olive oil with freshly baked bread. Okay, so you could do this in Glasgow, but it wasn't quite the same. Rona felt guilty at the thought. While she waited for the main course, she took another look at the message on the back of the Regine card. Looking forward to your paper. Could we meet sometime while you're here? Dr. Lynn Franklin. It told Rona nothing except that Regine had a fancy address in Los Angeles and a second address in the Bahamas. Whatever the company did, it made money at it. Rona slipped the card back into her wallet and concentrated on the arrival of the main course. Noticing her Scottish accent, the waiter hung around and gave her his family history, including the lowdown on his Italian relatives who ran a Glasgow restaurant. By the end of the meal, he had asked whether she was dating anyone. It was while she was saying, somewhat reluctantly, she was, that a girl came in. She was tall, much taller than Rona, with the blonde good looks of a Beach Boys album cover. Rollerblades made her even taller, so that after her perfectly performed halt she stood 6 inches above Rona's waiter, who she had obviously come to see. Trying not to think of a Steve Martin film, Rona removed herself from the middle of the ensuing confrontation and took her check to the counter to pay. The equally handsome man on the till gave her a perfect smile and wished her a good day. On the Santa Monica promenade, things weren't any better. Replicas of the restaurant girl whizzed past on rollerblades. Male rollerbladers looked like Rambo in very small shorts. Santa Monica didn't look like Glasgow, but according to Andre, the two places had one thing in common. You could buy anything on this promenade, including drugs and sex, provided you had the money. She glanced at her watch. It would be 4 a.m. in Glasgow. Sean would probably be back from his gig at the club. Rona pulled out her mobile and pressed the familiar number, imagining the signal waving its way around the world. It rang out half a dozen times before she hung up. When she got back to the hotel, there was a message waiting for her at reception. Andre would be round at 10 o'clock the next morning to take her to the McLeod tent at a Highland Games. Rona tried to imagine what Chrissy would say about that. It didn't bear repeating, even in her head. Before she went to bed, she set up her computer and checked her email. Nothing. No phone calls from home, no emails. It was true, living in hotel rooms made you disappear. Rona didn't notice the gold-edged envelope until she climbed into bed. Lying on the bedside table, it looked too smart for an advertising leaflet. In that, she was wrong. It was an advertising leaflet. A really classy one. The embossed card inside suggested that, alone in Santa Monica, Dr. McLeod might like some intelligent and charming mail company for dinner and seeing the sights. No prices quoted. Obviously, if you had to ask the price, you couldn't afford the man. Rona tucked the card back in the envelope, but not before she'd noted the name and phone number on the back. Jason, it seemed, was the one on special offer. Rona switched off the light, wishing she had someone to share the joke with. Professional woman, alone in Santa Monica on business, seeks charming intelligent man to share dinner and... Chapter 4. Chrissy was waiting outside the jazz club for Danny when the girl and boy arrived. I'm a friend of Sean's. I'm singing here tonight. The doorman waved the girl past, but stopped the boy. Chrissy didn't blame him. No way was the guy 21. She wondered if the girl was his big sister and he just wanted to hear her sing. She thought about pleading his case, saying she would keep an eye on him. Then the bouncer told him to get lost. The boy didn't argue, just gave him the finger and walked away. Danny showed up minutes later and swept Chrissy inside. The basement room was throbbing with music. Drink? Danny mouthed. All the tables were taken, so she waited for him near the bar. The club was a popular haunt with university staff, especially forensics and pathology. It was close to work and stayed open late. If you were called out to an incident in the middle of the night, you could come here afterwards and drown your sorrows. There were 2 mortuary technicians she recognized at a table doing exactly that. Danny handed her a Bacardi breezer and slipped an arm round her waist. At the end of his solo number, Sean spotted her and smiled over. At least half a dozen women, including the 2 mortuary technicians, turned to look enviously at her. Sean was working his usual magic. When the young woman came on stage, the place went quiet. Sean took her hand and brought her forward. She wore a red sequin dress that hugged her slim body. Her hair was swept up at the back, exposing a heart-shaped mole on her cheek. The mix of intensity and vulnerability reminded Chrissy of old footage of Janis Joplin. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet Esther Dixon." The charcoal eyes darted about the audience, as frightened as a roe deer caught in the headlights of a car. Sean played the intro. She hesitated and missed her entrance. Sean played the opening again. This time she came in right on cue. The background chatter faded as the low sensual voice filled the room. Chrissy felt a shiver run down her spine. She was good, really good. The audience was hanging on every note. Esther was more confident now. She knew she had them in the palm of her hand. At the end of the song, the audience clapped wildly and shouted for more. Chrissy looked at Danny. He was loving it. "Watch out, Rona, . What?" Danny pulled his eyes from the stage. "I said, watch out, Rona. This one only needs to sing to get a guy off." Danny grinned like a man with a heart-on. "Yeah, baby." Esther sang 3 songs. The whole audience was sexed out. She left the stage before they finished clapping. Danny gave Chrissy a kiss with a promise in it and went to the bar for a refill. Chrissy followed the singer to the ladies. She found her leaning over the basin, running cold water through her hands. "You're very good," Chrissy said. "Thanks." The voice was flat, as though the life had drained away with the songs. Chrissy examined Esther's reflection in the mirror. She had seen this female before somewhere. But where? "Are you singing anywhere else?" Esther looked at her sharply. "What the fuck do you care?" Chrissy rummaged in her bag. She had seen her before. She was sure of it. "It's cool," she made a show of renewing her lipstick. "I just thought I'd heard you before." Esther shrugged and touched up her own mask of eyeshadow and lipstick. "Couldn't have. I just moved here." Asterisk with your brother? My brother? The young guy outside. Spike's not my brother. He's a mate. The girl had stopped being defensive. Whatever Chrissy said now had to keep things that way. She didn't get the chance. "Shut the fuck up," the girl hissed at the mirror. "What?" Esther ignored her and headed for a cubicle, slamming the door in Chrissy's face. From inside came the sound of muttering. Chrissy knocked. "Are you okay?" The girl didn't reply, at least not to Chrissy. The muttering went on, then the sound of retching and the thump of something hitting the floor. Chrissy banged on the door. "Hey, are you alright in there? Fuck off and leave me alone." It took Chrissy 5 minutes to find Sean. The band was taking a break and he had gone outside for some air. When she brought him back to the toilet, the cubicle was empty. She was on something. "You don't know that," Sean said firmly. The thought crossed Chrissy's mind that he knew more about Esther than he was letting on. She was swearing at the mirror. A half-smile played Sean's lips. "Maybe she was swearing at you." Chrissy wasn't giving up. "I've seen her someplace before." Sean looked mildly irritated. "I'm only interested in where she is at this moment. We have a second half to do, . Chrissy gazed past Sean. Esther had appeared at the door. "Asterisk, is there a problem?" she said truculently. "Not with me," Chrissy shot back. "Could you give us a minute?" Sean said quietly. "Fine." Sean did no more about Esther Dixon than he was letting on. Chrissy headed for the bar and a stiff drink. Esther was back on stage 10 minutes later. She seemed calm, dreamy even. An addict after a fix? Chrissy stood with Danny's arm about her and listened to Esther's haunting voice. Sean had given her the girl's version of events on his way to the stage. He might be convinced, but she wasn't. In the shadows near the bar she spotted the boy with the spiky hair, who had somehow sneaked in. He wore the same expression as Danny. Whatever substance the girl had in her voice should be powdered and marketed. But magic voice or not, the story of a migraine attack just didn't make it with Chrissy. She was sure she'd seen Esther before. And she had the feeling the girl was bad news. Bad news Rona needed to know about. Chapter 5. Things were quiet now. He could tell by her eyes. Spike took Esther's hand and slipped it through his arm. Chips? Yeah. She waved the money Sean had given her. Let's make it a fish supper. The all-night cafe was empty apart from a few stragglers who needed the sustenance in order to get home. She sat down and handed him the plastic menu with a flourish. Asterisk no expense spared. After the feast he said, "You were great." When she asked how he knew, he told her he'd climbed in a toilet window. She laughed. Did anyone see you? She laughed even more when he said, only the guy wanking off in the cubicle I landed in. And he wasn't going to tell anybody. And I thought I was singing in a respectable jazz club. Wanking is respectable, he told her, unless you've been brought up. He came to a halt, a shadow crossing his face. She reached out and took his hand. Like you? Like me. He went quiet. Huh? She squeezed his hand. We're doing fine. She was always positive when the voices weren't there. He suspected something in her past had made her ill like this, but Esther never spoke about it and he didn't ask. He didn't want to talk about his past either. They had met in Safeways. She was shopping, he was there to steal something to eat. She spotted him slipping a tin of corned beef in his pocket and made him put it in her trolley. When they got to the counter, she paid for it. Outside she asked him where he was staying and he took too long to lie, so she took him home. In his head he made her the big sister he never had. It didn't always work. Okay, she said. Let's go home. Spike stood up, happy. He loved it when she spoke like that, as if they would be together forever. He had played out the scenario 1,000,000 times in his head. It didn't matter that he was only 16. He could look after Esther, hold her when she was frightened, even maybe. He shut down his brain at that point. He hated himself for even thinking about making a move on her. He would never do that. Never. Her voice punctured his thoughts. Sean was great. Even when I almost blew it in the toilet. What? Someone came in when things were bad. She told Sean I was taking stuff. Jesus. She smiled at his worried face. It's okay. I told him I had a migraine and was sick. He believed me. He hated when the voices came and he wasn't with her. Sometimes he felt they were waiting for him to go away, just so they could torment her. They were passing a block of red sandstone tenements. On the ground floor, plants filled a window box and trailed down in a burst of flowers. Their scent hung heavy in the night air. Maybe we could move, she said suddenly, get a better flat. She grabbed his arm in excitement. Sean says he can run me 6 weeks, maybe more. With that sort of money I could put down a deposit on a decent place. Sean says once the word is out I'll get more gigs. Spike fought back the fear that slid up his throat. Now she was back singing, she might not need him anymore. She touched his arm. You'll come with me, won't you, Spike? Her voice was small and lonely again. His fear subsided. Of course I will. Then he thought about the baby. "We'll tell the social about the baby," she said, reading his mind. The child was half-starved. It would be totally starved if Spike wasn't there to feed it. She was going to shop you anyway. Esther was right. The mother was always threatening to tell the authorities about him. It was only a matter of time. And the baby wasn't his responsibility. Okay. He tried a smile. Okay. She was happy now. They had a plan for the future. Above them, the street lamps sent soft lights to reflect their images in the puddles. Spike saw them there together, arm in arm. Nothing or nobody would get them, he decided. He would see to that. When they reached the tenement block, the stairwell was in darkness. He took her hand and they negotiated the broken bottles that littered the entrance. He felt in his pocket for his lighter. Some bastards smashed the lights. He went up the left-hand side, sliding his arm along the wall, encouraging the small blue flame to light up the next step. When they reached their landing, Spike produced the key. "Spike." Esther pointed at the broken lock. "What the fuck?" He made a move to go in, but she caught his arm. No, her face was terrified in the flare of the lighter. Whoever was inside had heard them. Footsteps came towards the door. Esther ran for the stairs. Spike flipped the lighter shut and followed. They stumbled their way down. They were one level below when they heard the door open. Spike held Esther against him. He could feel the thump of her heart. "There's nobody there," a man's voice called. Esther gave a whimper. As the door swung shut, Spike took a quick look. A thick-set figure was framed in the doorway. Esther's eyes were wide with fear. Who was it? She was shaking, her words rattling through her teeth. Spike suddenly realized she thought the intruder had come looking for her. "We have to get away from here," she pleaded. He took off his jacket and put it round her. "It's okay. I think it was the Flintstone guy from next door," he lied. "He probably came to give me a kicking for taking the baby again." Relief flooded her face. "Are you sure?" He nodded. "We'll come back tomorrow. He'll have given up by then." Spike ran it over in his mind. His own fear of discovery had started just after he met Esther. Baggs, the big issue seller, had shown him a photo. It didn't look like him and even Baggs didn't recognize him from it. In the photo his hair was short and neat. In the photo, he was 14. "Looks like a computer nerd," Spike had said, trying to sound casual. "Who's looking for him?" "A Yank. Gave me a 20 to keep a lookout." "Easy shit." "Yeah. Wish he was looking for me." Baggs had a phone number to call. He waved it in front of Spike like another 20. "So if you see the nerd?" "Sure." If an American was looking for him, it had to be something to do with his father. A cold knot formed in Spike's chest. He'd been even more careful after that. If it hadn't been for Esther, he would have left Glasgow, gone to London. They would never find him there. They bedded down in the park under a tree, Esther curled against him, he holding his body a celibate inch away. Eventually she slept and he listened to the soft sound of her breathing. She had told him once that the voices were there in her sleep, weaving their way into her dreams. He imagined people attached to these disembodied voices and routinely killed them to set her free, but they always came back to haunt her, especially when she was nervous or frightened. The voices were sent to punish her. That's what she believed. Punish her for what? Spike had no idea who the guy in their flat had been, but it wasn't their neighbor. He had been convinced it was somebody looking for him, but Esther thought the man had come for her and it had frightened the wits out of her. Who was Esther afraid of? Some old boyfriend who'd been bad to her? Spike hated the thought of someone hurting Esther. He hated the thought of someone else being with her. Spike felt his cock harden and immediately pulled back from the warmth of Esther's body. He spat his distaste for himself into the grass. Ha! She was awake and watching. He jumped up and walked towards the bushes, afraid she would see his erection. When he re-emerged, she was ready to go. They went back to the cafe. Esther was listless and Spike sensed she had entered that other world. The world of voices that told her she was shite, a nothing who didn't deserve to live. Esther? She didn't respond. Esther! Look at me. She lifted her head. We'll find somewhere else to stay. Don't worry. She gave him a small smile. When he met her after her rehearsal, she was transformed. There was no rush to find a place, she told him excitedly. Sean says we can stay at his while his girlfriend's in California. That'll give us time to find somewhere decent. It didn't sound right to Spike. Why would this Sean guy offer Esther a room while his girlfriend was away? I don't think that's a good idea. He'll ask about me. I told him you were my young cousin from up north. He doesn't mind. He doesn't mind. He doesn't mind. The words blew Spike's brain. Sean might not mind, but Spike fucking well did. We don't need Sean. I'll find us somewhere. But she wasn't listening. Please, Spike. Sean gave me the key. We could at least take a look. A big black cat met them in the hall. Esther bent down and rubbed its head. Sean says it's called Chance. The cat made off and Esther followed. Spike hung back, hating being in someone else's place. He took in the thick rugs, the polished wooden floor. This was crazy. They couldn't stay here. Spike. Come and see this. He found her in a kitchen, standing at the window. It looks like a convent at the back. He joined her at the window and looked down on a trim lawn and neat flower beds. In the middle of the grass stood a statue of the Virgin Mary. The whole thing was madness. They shouldn't be here. Already the space between them and the real world was diminishing. At the flat they were themselves, separate. They didn't have to discuss who they were, where they had come from. Here there would be questions and they would have to have answers. You don't want to be here, do you? Esther was looking at him sadly. It's better if I don't stay with you. He knew how afraid she was of being alone with the voices. No. We'll find somewhere else. She made for the door, decided. Spike felt mean. You couldn't blame her for wanting this. To be warm, comfortable, clean, safe. So where's our room then? He forced himself to say. Her face lit up. You'll hardly see Sean. Anyway, he's not the nosy type. Yeah, thought Spike, but what about when the girlfriend comes home? He almost chickened out when he saw the double bed. He forced himself not to imagine them there, his arms about her. We could share the bed, she suggested, her voice light. It's all right. I'll just sleep on the couch. She opened another door and Spike caught a glimpse of mirrored tiles. A bathroom with a shower. Esther was like a kid on Christmas morning. He smiled. I bet there's hot water too. She turned on the shower and began pulling off her clothes. I'll go and get our stuff, he mumbled awkwardly. Sean says we can borrow his van tomorrow. I'll just pick up some clothes and some CDs. Okay, but be careful. Outside, the sun was blinking through the clouds. The pavement was lined with trees, big spreading sycamores waving their long pendulous Mayflowers. He was in the same city as before, but it was hard to believe it. The American would never look for him in this part of Glasgow. Christ, even Baggs wouldn't look for him here. He smiled, thinking about Baggs' face if he knew Spike was holed up in a posh flat in the West End. He tried to convince himself. All he had to do was lay low. Eventually, Whoever was looking for him would get fed up, think he was dead too. If only his father hadn't made him post the letters the day before it happened. He had insisted Spike take them to the post office. Mrs. McMurdo, the postmistress, read the American address. He knew she had, although she never mentioned it. Nobody said things on the island, but they knew everything. Not everything, he reminded himself. He shoved his hands in his pockets to stop himself looking at them. The marks were getting worse. Esther would notice them soon. He would have to think up something to tell her. Maybe it was thinking about home that made him remember the baby. The nearer he got to the old flat, the more worried he became. It was like coming home after school to find his baby brother Callum alone and crying in the house while his mother walked the cliffs and his father worked in his laboratory. He started to run. When he reached his landing, he found the baby sitting outside the door in a buggy. Beneath a silly pom-pom hat, tear lines streaked the dirty wee face. It was hungrily chewing on an old nappy. Inside, the Flintstones were at it, bump bump. If he wasn't shagging her, he was thumping her. Or a mixture of both. Hey, mate. Time for some food. Spike lifted the buggy down the stairs. Chapter 6. Rona tried the tuner on the car radio again. Is there nothing but country and western, she said. What's wrong with country and western? Rona couldn't tell if Andre was joking or not. Interpreting the nuances of American speech was tricky. Surely there was news, national or international, out there somewhere. At last she found a station worth listening to, a deep and sincere voice, pity about what he was saying, friends and listeners. Send in your donation now, and when the financial crash comes, as come it will, God will look favorably on one who lives by his laws. Rona stole a look at Andre. Hallelujah, he said. You don't believe all that? My parents were Baptists, and their parents before them. Of course I'm a believer. The sincere voice had been replaced by a good old-fashioned hymn. Andre joined in with gusto. Rona thought there was a smirk on his face but couldn't be sure, so she kept her mouth shut and concentrated on the scenery. Clan tents scattered the lawns and nestled round the lake of the big colonial-style mansion. A couple strolled past arm in arm, the young woman in a crinoline with a tartan sash, her bow in full Jacobite regalia, complete with giant claymore. Rona tried not to stare. How come I'm the one who's Scottish here and I'm the only one who doesn't look it? SSH, Andre said. These people are real Scots. They'd probably say you're the mongrel. But that's ridiculous. I was born in Scotland. Doesn't mean a thing. Were your great-great-great-grandparents Scottish? Scottish and Irish. See? You're a mongrel. Two young plaid men stopped arguing in Gaelic to nod at Andre, then stood aside to let him enter the MacLeod tent. Rona followed. One of them said something that sounded suggestive as she passed. She decided by the laughter that followed her that it was. Now she was sitting on a rattan rocking chair with a glass in her hand. Beside her, a matron in a long kilt was stitching a clan sampler. The elderly man refilling her glass with malt whiskey had been introduced as the clan chief this side of the Atlantic. He was suggesting that, as a visiting MacLeod, she might like to take part in the judging of the Highland dancing. I'm sorry. I don't know much about Highland dancing. The chief this side of the water gave her a disappointed look. I'm sorry to hear you folks don't keep up the traditions over there. We sure do here. Rona retreated to her whiskey, realizing her accent wasn't enough. Around here you had to do Scottish as well as be Scottish. The chief over the water abandoned her and, taking Andre by the arm, urged him to a far corner of the tent for some real Scottish conversation. At least, from where Rona was sitting it looked passionate. Andre looked as though he was disagreeing, but as the chief's expression became more determined, Andre seemed to concede. Whatever the chief was asking him to do, Rona didn't think it was judging the Highland dancing. Would you excuse me a moment? Andre was beside her looking slightly embarrassed. I have to go speak to someone. Will you be okay here for a bit? I'll maybe take a wander outside, she said. Of course. I'll see you back here in half an hour? Rona nodded. She would be glad to be alone. She had a feeling Andre was only taking her to the bits of the games he wanted her to see. The heat outside the tent hit her like a wall. They were inland, away from the ocean's breeze. Broiling hot California. Beside the lake a small boy practiced his pipes, sending Scotland the Brave across the silted water. Bizarre. Sorry. What did you say? It was the young Jacobite from the door of the tent. He gave her a delicious smile. I'm sorry. I said, it's bizarre. Who's bizarre? The smile drooped under his white cockade. Not you, she laughed. This. She swept her arm in an inclusive gesture. Any Highland games I've been to usually resulted in a fight to get into the beer tent out of the wind and the rain. As he walked alongside her, Rona couldn't help imagining what Chrissy would say, something like, and how long is your sword then? You guys go to Highland gatherings back in Scotland? Her young Jacobite was asking enthusiastically. I'd been to one or two. Although the Cowal games had never been like this. The tent on their left sported a large symbol over the entrance. What's in there? Come and see, he said, taking her by the hand. Being led into a dark space by a tall handsome Jacobite with a big sword. This was a story Chrissy would love. Inside it was relatively cool. Rona stood for a moment waiting for her eyes to adjust to the change of light. Alba Gubrath. Her Highlander's voice was a heady mixture of American and Gaelic. He was standing in reverence in front of a flag. At first it looked like the Saltire, a simple white cross on a blue background. But there was a difference. In the center of this cross was a small crest, like a coat of arms, with the word Rialba. Below the flag was a map of Scotland, delicately etched like something out of an ancient book. This map was old, God knows how old, and protected from the air by a glass case. At the foot was an inscription, written in brown ink in tight, swirling but firm-handed letters. Rona's Gaelic was rusty. Her Jacobite came to the rescue. For the men of the West. So that they should know from whence they came. Right. It sounded heavy stuff. Definitely not a tent to be found at the Cowal games. And Rialba, I thought you came here with Andre, he said sharply. I did. He was looking at her suspiciously now. The friendly chat was turning decidedly cool. Rona went on regardless. Rialba. Let me guess. Some Scottish organization? Rona. There you are. Andre's voice had a distinctly petulant tone about it. No more flashing smile and crinkled eyes. He took her arm and firmly escorted her towards the door of the tent, but not before she had pocketed a couple of the leaflets from the table in front of the Men of the West's map. Outside the tent, the smile was back, crinkles and all. What the hell is Rialba? Rona demanded. I'll tell you in the car. You'll tell me in the car? This afternoon was beginning to resemble a Monty Python episode. You can tell me while I have a beer, she informed him. She removed her arm from his grip and walked towards the beer tent, where Scotch pies were being sold in large numbers. Rona asked for one. Surely a Scotch pie would be the same regardless of which side of the Atlantic it was on. Rona waited until they were sitting in the shade of an old tree. She had drunk her beer, eaten her pie and read the leaflet. She presented it to Andre. Andre gave it a cursory glance, shrugged and handed it back. You can't believe this, she said. You're a scientist, for God's sake. Andre's voice was quietly firm. You're a scientist and you can't accept the laws of physics. Planes do fall out of the sky. There are an estimated 20 million people of Scots descent in the States, he said. That's 4 times the number that live in Scotland. Why shouldn't they have an opinion about their homeland? It isn't their home. People in Chinatown call China home. This stuff, Rona flapped the leaflet in his face, is racist rubbish. The Declaration of Arbroath did not say Scotland was for whites. Can we talk about this on our way back? People were looking round at them. Obviously, a Scottish voice raised in anger was causing some interest. Rona suddenly heard herself coming to another person's country and telling them what to do. It happened enough in Scotland, and she didn't like it then. It's the racist bit I can't take, she said. Celts and Gaels are white, therefore America should be white. It says the Declaration of Independence was written for white people and black people 'cause all the problems here. She paused for breath. And they make out the Western Isles of Scotland to be some mythical land of the Gael, which should have a no-entry policy for anyone who isn't one. Andre was silent. Rona backed off, for the moment. Okay. I'm on my high horse, as Sean would say. Sean? She hadn't mentioned Sean since they met. There hadn't been any reason to. Husband? Boyfriend? Pity. Andre made a wry face. Rona wondered if it mattered. Instinct told her it did. You ready? Rona nodded and picked up her things. She hadn't totally avoided thinking about Andre as a man. An intelligent, attractive, charming man. She had just assumed he was attached. That moment's look when he asked about Sean suggested he wasn't, but would like to be. Andre asked her to dinner when he dropped her at the hotel. Rona hesitated. Saying no would be churlish and Andre's company would be better than eating alone, surrounded by the beautiful people on 3rd Street. Look, he said. If it puts your mind at rest, I am not a member of Rialba. But the Jacobite warrior said. However, my father was, and his father before him. Oh. Rona. My family was burned out after the 45 rebellion. The tiny island they called home had 126 pipers at the Battle of Culloden. Andre smiled. I know, swords might have proved more useful. When the Jacobites lost, the island paid dearly for supporting the cause. My family stuck it for a while, then left with the arrival of the sheep. I am an American, but it doesn't stop me remembering why I am an American. It was a pretty speech. Rona wondered briefly if he had used it before. Okay, she said. You win. I'll be ready at 8. Rona watched the car drive away. Andre. An expert in genetic weapons who just might be a racist. An interesting combination. If she ran this past Chrissy, she knew what she would say. So what? You've made a career out of dead bodies. That doesn't mean you have murderous thoughts. The hotel room didn't feel so cool and chic on her return. It just felt big and empty. There was something wrong about coming in from the heat to the cool, instead of the other way round. It made inside feel less safe, somehow. Rona wondered briefly if she should phone the flat and speak to Sean. It would be nice to hear a voice from home. She glanced at her watch. Okay, so Sean would still be in bed. Probably alone, but why tempt fate? Rona had been in this state of mind before about Sean, too often for her own good. Some of the time it had been warranted, most of the time it had not, or so Chrissy said. Rona decided against the phone call. She would check her email instead. Chapter 7. 2 messages awaited her. Neither from Sean. He refused to go electronic. Recording a message for the answerphone was, he declared, his limit. There was one from Chrissy, entitled Jazz and Things. The second looked like a conference memo for tomorrow. Rona double-clicked and viewed a confirmation of her schedule, while trying not to acknowledge the sudden flutter of apprehension in the pit of her stomach. Now for Chrissy's message. The things part came first and the tone was decidedly nippy. Chrissy had gone into the lab to do some overtime but had been unable to process the tests because the samples were gone. She had checked the mortuary but the foot was also absent. Dr. Sissons had been unavailable. There was no evidence of a break-in at the lab and nothing on the security cameras. Chrissy had phoned and reported the foot and samples missing to D.I. Wilson, who told her he would get back to her. Rona could almost hear the irritation at this point. On a positive note, Chrissy had taken the digital image to the computing department. They had done some work on it and the result was in the attached file. Mention of the jazz club was short. Sean's new singer was good, very good. Unfortunately, she had the look of heroin chic. Another woman reading Chrissy's email would have assumed the new singer was skinny, white, with big charcoal eyes. Definitely not Sean's type. Rona knew Chrissy was telling her something else. Heroin chic. Translation: the new singer was at worst a junkie, at best liked partying. What the hell was Sean playing at? Okay, so the club was popular with her colleagues. But not everyone in the law and order establishment appreciated their chief forensics relationship with an ex-con, good musician or not. Sean was a working partner in the jazz club. If this Esther girl was using or supplying on the premises, Sean could be held responsible. Rona decided she needed a drink. Propped up on the bar was an invitation to try a cocktail. Room service would be delighted to mix it for her. Something with at least 2 different types of alcohol sounded good to Rona. She dialed room service and headed for the shower. The pounding needles on her head didn't help. She would have to speak to Sean. Find out what he had to say. She turned her attention to the missing samples. Every sample bag was strictly monitored. Every movement had to be logged. If the samples went missing from her lab, then it was ultimately her responsibility. And, according to Chrissy, the foot was no longer in the mortuary. Rona could not imagine the eminent Dr. Sissons countenancing anything underhand. But if the mod was involved. Rona cut her shower short and pulled on a bathrobe. The hum of the air conditioner had strengthened, making the air cold and almost drowning the background sound of the television. The bedroom had suddenly turned from empty silence to electronic overload. Rona stared at the shifting television screen she'd switched on for company. It was then she noticed the man's shadow. He was in the alcove that housed the desk with her laptop, bent over the computer screen. 2 thoughts raced through Rona's mind in quick succession. 1, she had nothing to defend herself with. And 2, she should have kept the chain on the door. It was too late. Her visitor had heard her. Rona stepped back a little, trying to judge how far the bathroom unlockable door might be while her eyes noted the plain black jacket and gray trousers and hoped her instinct was right and it was room service come to make her cocktail. It was. Her intruder's body language moved swiftly from surprise through discomfort to formality. You ordered a cocktail, ma'am? The young man stood to attention and indicated the shaker on the desk beside her computer. A Manhattan? Great. Rona hastily retreated to the bathroom to try and regain her dignity. When she reappeared a few minutes later, the television had been turned down and the room had returned to a comfortable temperature. Your drink, ma'am, said the young man holding out a little silver tray with a stemmed glass of pale golden liquid. He waited while she tasted it. The liquid was cold and sharp against her throat. Rona resisted the desire to cough and smiled instead. Good, she said. He looked relieved. Rona wondered how many customers complained just for the hell of it. She thought about trying to engage him in conversation, then decided against it. She had already tried that with various members of hotel staff. It hadn't worked. Polite and helpful, real conversation was not considered part of the job. The waiter was replacing the bottles in the drink cabinet, tidying up. Behind him, the computer screen was flashing Chrissy's downloaded file. Rona went over for a look. The screen held 6 images, 3 above and 3 below. In the top left-hand corner was the photograph she had taken with the digital camera of the area above the decomposing ankle. From left to right, what was little more than a smudge began to take shape and change color. By the third image it had become a definite pattern. Maybe a letter? The pattern was complex, but the middle part might be a letter. Rona sat down at the desk for a closer look. If it was a letter, it was one of those old-fashioned ones, all curves and sweeping lines. Real writing. It wasn't crystal clear, but if the computer guys had achieved this from that photograph of spongy gray flesh, then she would have to stop slagging them off for sitting in front of a computer all day. Rona was suddenly aware of the waiter standing behind her, staring over her shoulder at the screen. She turned to a face full of pleasant blandness. "What do you think?" she said. "Looks kinda Celtic." "Yes." He topped up her Manhattan from the cocktail shaker and headed for the door, before she could ask him anything else. "Have a nice day, ma'am." Reality LA style had returned. The door clicked shut behind him. Rona put the chain on this time and turned back to the screen. The guys in the computing department had done her proud. The smudge was now a distinguishing mark. A mark that might help them find the owner of the foot. An hour later, Rona was sitting in LA's most popular restaurant on Main Street, Santa Monica, trying to keep her attention on what Andre was saying. She had made 2 phone calls after the waiter left. DI Bill Wilson had told her that the investigation had been taken out of his hands, and by implication hers. Rona was not amused. "You know where the samples are?" He hesitated for a second. No. She had worked with Bill Wilson for years. If he was lying to her, he must have a very good reason. "What the hell is going on, Bill? Just concentrate on your conference. We'll talk when you get back." The second phone call was worse. The answering machine wasn't on, so Rona let the phone ring out, determined to waken Sean. But it wasn't Sean who answered. It was a young female voice. Rona was past the niceties. "Who the hell are you?" She could tell the girl was taken aback by her attitude. Rona didn't care. "I'm Esther, the new singer with Sean's band." "And what the fuck are you doing in my flat?" Rona listened in silence while the girl stumbled through some lame excuse about staying for a few days until she got her own place sorted out. Then the phone was commandeered by Sean. "It's true," he said. "Like hell it is." Esther was in a squat. It got raided. She had nowhere else to go. "You had no right to let her stay in my flat." Sean went silent. Somewhere in the background, Rona heard the girl say she would pack and go. A door closed, then Sean was back on. "She's ill. It would better if she stayed here for a few days." "Is she on something?" Silence, then, "Chrissy's been in touch, I take it?" Sean's voice was dry. A bad sign. Sean never lost his temper, even when she was trying to goad him into an argument. But the quiet tone showed how upset he was. "Well, is she?" she repeated. "She says not." "Christ, Sean. This could lose me my job." "What are you talking about?" "If she's taking stuff, she's dealing in it or doing something else to pay for it. And mixing with undesirables doesn't look good on your CV." Sean had told Rona about his conviction for possession as soon as things got serious between them. Rona had dismissed it then. It was 10 years ago, she'd said. It's past, forgotten. But at the same time, Rona knew there would be someone out there who would love to know that information about her. So she told Bill Wilson. He'd said there was no big deal. It was on record that most cabinet ministers had smoked dope in their student days and marched with C&D. Either that or they were gay. He told her to forget it. That's what she'd done. Until now. "Maybe you'd rather I moved out too?" Sean was saying. "Maybe I would." The words were out before she could stop them. "We'll talk when you get back." His voice was low and sad and it made her feel like shit. Plus she was pissed off with people telling her they would talk about it later, in the car, when she got back. By the time Andre arrived she had finished all the Manhattan mix in the shaker. It hadn't made her feel any better. She just wanted to get her paper delivered and get home where she belonged. Or maybe she didn't want to go home at all, If Andre sensed her mood, he said nothing about it. He was all charm and good fun. Even now, when she wasn't listening to him. His offer of more wine finally registered. Rona nodded an okay and tried to concentrate. Across from her the door was opening and two more beautiful people were ushered in. The woman wore a long muted gold evening dress which perfectly matched her tan. Her companion was younger than her and very attentive. "Someone's brought dessert with them," Rona said cynically. "What?" Andre turned for a better look. "Andre." The woman was over in an instant. On closer inspection, Rona had to admit she was the equal of her companion in the look stakes. "And you, I believe, are Dr. McLeod," she held out her hand to Rona. "Dr. Lynn Franklin." "Regine, . That's right." Dr. Franklin waved her companion over. "I'm so looking forward to your paper tomorrow. I hoped we might get an opportunity to talk together afterwards. Why don't you join us?" Rona suggested. "We could talk now." Andre looked less than enthusiastic. Rona didn't care. Dr. Franklin fluttered for a bit, then agreed. "That would be great," she said, "if Andre doesn't mind?" Andre minded, but he didn't have any choice. The companion, who turned out to be called Jason, sat next to Rona. "What do you think?" Lynn Franklin smiled across the table at Rona. "I think it's a great offer." Rona tried to imagine Sean playing saxophone in a Bahamas beach club. Then she remembered what he was likely to be doing right that minute. "You don't have to commit yourself in any way at the moment," Lynn Franklin was saying, obviously spotting the change in Rona's expression. "But I'd sure like you to think about it." By the time Lynn Franklin and her escort left, Rona was thinking about it. Lynn Franklin had put two provisional offers on the table. One, that Rona come and work for Regine in their Bahamas division or, alternatively, Regine fund her current research in Glasgow. Rona tried not to indulge in dreams about what the university would do with that money. The earlier Manhattans coupled with the wine at dinner weren't doing much for her common sense. Before she left, Dr. Franklin kissed Andre on the cheek and said she would see him soon. Andre nodded, although Rona had a feeling he was glad to see her go. "You didn't mention you knew Dr. Franklin." "Neither did you." "I don't," Rona said. "She left her card at the hotel. Said she wanted to meet me." "She isn't another one of your real Scots, I hope?" Andre looked uncomfortable. Rona felt bad. Andre had treated her with kindness and hospitality and she was treating him like shit. "Sorry," she said. "Cynicism is part of the Scottish psyche." Andre smiled. "The part one liked best." Rona picked up her bag to avoid meeting his eyes. "You want to get back to the hotel," he said. She nodded. The drive to the hotel was studiously quiet. Sitting in the back, the driver separated from them by a smoke shield, Rona felt exposed and vulnerable. The revelation that Sean had moved Esther into her flat as soon as she was out of the country had thrown her. She felt used. Her privacy was something she treasured. It kept her sane. Letting Sean Maguire into her life and into her home had compromised that. And now his actions were threatening her professional life too. When they drew up outside the hotel, Andre got out of the cab with her. "I'd better go up," she said. "Yeah. Big day tomorrow. Thanks for a great evening." "Sure." Rona stood at the entrance, willing herself to turn away and go in. She didn't. Andre paid the fare. As he walked towards her, Rona knew the smallest sign of rejection would be enough. They crossed the hotel lobby in silence. The lift was open and empty. Standing inside, Andre beside her, Rona wondered if this was how it was for Sean. The anticipation of someone new, anticipating how different it would be. She thought of the girl's voice on the phone. She imagined this Esther spread-eagled across her bed, the muscles on Sean's back flexing as he drove himself into her. The elevator opened. She sensed Andre's eagerness as she fumbled with the keycard. "Here, let me." He took the card and slipped it in the slot and pushed open the door. He stepped into the darkness and used the card in the power slot. The lights came on and the air conditioner hummed into action. She shivered. "Want me to turn it off?" "Yes." He was watching her, waiting for her to decide what would happen next. Whatever it was, he would go along with it. He broke the silence. "I'd settle for a drink." She wanted to be the one to decide and was irritated by his retreat. "If you don't want to," she said sharply. "Oh, I want to, all right." He pulled her towards him. "The question is, do you? I asked you up." "No, you didn't." Andre led her to the sofa and pushed her gently down. "My guess is something bad happened tonight and you're thousands of miles from home. I also think one-night stands are not really your scene. Not that the sex wouldn't be great." "Thanks." Andre headed for the bar. "Maybe another drink isn't such a good idea," Rona said. "We have already agreed not to seduce one another. So another drink won't matter." "That's true." The way he looked at her at that moment made Rona wish it wasn't. "I'm mixing a drink," he said, "because you're going to need one when I tell you the real reason I wanted to come up here tonight." "So it was nothing to do with sex?" "Not unless sex and dismembered limbs go together." Chapter 8. The baby munched contentedly on a pancake and jam. Mary in the cafe had waved away Spike's offer of money. "It's on the house," she said. "And Tesco has a toilet with a changing mat and free nappies." Spike looked down at his charge's damp trousers. He'd grown used to changing Callum. When his mother got bad, he was the only one who would. He thanked Mary and she winked at him. "You're taking him back home?" Spike nodded. "Half an hour." She smiled and went off to the next table. Spike wiped the dribbling mouth and wondered what the fuck he was doing. If Ma Flintstone realized her son was missing, she would go mad. He would just clean him up and then take him back. Tesco was busy. He had to stand in a queue for the family toilet. One of the women waiting gave him a funny look, but he just ignored her. Once inside, he laid the baby on the mat and pulled down the wet trousers. The disposable nappy had gone lumpy, overwhelmed by the amount of urine it had to deal with. Spike threw it in the bin, stood the child in warm soapy water in the sink and washed his thin wee bum. Then he laid him on the mat and dried him with a paper towel. His tiny penis was red raw with nappy rash. Spike looked about for cream. There was a tube on the ledge above the sink that someone had left. He squeezed some and rubbed it over the angry skin. The baby was whimpering now, despite his attempts to be gentle. He turned him over. In the strong overhead light, the bruising round the back passage was obvious. Spike almost sobbed as he pressed the nappy shut. The bastard. The fucking bastard. He put the child's trousers back on and lifted him against his shoulder, holding him tightly. The whimpering stopped. On his way out, he pinched a bar of chocolate and stuffed it in his pocket. "Fuck them both," he told the kid when he turned the corner. He pulled off the paper and handed him the chocolate, which the child grabbed and gnawed at ravenously. Spike opened the telephone booth and squashed inside. He sat the baby on the ledge while he dialed. Esther answered. "I'll pick you up after the rehearsal," he said. "Okay." "Esther. We're not going back to Sean's." She was silent for a moment. "Where are we going?" "I'll tell you when I see you," he said and rang off. Now he was for it, he told the baby. Now they would really be looking for him and he didn't fucking care. The child grinned back at him, drooling chocolate. Chapter 9. The buzz of a morning call woke Rona. She had left the curtains open and the early sun flooded the room with light. For a moment she had no idea where she was, then she remembered and glanced at the other 3/4 of the king-size bed. Empty and unrumpled. Rona didn't know whether to be glad or sad. Reaching for her mobile, she checked her voicemail for a message from Andre. Nothing. She pulled out her diary and rang the mobile number he'd given her. The hum of the phone was immediately replaced by an American drawl. "Could the caller please leave a message?" As she stepped out of the shower, room service arrived with breakfast. Tucked beside the coffee pot was another card from Lynn Franklin wishing her well for the conference. Unfortunately, an urgent business matter had come up and she couldn't be there to hear Rona's paper. However, she would certainly be in touch about funding on Rona's return to Scotland. So she was hot property? Rona poured her coffee and allowed herself a moment's pleasure at the thought of announcing this at the next meeting of the University Finance Committee, then she put it firmly out of her head. Like Andre's revelation, it would have to be put on hold until she got back to Glasgow. The black limousine wound its way effortlessly through the Santa Monica traffic. If car horns were honking at their assertive progress, the noise didn't penetrate the peaceful interior. When reception had rung to tell her the car was there, Rona had assumed it was the standard cab organized to take her to the conference. How wrong she was. Rona examined the luxurious interior, glad the smoked glass windows allowed her to look out but not the general public to look in. She could imagine what Chrissy would have to say about her newfound status. Fur coat and no knickers. In Glasgow that would be an insult, here it was probably true of everyone who rode in this limo, Rona decided. Somehow the common sense and grey solidity of Glasgow belonged to another world. Rona sat back in the soft leather seat and tried not to be irritated by Lynn Franklin's obvious attempts to buy her. Whatever Andre had revealed last night, he could not be drawn on her. Regine, he assured her, was a legitimate company. Lynn was in a position to offer Rona funding. She should consider the offer. Rona had been seconds away from asking Andre if there was something between him and Lynn Franklin, but the look on his face had been enough to stop her. Outside her cool cocoon, the freeway traffic was snaking in 8 lanes above the hot dusty sprawl of LA. With confidence, the limo crossed the freeway taking its rightful place in the fast lane, sweeping all protesters aside. Rona tried not to think about an armed driver in a spurned car taking umbrage at such arrogance. The internal phone rang 5 minutes later. The driver's eyes in the rear mirror signaled that it must be for her. Rona picked it up. "Rona? Andre. I thought you said." "Listen, Rona. Tell the driver to turn round and take you back to the hotel." "What?" "Tell him to get off the freeway and go back the coast road." "But what about the conference?" "Postponed." "Postponed? But..." The tone of Andre's voice shut her up. "A bomb went off just before 9, he said." "Oh my God. They've cleared the building and canceled today's proceedings. It's chaos down here. Once you get caught up in it, you'll never get out. Give the driver the phone." Rona handed the phone over and watched his impassive face as he took Andre's directions. He handed the phone back. "I'll meet you back at the hotel," Andre said. "Are you all right?" Rona asked. "Sure. I'll see you later." Rona put the phone down. The comfortable interior of the limousine didn't seem so safe anymore. A car moved alongside, sitting window to window with them. The backseat passenger turned to look at her car. The tartan regalia was gone, the hair tied back in a neat ponytail, but the eyes of the Jacobite warrior were the same uncompromising blue. The crowd of protesters spilled round the corner of her hotel and onto 3rd Street. The driver must have spotted the placards before Rona because he was already making a left swerve in front of the oncoming traffic and trying to head back up Santa Monica Boulevard. The power of the limo was of little use in the sudden rush to move in the other direction. The driver turned to Rona. "You'd better get out." "What?" He had stopped trying to merge into the stubborn stream of traffic that led from the demonstration and had pulled onto the pavement instead. "You'll be safer out of the car, ma'am." Vehicle after vehicle had stopped at the sight of the protesters and was turning away, trying to escape up the boulevard or down the side streets. They weren't having any luck either. "Those people," he gestured behind them, "are pro-lifers and they know this car." He was right. A girl with long red hair was already pointing in their direction and screaming with delight. A boy joined her, the words "genetic pigs" jumping above his head as he ran. The driver's expression was no longer impassive. "Please, ma'am." "What about you?" "They don't care about me," he told her. "It's delegates they're after." He sprung the door for her and the noise and heat flooded in. "Are you sure?" He nodded and moved into drive. As the limo jumped forward, a placard flew against the far side. "Go!" She did. The bookshop was 6 steps away across the sidewalk. Rona made it in too. About 20 protesters were running through the stationary traffic, ignoring the honking horns, jumping over bonnets. They reached the driver's side as Rona flung open the door of the shop. The girl at the counter was already on the 911 call. The protesters couldn't see the driver, but they knew he was there. The big engine was purring away, ready to go, given half a chance. It wasn't going to get it. 2 protesters jumped on the roof, 2 on the bonnet. A girl arrived with a plastic container and passed it to a guy on the bonnet. Red stuff flew at the windscreen, slithering down, a mess of entrails and blood. They were wrenching at the door handles now, but the limo didn't like unwelcome visitors and it sure as hell wasn't going to open against its will. The windscreen wipers flew at the blood, whipping it back in the faces of the protesters before someone snapped them off and flung them into the crowd. Now they were hammering at the windows. Rona stood in the middle of the bookstore crowd and watched in fascination as the limo began to rock to and fro. Then they heard loudspeakers and the noise of police helicopters. Some of the crowd looked up, shouting abuse at the sky. A line of riot police was moving towards the protesters from the direction of Rona's hotel. But the driver wasn't waiting for the police. The sidewalk was clear of pedestrians and the limo took it, moving from 0 to 40 in seconds. The bodies on the roof were the first to go. The girl on the bonnet hung on longer, but the limo was on its way. Rona almost cheered with relief. "Hey!" The girl on the counter was talking to her. "Someone might have seen you come in." She pointed to the back of the shop. "There's a fire escape over there." Rona thanked her and pushed her way through the gaping crowd, opened the fire door and looked out. Everything was quiet. She exited and headed for the daylight at the end of the dark alleyway. Genetic pigs. Jesus. The whole thing was ridiculous. Rona was used to stalkers and criminals who blamed her for putting them away, but she had never before been targeted by people who advocated life over death. Chapter 10. Chrissy held D.I. Wilson's gaze, her sharp eyes unwavering. They could say what they liked about Glasgow hard men, Glasgow hard women were much worse. Okay, he conceded. As far as I know, the mod have the foot in the samples. Why? That, I don't know. It looked like the truth, but Chrissy wasn't one to give in easily. A number of people have come forward to be tested in case the body is a missing relative. Chrissy waited. Dr. McLeod instructed me to test their DNA. Still no answer. I've been told to wait, she said. Why? Bill shook his head. Orders from above. That was just the answer to really piss Chrissy off. "Who is this missing body?" she asked. "I don't know. Must be somebody special to have the mod pinching his foot." Silence. "Christ, Bill. You know how Rona hates the cloak and dagger stuff. Look, Chrissy, I don't know any more than you about it." Chrissy could tell she was wasting her time. Bill Wilson had the look of man turned mule. "Never mind," she said. "Rona touches down at 2 o'clock. You can tell her that yourself." The lab phone ended the conversation, not that it was going anywhere anyway. Chrissy lifted the receiver sharply and briskly interrogated the caller, her flushed face paling and then reddening again as she listened. "Seems whoever this guy is, he's anxious to get back on dry land," she said. "What?" "Your office." She held out the receiver. A skywoman out walking her dog on Rig Beach found a hand in a rock pool. As the plane made its last sweep over Ayrshire, Rona forced herself to view Scotland from above. After the vastness of California, the smallness of her homeland seemed a pleasure. We houses, we roads, we fields. We, solid, dependable. And cold. Already her fellow passengers were pulling on jumpers and jackets. Rona joined them. She never thought she would be pleased to be cold again. She closed her eyes as they touched down and said a silent prayer to whatever deity was listening. When she pulled her briefcase from the rack, it still held the undelivered academic paper. Not wholly undelivered. Locked in secrecy in a small hotel in the Californian mountains, she and the other delegates had talked to one another behind closed doors. The Californian state authorities were not anxious for another demonstration of the size of the one against the World Trade Organization in Seattle. The U.S. might be happy to talk all things genetic, including genetic bombs and cloning, they just didn't want to do it in public anymore. Rona thought about the flattened bed, then decided against it. "Who's been sleeping in my bed?" was the phrase that made up her mind. A driver was waiting for her in the arrivals lounge, a big sign with Dr. McLeod on it in front of his chest. Rona had told Chrissy she would touch down at 2 o'clock. A good following wind had landed them early. She found her mobile at the bottom of her bag and rang the lab. Even the sound of the ring made her feel at home. "Chrissy," she said. "I'm on my way." "Hey, you're early. There'll be no one there to pick you up yet." "There is. Old George on the door was organizing it. He's missed you." "Nice to know someone has." Rona asked the driver to take a run past the jazz club. It wasn't exactly on the way and he didn't look that keen, but Rona insisted. If Esther was still singing the blues, that meant Sean was still screwing her. If he ever was, a small voice suggested. Rona ignored it. The club was in darkness. Not the darkness of 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The darkness of closed until further notice. "Stop the car," she told the driver. "But..." "I said stop the car." They pulled in behind what was definitely a CID car. Across the entrance hung the familiar yellow tape signaling an incident. Rona ignored the protestations of the driver and dipped under the tape. Just inside the door, the constable on duty recognized her and looked embarrassed. Before he could answer her questions, a face appeared at the top of the stairs. It was the last face Rona wanted to see. Dr. McLeod. "Nice to have you back." Detective Sergeant Dominic O'Brien was lying, of course, although you would never have guessed it from the smooth smile and bright eyes. "What's going on here?" Rona asked, already knowing the answer. If O'Brien was here, drugs was the word. "A drugs bust," he said, the smile never leaving his face. "Seems the owner of this little establishment's been partying a bit too hard." He waited for Rona to say something. She didn't, so he went on. "We got a tip-off that drugs were being dealt on the premises. We followed it up and found a young woman out of her mind in the toilets, along with a quantity of amphetamine powder and ecstasy tablets." Rona willed her face immobile. O'Brien was disappointed. Heavy news like that shouldn't go unmarked. So, he paused, saving the best bit for the end. We brought Mr. Sean McGuire in for questioning and found our man has more talents than playing the saxophone. Our man. Bastard. Ever since Rona had turned down O'Brien's drunken prick at a police ball, he'd been anxious to show her just the sort of a man she'd missed out on. Rona kept her face impassive to piss him off. It worked. O'Brien was running out of sarcasm. The place is shut until further notice, he said. The girl? Rona said. What? What happened to the girl? Ah, Sergeant O'Brien was losing interest. They took her to the local psycho ward. Rona got back in the car. She was so busy seething at this latest development, she missed the fact they were on the wrong road. When she did, she banged on the glass partition and demanded to know what the hell was going on. The driver didn't answer. They were coming up West George Street. For a moment Rona thought she was being taken to Strathclyde Police Headquarters in Pitt Street, but the car didn't take a left. It kept on up the hill to Blytheswood Square, where it drew up outside number 5. Rona recognized the rounded arch. The building wasn't open to the public, but people came to view the Charles Rennie Mackintosh door. The driver never got a chance to press the brass doorbell. The door was opened immediately by a man in a formal black suit and tie. He ushered her inside. The hall was paneled in polished wood, the floor a chessboard black and white marble. She followed him through a set of double doors into a room lit by long windows that looked out over the green of the central square. A suave man in his mid-50s stood beside an imposing fireplace. His hair was iron gray, his eyes intelligent and appraising. He came towards her, hand outstretched. Dr. McLeod, he said, thank you for coming. I didn't come by choice. I came because the driver brought me. I apologize for that. It was necessary to speak with you as soon as you got back from America. Who are you? My name is Andrew Phillips. I'm with the Ministry of Defense. He headed for the drinks cabinet. Can I offer you a drink? Whiskey? He poured some into a cut crystal glass and gave it to her. We've called you here. Is that the royal we? He smiled, but she caught the irritation in his eyes. The mod has an interest in a case you've been working on. He looked at her as if she might comment. Rona decided to let her brain work and keep her mouth shut. The suit would have to do all the talking. The foot you sampled? He took a mouthful of his own whiskey. We have reason to believe it may have come from someone. Dr. Fitzgerald Macaulay. She never expected him to be thrown. A raised eyebrow perhaps, nothing more. How wrong she was. Even people like him had hearts, because she could see the pulse from his beating rather quickly below his right eye. The polished voice became more clipped. I must ask you, Dr. McLeod, what it is you know about Dr. Macaulay. It was too late to backtrack now. She tried to look nonchalant. His name came up at the conference in relation to genetic engineering. She paused, choosing her words carefully. Rumor has it he came to this country, gave up his work and disappeared. She was running out of ideas. It was a poor attempt at a joke after that, she apologized. Phillips looked mollified, but only slightly. A Dr. Macaulay did come here from America some years ago to work for us. She finished his sentence again. At Porton Down. Yes. However, Dr. Macaulay left our employ soon after arriving, through ill health. His lip curled in distaste. We lost touch with him for a variety of reasons. Incompetence being one of them? The polite mask was slipping. Behind it was something rather different. Look, she explained, I just arrived back from Los Angeles. My head feels as though I've been traveling the wrong way round the world for 12 hours, so I probably have jet lag. Could you just tell me why I'm here? She had to sit down. Her legs felt like water. She made for the nearest chair. Dr. McLeod. Her name, Rona decided, seemed to be acquiring a threadbare status. Either that, or she was going deaf. Philip's mouth was moving, but she had no idea what he was saying. She wondered for a moment if this was a dream. She decided she didn't care anyway. In fact, she felt positively relaxed about it all, even when she felt the cold splash of whiskey on her legs and heard the crystal smash on the fancy marble floor. Chapter 11. Spike had been at the corner when he spotted the police car and ambulance parked outside the jazz club. The ambulance could be for anybody, he told himself. One of the old cleaning women had probably had a heart attack. Or with a bit of luck, that bastard of a doorman that hadn't let him in to watch Esther sing. But the ambulance wasn't there for either of them. Spike knew it wasn't. He pushed the sleeping baby towards the club, ignoring the drumming of his heart and the sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. Two medics were emerging from the entrance. Between them, Esther stumbled forward, her face confused and distraught. One of the medics was telling her to get in the back of the ambulance, everything would be all right, she mustn't worry. A howl of fear jammed itself in Spike's throat and he stopped dead, even though the ambulance doors were swinging shut and Esther was disappearing inside. A lorry thundered past, waking up the baby. It started yelling. Spike shushed it, his brain trying desperately to engage, to think of something that would stop the ambulance taking Esther away, knowing it was already too late. The van doors were shut by the time Spike's voice escaped his clenched throat. Esther! He started to run and the baby's cry suddenly changed to glee, as the buggy jumped the cracks in the pavement, bouncing up and down. The ambulance was forcing its way into the line of traffic, light flashing. Fuck! The man coming out of the entrance jumped back to avoid the buggy, landing heavily on the toes of the policeman who was just behind him. Spike remembered this guy, smiling down at him from the stage, the cat that got the cream, introducing Esther like he was responsible for her great voice. Well, the bold Sean Maguire didn't look so happy now. What the hell's going on? The policeman forgot his crushed toes and followed Sean's intense stare. Spike didn't like the interest he was getting. He bent over the baby, who had returned to crying, pulled the sobbing bundle from the pram and held it close, shielding his face with the colored hat. He desperately wanted to ask what had happened. Whatever it was, it looked like Maguire was getting the blame. Spike tried not to be too glad about that. With Maguire lifted, he had little chance of finding out where they'd taken Esther. He watched in silence as Maguire was directed into the back of the police car. As luck would have it, the doorman came out as Spike was persuading the baby back into the buggy. A good doorman never forgets a face, especially a troublemaker's face. The doorman remembered Spike. What do you want, son? Where have they taken Esther? The doorman looked at the baby. You could guess what he was thinking. The wean must be the lassie's. The boy was its minder. She went singing to earn the money for dope. Try the local psycho ward, son, he shrugged, that's where they all end up. Spike didn't answer, knowing if Esther was headed for the mental hospital he would have to get her out fast, before they pumped her full of sedatives and sectioned her. Chapter 12. Are you sure your stomach can stand it? I wouldn't want you passing out again. I'm fine, Rona said firmly. Let's take a look. What, now? Chrissy looked puzzled. Why not? Well, I thought. Chrissy, short of words, was a sight to behold. You thought what? Rona knew what she was going to say, but she would let her say it all the same. Chrissy said, I thought you would want to talk to Sean first. Sean can wait. Rona didn't want to think about Sean at this moment, or what had happened at the club. She would have to deal with that later. After she'd recovered from her faint, Phillips had told her that the investigation surrounding the foot was being taken over by the mod and she was not to discuss the matter any further. Rona reminded him that this was Scotland and under Scots law, the procurator fiscal for the area decided whether a crime had been committed and instructed the police to investigate. Phillips quoted the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2005. Rona shut up at this point. Whoever the foot belonged to, it looked like a potential embarrassment to the mod. She arrived at the lab full of righteous indignation, which Chrissy fueled even further with the story of the removed foot and samples. Bill says he can do nothing. Sissons won't talk about it, and I wasn't allowed to process DNA samples from the possible relatives. The foot didn't come from a fisherman. But I thought if the mod was worried about a submarine. I suspect that's not the issue anymore. They're worried about something else. Who do they think it is? Rona shook her head. Phillips started quoting the Anti-Terrorism Act. Bloody hell. They both considered the implication of that. Chrissy's face took on a wry look. They don't know we have the hand. The vision of Philip's face when he heard that she had the hand before he did almost made up for Rona's irritation. She reached for her lab coat and pulled it on over her travel suit and whiskey-splashed legs. You smell like a drunk, Chrissy told her. Always the kind word. The two women looked at one another, silently acknowledging their pleasure at seeing each other. Okay, you'd better show me where you hid it. Chrissy, Rona had to admit, had been pretty devious. In fact, Chrissy and Bill Wilson were looking like the perfect criminal team. They always said when the good went bad, they were very good at it. The hand was stashed in a back room behind the main lab. Chrissy had pinched, or borrowed, a wee fridge from somewhere, and the hand was resting on the middle shelf. Rona pulled on her gloves and took it out, trying not to think of disintegrating boiled chicken. We can get it down to pathology as soon as we've sampled, Chrissy said with a worried face. Of course. It was just as well she had known nothing of the hand when she was interviewed, or interrogated, by the smarmy Phillips. It was enough that she revealed she'd heard of Dr. Macaulay. That in itself had taken some explaining. Fainting and breaking his crystal glass had helped, although she wasn't totally convinced Phillips hadn't put some truth drug in her drink. One thing was sure, Rona hadn't mentioned Andre's name. A body decomposes in air twice as quickly as it does in water. The left hand had been in water about the same length of time as the foot. The information from Bill was that the woman had thrown a stick for her dog and it had not returned with it. Instead, it had stood among the rocks and barked until she came for a look. It could have been worse. The dog might have retrieved the hand, tossing the decomposing tissues in the air. This way it was still in one piece. How long before the mod finds out? Bill thinks you've got 24 hours. They established a crime scene. Appointed a crime scene manager. Went through the usual procedures. The hand wasn't necessarily linked to the foot, but people on Sky are angry about the missing fishermen. They think bits of their bodies are floating about. The local constabulary contacted Bill directly. 24 hours was long enough for her to process the hand. If it had grabbed at something before the body hit the water, there could be fragments below the nails. Rope, fiber, wood splinters, paint from the rails, polish from a deck, maybe hair or skin from an assailant. During her time in California, Rona had learned that the disappearance of Dr. Fitzgerald Macaulay was a thorn in the side of both the American and British governments. Saying his name during her interview with Phillips had been foolish. But better to come out with the truth. Wasn't that what Scots were good at? Saying it as it was and watching the fallout? Phillips' reaction had convinced her that she was right. They were looking for Macaulay. The foot might not be his. But they were going to make sure. There was no way that Rona would be able to prove the hand was Macaulay's, since she would not be allowed access to his DNA profile, even if the mod had one. Fingerprints might be the answer, although it would take time to remove the fragile flakes of skin from the tips of the digits and stabilize them sufficiently to allow prints to be taken. But what if there was a record somewhere on the hand's owner? It was worth a try. Rig Beach was on the east coast of Skye, looking over Rosse Sound. It seemed likely the hand and foot belonged together. 3 hours later, Rona had the nylon membrane with the invisible blotted DNA ready for incubation overnight. The dissolving nails had revealed a hair, definitely human. It might belong to an assailant. She almost whooped for joy when she found both microscopic fragments of metal and some fibers. The samples of metal fragments from the foot had been removed from the lab before they were properly examined. Her slides of the rope fibers found on it had also been removed. Even if she took a DNA sample from the hand, she couldn't compare it to the foot. So whatever she did now wouldn't confirm that they belonged to the same person. But at least she could try and find out how the hand had become separated from the body. The fibers could be from a fisherman's net. Then again, they could be from a rope used to tie a body to the seabed. Trawl nets were mostly high-density polyethylene. Her examination revealed that the fibers from the wound weren't from fishing net. They were manila, a natural fiber still used for mooring and anchor lines. You had to whip or tape the ends to keep them from unraveling. Manila had a minimum of stretch and was very strong, but it also shrank when wet and rotted. As a tied body decomposed, could the action of the sea and a rope be enough to break it up? Rona recorded her results, then got cleaned up and headed for her laptop, trying to ignore her brain's desire to shut down for a 12-hour sleep. The Caledonian MacBrain website told her what she wanted to know. A ferry left Skonser on Skye for Rosse every hour Monday to Saturday. It took 15 minutes to cross Rosse Sound. If the body had worked its way free from a sunken boat, then the propeller of the ferry or a yacht could have mangled it and sent the bits on their separate ways. Some research on a propeller company website gave her the information she needed. A propeller of a ferry or similar-sized fishing boat would likely be a mix of bronze and nickel. Bronze was an alloy of copper and tin. It was strong, durable, and easily workable, hot or cold. If the tiny particles were of a similar mix, that would suggest a propeller had cut up the body, and not a machete or samurai sword. Chemical analysis would confirm the constituents of the metal, but it wouldn't tell whether someone had been murdered. A propeller was a better weapon than a machete, with its knife-like blades rotating 4,000 times per minute. The fisherman trawled a foot instead of fish. The rig woman got a hand instead of her dog's stick. According to Chrissy, the local police were on the lookout for a torso. The torso could provide a lot more information. Spotting decomposing bodies washed up on idyllic beaches was not exactly what the Scottish Tourist Board had in mind for its visitors. The sooner the remainder of the body was retrieved, the better. The call came through from Dr. Sissons as Rona was abandoning the lab for her beckoning bed. On the way upstairs to his office, she made up her mind to say as little as possible. It didn't matter now if the hand's location was common knowledge. But Dr. Sissons didn't want to talk about the hand. It took 5 minutes of prevarication. He was even forced to ask her about the LA conference, then he got round to it. He gave her an envelope. "What's this?" He waited while she opened it and scanned the contents. Someone had informed the appropriate authorities that she was in a relationship with a suspected drug dealer. There had also been a complaint from the MOD regarding the mishandling of a specimen. She was required to take some leave until both matters have been resolved. She should have known it. O'Brien had been oozing self-satisfaction from the moment he'd spotted her at the door of the jazz club. Her relationship with the jazz club had already been leaked to the press, Dr. Sissons told her. O'Brien had been quick off the mark. Revenge for her turning down his sexual advances. "I'm sure this will be cleared up quickly. I, for one, have the utmost faith in your professionalism, Dr. McLeod." It was unusual to have Sissons on her side. "Thanks. How long?" Rona asked, already knowing the answer. "As long as it takes." It was a revelation to see the usually unflappable Sissons looking both uncomfortable and embarrassed. The kitchen was filled with the half-light of a dwindling day. Some attempt had been made to clear up. The area around the sink was neatly stacked with unwashed dishes. Rona pulled open the fridge and took out the statutory bottle of White kept for emergencies. There was a message flashing on the answerphone. Sean's voice was calm. He would be back by 10. They would talk then. Rona took the wine bottle and glass to the bedroom. The room was the same as she'd left it what seemed like a century before. The saxophone was in the corner on its stand. Rona picked up a shirt and hung it over the back of the chair. Below it lay a piece of paper. She unfolded it. It was a song sheet. The music had been scribbled by hand. Below were words, scored out and rewritten many times. There's something inside me. A feeling so strong. No shadow can darken. It's here I belong. Dark clouds may gather. Rain start to fall. But I'll be here. When words try to hurt me. Lost dreams fill my mind. A vision of darkness I left far behind. It was titled Esther's Song. Rona took a mouthful of wine and stripped and slid between the sheets, trying not to think who might have been there during her absence. But the bed smelled only of Sean. Rona pulled the duvet close. Cocooned in its feathers, she drifted off and dreamed she was drowning in a shoal of rotting flesh. Chapter 13. The hospital was a half-dozen buildings spread out among the trees and busy car parks. An old guy with slack lips shuffled across the road to meet Spike and stare into the buggy without speaking. Spike had stopped at the Chippy and bought the baby a sausage. It was holding on to it, gnawing the end intermittently with the concentration of the half-starved. Spike pushed the pram past the guy and headed for the sign showing the various wards. The guard on the gate had told him Ward 16 was the most likely. Anyone brought in on an emergency would end up there until the doctor on duty had seen them. She a relative of yours, son? Spike nodded. My sister, he rehearsed, knowing a ward doctor would not be so easily fooled. Ward 16 was a 4-story affair with an automatic door. Just inside, a pretend conservatory contained 3 people smoking like it was their last fag. The floor at their feet was littered with dog ends. Nobody looked up as Spike walked past. He took the lift to the 3rd floor. A charge nurse asked his name and tickled the child under the chin. Spike took a chance that they had extracted Esther's name from her and added his own to the front. The charge nurse smiled and took him down the corridor. Esther was in a single room, lying staring up at the ceiling. Spike left the baby at the door and went in. Hey! Hey! She lifted her head and swung her feet over the side of the bed. Spike went over and put his arms about her, breathing in the softness of her hair. You okay? She nodded. Her eyes were heavy, but they were focusing on him and not on the voices. We've got to get you out of here. The kid was gurgling from the corridor. Spike pulled the pram inside and Esther smiled at the mad hat and the half-eaten sausage. I'm sorry, she said. What for? Spike couldn't look at her. Instead he pulled her jacket out of the cupboard and helped her put it on. I'm going to tell them the baby's yours. Okay, Dot. She looked puzzled. We're going to walk him round the grounds for 10 minutes, then I've told them I'll bring you back. She seemed scared, so he explained. There's a taxi rank on the main road. We'll get one to the bus station. We'll go away for a couple of days, until this blows over. What about the baby? He's coming with us. She was frightened again. Spike, we can't take him, she whispered. He told her what he'd found. I'm not leaving him with those bastards. The charge nurse made him sign a form and put an address on it. The doctor would be round at 6 and he had to have Esther back by then. Spike agreed to everything. They walked past the conservatory with no plants. The 3 residents were still at it, their pile of doggins the only thing growing in there. Esther pushed the pram. I've stashed some gear at the bus station in a locker, Spike said. Esther nodded and bounced the buggy over a crack in the pavement. The pom-pom on his colored hat bobbed wildly as the little boy gurgled with pleasure. Spike stared out as Glasgow dropped behind them and the scrubby verges got greener. The bus was half full. A woman across from him was talking quietly in Gaelic to her husband. Spike tried not to listen, but her words dropped into his ears like the soft rush of water on the shore. A sudden pain gripped his chest. Christ, he must be mad heading north. What the hell was he thinking of? He looked round, sure that Esther would hear the pounding of his heart, but she was asleep and dreaming, her eyes moving behind the gray sockets. He took her hand and she gave a little sigh and dropped her head on his shoulder. Spike didn't like looking at his hands. Didn't like thinking what they had done. Didn't like the way they reminded him of what he was. He slid his hand from Esther's. Outside the dark was stealing the day. Spike wiped a dribble from the baby's chin, then slipped his hand in his pocket. Chapter 14. The shoreline was long, a million years of seashells ground into soft white sand. The right foot, helped by the wash of a western wind, sailed in with the tide and came to rest halfway up the beach. A crab, scuttling eastwards, found the jagged opening above the ankle bone and crawled inside. Rona looked down. In the dark it was difficult to see, but there was definitely one of them on her right breast. The body was white, elliptical, like a small hard insect shell. She screamed and flicked at it, sending it scuttling into the darkness. It was then she spotted the others, a myriad of them, like eyes in a black night. She stood up and tried to run towards the daylight, but rotting arms snaked her legs, tripping her up, landing her face down in soft white swollen flesh. The alarm dragged her mind towards the day. At the same time the buzzers sounded, 3 short insistent drones. Rona sat up, examining her right breast, knowing there was nothing there but checking all the same. She killed the alarm and pulled on her dressing gown. There was no need to hurry, whoever was at the buzzer was not giving up. Already the button was marking the next 3-beat bar. Rona snatched the handset off its cradle. All right. Bill's voice was half drowned by other voices. Are you going to let me in? When she opened the door, his face was gray in the watery light of the stairwell. Press vultures are out in force. Rona stood back and let him in. In the few minutes she had waited for him to climb the stairs, she had forced her brain into wakefulness and realized how alone she was. Sean had not come home, at 10 o'clock or any other time. Where's Sean? Bill said. You tell me. Bill Wilson looked old, like a newspaper caught in the rain. Bloody hell, he said. They were in the sitting room. Rona sat down, legs drifting from under her. Should I be worried? Bill was still standing. A bad sign. There was a phone call from the hospital, he said. The girl picked up and the drugs raid was removed last night by someone claiming to be her brother. The mugs of coffee sat between them on the kitchen table. Bill's had grown a white skin waiting for him to drink it. Rona already knew it wasn't Sean who had removed Esther from the hospital. That had been easy enough to establish. Where the hell was he now, if he had been released from custody at 8 o'clock? I'm sorry, Rona. About what? Rona looked at the weary face marked with the strain of the previous night's events. Your job. She shrugged. Standing up for colleagues against the mob is not in Dr. Sisson's rulebook. He tried all the same. She looked across the table. What about Sean? O'Brien says he got an anonymous tip-off. He had no option but to check it out. A female operative found the girl GAGA in the toilets. A quantity of amphetamine powder and ecstasy tablets were found in there with her. That doesn't mean Sean was supplying. No. But it looks like it. Rona studied her coffee. Esther could be a witness. Bill nodded. And she's gone. He pulled the morning newspaper from the inside pocket of his coat and spread it out on the table for her to read. The London-owned Scottish tabloid was having fun, running the line of Scots junkies living off the UK Treasury, but this time with the help of a government servant's live-in lover. Forensic science was having a bad morning. She paused. O'Brien could be lying. Why would he lie? Hell hath no fury like a man scorned? Bill knew the story. O'Brien's a fool. But he's not bent. Bill was right. If there had been stuff at the club, O'Brien wasn't the one that put it there. He just enjoyed finding it. By the time Bill left, he had gently warned her not to show any more interest in the drugs bust or in the dismembered body, for both their sakes. His super had been adamant. Sleep off your jet lag, he added. Leave it to me. Rona watched from the landing as he nodded up to her before opening the main door to a gaggle of questions. Between them, she and Bill Wilson had put many men behind bars. It only needed one of them to decide to get even. The dose of caffeine had woken Rona up. She ignored the bed and sat down at her laptop. Chrissy would know all about her fall from grace by now. A Miss Angry letter was bound to be winging its way through cyberspace. There were 2 messages in the inbox. The first subject heading was the name of a jazz song. Rona double-clicked and opened it up. Sorry I didn't come home last night. I wanted to avoid the Evening Post blokes parked on your doorstep. I'm going to ask around, see if I can find out who planted the stuff and why. Esther's gone from the hospital. She'll be with Spike. She's ill, Rona. If you can find her, get her to a doctor. You were right. This electronic stuff's not so bad after all. I'm sorry. Sean. If you can find her, get her to a doctor. The spare room was tidy. Nothing left of its recent occupant except a faint smell of perfume. Rona let her mind work through everything that had happened in the last 24 hours. Below, the convent garden reminded her she had survived another winter. The trees were bright with fresh leaves, and sometime during her sojourn in LA the borders had become a splash of color. Sean wouldn't come back, at least not until he could prove he had nothing to do with the drugs at the club. Staying out of it didn't seem an option, despite Bill's advice. Rona went back to the computer. Chrissy's email was short and steeped in anger. She promised to keep Rona informed about what was happening at the lab. She would call round soon. Rona poured another cup of coffee and dropped onto the sofa. Okay. There was plenty she could do. There was another article to write, requested by an American biomedical journal. And she would have to speak to Lynn Franklin, although whether Regine would wish to recruit a suspected drug dealer's girlfriend was another matter. And there was Andre. According to Andre, Dr. Fitzgerald Macaulay had moved to Britain in the 1980s, working at Porton Down. At what? Rona had asked him. At the time, most countries viewed biological weapons as limited to non-specific targeting, Andre said. And they wanted something more efficient? He nodded. Macaulay was good. Better than good. He was already thinking gene-specific viruses. He just didn't know how to do it then. And now? Andre did not have to spell it out to her. How FBI crime labs, like their British counterparts, had routinely stumbled on genetic markers specific to blacks, whites, Hispanics, and Native Americans. There was a genetic marker present in the DNA of Palestinian Arabs distinguishing them from Israeli Jews. And Macaulay, she said. He disappeared at what was essentially the peak of his career, and the peak of his interest to the British government. Rona could hardly believe it, and no one knew where he went? They thought the Soviet Union at first, but that was never a possibility. Macaulay was as right-wing as they come. Believed in American capitalism and the right to bear arms. No wonder Mrs. Thatcher wanted him here, but... Rona was avoiding asking Andre how he knew all this and why the interest anyway. But Andre didn't need the question. Dr. Fitzgerald Macaulay was my father. Rona still remembered her reaction. The open mouth, the puzzled face, and then the stupid remark, "But your name is Frith." My mother's name. They never married. Andre went on, ignoring the look on her face. A letter was posted in Rase. It said he was coming back to the States. He never arrived. I came to look for him. No one in Rase knew him. They said the only Americans were the tourists. He paused. Maybe he was a tourist. Maybe he visited the island like me and posted the letter from there. Rona still couldn't see the connection with the foot she'd examined. There's one way I would know if the foot belonged to my father. He had a tattoo on his ankle. The sign that showed he belonged to the clan. Rona's heart went cold. The clan? The clan of the men of the West. Rialba. The wise move then would have been to tell Andre the truth. The foot did have a tattoo, in fact she'd just received the digital image of it. But she didn't. Instead she told him the foot she'd examined had been badly decomposed. There was no obvious tattoo. Then she suggested Andre contact the British government and tell them what he had told her. Even now, Rona wasn't sure why she hadn't told Andre about the tattoo. Okay, so she never discussed cases outside the lab, but the police wanted to identify the foot. If it was his father, Andre had a right to know. Maybe the real reason she didn't tell him was because she didn't trust him. Rona repacked her case before she went to bed, piling the dirty washing on the kitchen floor. The Rough Guide to Scotland offered her various possibilities. Rase House was an outdoor center, which also did bed and breakfast. There was the Rase Hotel, or there was Mrs. McMurdo at the post office. Chapter 15. Esther was smiling. The baby smiled back at her, making Spike wonder at the power of a full stomach. The pinched look was gone from his wee face. The stolen fleecy jacket bunched up around his red cheeks as Esther threw the wee one up and caught him again. Their laughter was a better tonic than the oxygen-filled air and the dark serrated edge of the Quilin over the water behind them. Spike had spent the morning scouring the shops for what they needed, leaving Esther to drink tea and eat scones in a tourist cafe. Now he was ready, the backpack stuffed with nappies and baby food. He had already decided not to hitch a lift to the dinghy. Once they were out of the more touristy places, people would ask questions. Ready? Of course we're ready. Esther met the baby nose to nose and kissed him. Spike lifted him into the carrier and slipped it onto his back. Let's go, then. They took the coast road out of town, keeping the sea on their left. Now that they were here, the apprehension that had invaded Spike on the bus had gone. Whatever happened, he would rather it happened here. After a mile he cut inland, letting the water drop behind them. Esther climbed quietly behind him. Every so often Spike stopped and turned, but Esther's eyes were clear and bright. They reached the dinghy 2 hours later. Spike had felt the baby fall asleep, the weight of the backpack suddenly changing. He stopped when they reached the headland, eased the straps from his shoulders and laid the baby like a papoose on the grass. Wait here, he told Esther. The pebble beach was hidden beneath a thick overhang of broom, but Spike knew the dinghy's whereabouts by the single standing stone. Spring sunshine had forced the broom into flower, and as Spike pushed his way through, the heady scent of coconut filled his nostrils. The sailing dinghy was where he had left it, pulled into a shallow cave under the overhang. Standing in the entrance, Spike waited for the nausea of remembering, but there was nothing but the scent of salt water. At the back of the cave, the bundle of clothes had dried in stiff folds. Spike shook them out and laid them on the ground. The tins of food stood undisturbed. He pulled his army knife from his pocket and sliced the circle of the lid. He didn't want to light a fire until they were at the Black House. Esther would have to dine on cold beans and corned beef. When he emerged, Esther had the baby bear arsed on the grass, its wee legs kicking for the sky. Spike handed her a plastic plate with the sliced beef and cold beans. A picnic, she said. She propped the baby up against her legs and fed it a mashed mouthful before she started to eat. Duncan, she said. What, Dot? I'm going to call him Duncan. She swooped the spoon down from a great height. Duncan! Duncan! His wee mouth spread like a hatchling's. Spike pointed across the water. That mountain is called Duncan. Esther laughed. See? I knew that was his name. Spike had never heard the baby's real name. It was his name. It or the ween. Something to put outside the door when the Flintstones were humping or shooting up. The thing, that's what his father had called Callum. The thing, as if Callum had no heart and no soul. Spike got up and lifted the empty plates. A splutter of water seeped from the ground nearby, trying to find its way to the open sea. He rinsed the plates, wiped them with moss and shoved them in the backpack. The sky above them was clear, but that could change very quickly. Time for a sail, he called to Esther. Hope you don't get seasick. Chapter 16. Glasgow dropped behind her like a cloud. Rona slipped a CD in the drive and let the music envelop her escape. She took the Loch Lomond Road at a steady pace, the beauty of the loch reminding her there was more to life than overtaking. Sean had not called by the time she left and she had no idea where he was. She hadn't spoken to Chrissy either. Chrissy didn't need to be implicated in any of this if things turned out for the worse. Rona tapped out the swift fiddle music on the steering wheel, then indulged in a bout of nostalgia as Duncan Chisholm's strings slowed to match the ripples of the wind on the loch. This was what the American diaspora craved. A sense of belonging to a past time and place. A landscape that created the soul and played it in bittersweet tunes your whole life long. The further north she went, the more the essence of the city fell away from her. She was going home. A home that no longer held her and hers. A home long forsaken but still there, its contours etched deep in her heart. Loch Lomond gave way to Glenfalloch, Crianlarich and then Rannoch Moor. Today the sun was shining on Glencoe. It was not a place full of the sorrow of its tragic history but a place of tourists seeking the hot blood of Highland conflict to make sense of their present. Rona stopped at the visitor center and, as she drank a coffee, tried to imagine what Andre the American had made of it all. Despite her cynicism, the atmosphere of Glencoe moved in on her like the Campbells on the McDonald's. She was glad to leave the Valley of Weeping and descend towards Fort William, which was full of early tourists and rural weekenders eager for retail therapy. 47 miles later, she skirted Morar Sands and emerged in Malloch. The ferry was in port, cars unloading in a steady stream onto the quay. Rona headed for the coffee pot, an attempt to bring Café Society to downtown Malloch. 7 sailings a day, the girl who brought her order told her. Malloch to Armadale, the scenic route to Skye. Rona knew that already, but she didn't want to spoil the girl's enthusiasm for talking to tourists, so she thanked her with a smile. Before she left the cafe, she tried the mobile, which worked perfectly. She hadn't expected a connection. Chrissy answered almost immediately. Where are you? I've been phoning the flat all day. Rona wasn't willing to say, even to Chrissy. I couldn't stay in the flat. Silence. Sissons is walking about with a bad smell under his nose, Chrissy said. More dead bodies than he can handle? Just another foot, washed up on a nice clean white beach in the Inner Hebrides. I'm off the case, Chrissy. Like hell you are. There was a noise that meant someone had come into the lab. Chrissy obviously didn't want to speak in their presence. Thanks, that will be fine, she said, and hung up. Rona wished she could have asked about the results of the tests on the hand. Wished she knew whether the hand and foot were a match. Wished Sean had not fucked up so badly. Wished she was back in her lab. The small owls peeped at her out of the mist halfway across the sound of sleet. Rum, canna, Ig and muck. Hard to forget names in a hard to forget landscape. Over the sea to Skye. If only she had £1 for every time that song in memory of Bonnie Prince Charlie had been sung, she could retire. As the ferry docked at Armadale Pier, Rona had to admit why she had come the scenic route. If she had gone further north and crossed by the bridge, she would have had to make a conscious decision to go to the south of the island to look at the cottage. It was better this way. Driving past, knowing she could stop if she wanted to. She had not set foot on the island since her father's funeral. Even now, 2 years later, she sometimes had to stop herself from dialing the number. After all, dead men don't answer the phone. Rona pulled off the road and found the path that skirted the hill and led down to the beach. She had intended to rush past the cottage, head for Broadford and stay the night there. Now it didn't seem so difficult to see it. Maybe she could stay nearby after all. The path to the beach was well trodden and the front door of the house and the boat shed had been painted a bright saltire blue. Rona was suddenly glad she had agreed to rent the cottage to Sabal Mor Asteg, the Gaelic college, for one of its teachers. Whoever had moved in was taking care of the place. A young man came out of the boat shed, whistling. He didn't see Rona at first and stopped to gaze over the water to Knoydart. Rona followed his gaze. The view from Arian Chill across to Knoydart has been described as the most stirring in the world, he said, acknowledging her presence. That's what they told me when I applied for the job at the college. His voice was low but definitely North Atlantic. To be truthful, it was probably why I took it. Rona did a quick calculation and came up with Cape Breton. The Gaelic College had strong links with a similar establishment in Cape Breton. Exchanges were commonplace. I always thought the view from the cottage was even better than the view from the college. You know the cottage? He looked round at it affectionately. I know it well. I lived here once. Then you'd better come inside and have a coffee. The last time Rona had stepped through the doorway, she had been clearing the cottage of her father's things. It had taken her a year after his death to do that. She had carted everything to Glasgow, given his clothes to a charity shop and stacked her shelves with his books. Now the shelves in the living room were filled with books again. Rona ran an eye over the Gaelic titles. The young man brought her a mug of coffee from the kitchen and waved her to a seat beside the newly lit fire. He had made the room his own, but the old comfort was still there. I'm Norman MacLeod, he told her, from St. Anne's Bay, Cape Breton Island. Rona MacLeod, sometimes Skye, now Glasgow. They shook hands, laughing at the coincidence of their shared name. How long have you been here? Since September. They talked about the Gaelic College and the resurgence in the language and culture of the Gaels. Her host was almost evangelical in his enthusiasm for the language. As she left, he recommended a new B&B 5 miles further on. Rona had already made up her mind to head for Broadford, but let him go back to his desk to collect the leaflet anyway. She turned back when she reached the car. Norman MacLeod had followed her progress and was giving her a last wave as she climbed in and drove off. When she reached Broadford, Rona drove straight through and headed on to catch the ferry at Sconser. She phoned the Rosse post office from the ferry terminal and asked if there was a room free. Mrs. McMurdo sounded surprised and delighted to get a visitor so early in the season. The crossing took 15 minutes. Rona left her car and went up on deck to take in the view. Rosse House, Tamor and Teeleen, the big house on the island, stood in the southwest corner, May sunshine washing its gracious facade with a golden light. On the slope of lush green grass that led to Rosse Sound, distant figures ran about as if in a game. Andre had reminded her of its story. When the Rosse MacLeods chose to support the Jacobite cause, government troops burned down all homes on the island, including Rosse House, then set about raping the women and murdering the men. It didn't stop the local people smuggling Prince Charles Edward Stuart onto the island and off again in his search for a way back to France. Americans have a romantic view of Scottish history, she had retorted. And you don't? It was hard not to, once you were here. Rona waited in the car for her turn to drive up the ramp. She'd returned to the islands every time a major change happened in her life. Maybe that was part of the reason she was here now. Instead of turning left for the village, she pulled into the ferry car park and fished out a card. She texted Dr. Lynn Franklin that, if the offer of a job still stood, she was open to discussion. Chapter 17. They had been lucky to get this far unnoticed. Spike looked up at the towering cliffs and tried to remember exactly where he had landed the dinghy the last time he had been here. He had escaped for a weekend's fishing. Anything to get away from the rising tide of his father's frustration and anger. Callum was ill again. While his mother walked the floor with his baby brother, his father cursed the genes that had given him such a sickly child. The sun was sinking rapidly now and a snare of panic caught at Spike. He ignored it and pulled the rope towards him, curving the dinghy into the wind. The pebbled strip of shore hung under the cliffs. When he felt the bump as the rudder scraped bottom, he slipped over the side into the water thick with seaweed, so brutally cold he gasped. Esther looked wan, but she rallied as he began to pull ashore. She laid Duncan in the stern and plopped over the side to help him. The cliffs cut out the dying rays of the sun and Spike saw, despite her encouraging smile, that her lips were blue. They pulled the dinghy as far under the cliffs as they could, then Esther lifted up the silent child and kissed his startled face. Spike hoisted the bags on his back, conscious of how far they still had to go before they could light a fire and get warm. His hands and arms were aching, a dull rheumatic pain that set his teeth on edge. He looked down at his hands, but they were mere shadows in the fading light. Spike made Esther climb the steep path in front of him, worried she would slip and fall. She was bending to balance the weight of the baby, placing her feet carefully on the uneven surface. When they reached the top, they both fell into the heather and breathed in great gulps of air. It took more than half an hour of walking through the twisted heather stems before they reached the quarry. Whoever wrote songs about marching through heather, thought Spike, had never tried to walk in the stuff. Behind him Esther was humming a tune. It had worked like a lullaby, because Duncan was asleep, his face squashed sideways to her back. They had been climbing since the cliff edge. Head down to negotiate the dull brown knots of heather, Esther had been unaware of what was unfolding around her. Spike waited for her to catch up so that he might watch her when she raised her eyes and took in where she was. The first time he had found this spot, Spike had been almost blinded by anger and fear. He had left the house before he did something stupid. Before he smashed everything in that room. Before he hit the man he called father. Then he reached this place. The setting sun was throwing its last rays at the lock, staining the surface red. Spike watched Esther's delight blossom, knowing how she felt. A sudden lightness filled his heart, stirring him on. "Come on," he said. "Come and see your new home." The black house was surrounded by early grass, a green patch and a sea of brown heather. Once it had been a croft, with a family and animals and crops grown in the run-rink system that still rippled the hill behind. Now only the left-hand section was wind and waterproof. Spike had made it that way on his various visits, and he'd brought food and bedding and fishing gear. At first it had been fun, like camping out. Then it became more serious. He ignored the familiar fear that dogged his memory and went inside. The fire was set in the hearth, although the kindling looked damp. He substituted some windswept heather and drier sticks from the bunch in the corner. When he lit it, the flames shot up in a wild crackle. He boxed the heather in with peats and went looking for Esther. She was sitting outside, watching the last light on the lock as if it would never return. "You okay?" "Yes," she said, and he knew she meant it. Whatever happened now, he didn't want it to happen anywhere else. They stripped off and hung their wet clothes over a line strung between the beams near the fire. Spike pulled out dry clothes from the backpack, but Esther chose to wrap a blanket round herself instead. Duncan was already asleep on a bundle of heather, having gorged his startled face on 2 tins of baby food. Spike suddenly realized he hadn't heard him whinge once since he'd given him to Esther to look after. Having a mother was obviously a novelty he was enjoying. Spike restacked the peats and told Esther he was going outside for more heather for the beds. She nodded, not taking her eyes from the glow of the fire. The lock had descended into blackness, a dark crater under the navy sky. A curlew called to him across the water, a long cry that echoed around the walls of the natural amphitheater. Spike stopped to listen, hearing his own cry and the bird's lonely call. He filled an old creel, killing time before he had to go back into the cottage. He sat down on a rock, glad he couldn't see his hands in the darkness. The marks were getting more noticeable. Like Lady Macbeth, he couldn't rub them off. He laughed suddenly and the echo threw itself back at him, a mocking hyena. Spike. Esther was standing in the doorway, firelight shaping the blanket round her shoulders. He could see her clearly, but she glanced about, seeing nothing in the sudden blackness. "Coming," he said, and lifted the creel. She woke with a cry. Spike was still awake, but the haunting quality of the cry threw him into a panic. Esther's mouth was moving quickly, babbling, answering some voice he couldn't hear. Her eyes were blank, viewing another place. "Hey! It's all right." He crawled towards her. She turned, registering his presence. "They were there again," she said, her voice small like a child's. Spike put his arms about her, wishing he could squeeze the horror from her body. She shuddered and pressed her face against his chest. "Spike! What? Don't leave me." "Never," he said, and meant it. She breathed out against him, a deep sighing breath. When her face tipped up to look at him trustingly, Spike bent and placed his lips gently on hers. When she fell asleep, he slipped his arm from under her head and stood up. In the faint light from the fire, Spike examined the body that had stupidly entered hers. His father had been right. He was an abomination. An abomination that should not be allowed to live and must never reproduce. He crumpled to the floor in front of the dying fire. In the corner, the baby whimpered and a small fist waved in the air. Spike buried his head in his hands and wept. Chapter 18. Rona spread the newspaper open on the bed. The article was front-page news. Police confirmed today that forensic tests on the human body parts caught in a fisherman's nets in Rosyth Sound and on 2 beaches on Skye belonged to a Polish fisherman reported missing from a factory ship. A spokesman for the MOD, who have a presence in the area, said this confirmed the truth of their denial that a British submarine had been involved in a fishing incident in Rosyth Sound. The photograph of Phillips next to the article showed him to be perfectly relaxed about the MOD's version of the truth. For a brief moment Rona contemplated the notion that Phillips might be speaking in good faith. After all, she had told no one officially about the Rialba tattoo, not even Bill Wilson. No. The reaction of Phillips to her announcement of the name Macaulay had been too strong a signal that the Ministry of Defense had another agenda. One she was not party to. Mrs. McMurdo had already delivered tea in a morning paper, fresh from the ferry, and told her breakfast would be ready in 15 minutes. The plate was large and well stocked. No acres of empty white porcelain around a slither of bacon for Mrs. McMurdo's guests. Rona ignored the calorie and cholesterol count and tucked in. If she was planning walking detective work, she would need it. Besides, fresh Highland air made you remember your appetite. Mrs. McMurdo left her to demolish her traditional Scottish breakfast and reappeared with a fresh pot of tea directly Rona placed her knife and fork side by side on her plate. "I'll be busy now with the post office," she said, lifting the plate and encouraging Rona to have more toast. "I never lock the door, so you can come and go as you please." Rona thanked her and said something about a walk. Mrs. McMurdo nodded and asked her where on Skye she was from. Rona wasn't surprised. She hadn't lived on Skye since she was 5 and her father only returned there after he retired, but the closer she got to home the more she suspected her voice echoed its origins. Once her parentage was examined and established, Mrs. McMurdo wished her a fine day and left. Back in her room, Rona mused over her life story as known by Mrs. McMurdo. Her father had been that nice man from Dreesh Cottage, who died 2 years ago. He had only one daughter. She was in the forensic service in Glasgow. Your father was keen on the walking and fishing," Mrs. McMurdo had told her. "We've missed seeing him around here." She paused. "Still, it's nice to finally meet that daughter he talked about so much." Rona tried not to think about the number of times she had planned to come and stay with her father for some fishing and walking and had failed to do so, usually because of work. "You'll be glad you weren't here last week," Mrs. McMurdo went on. "The place was swarming with police from the mainland trying to find the rest of that poor soul's body." She pointed at the newspaper on the chair beside Rona. "Now they're saying it was a Polish fisherman from one of those big factory ships." Mrs. McMurdo did not look convinced. "Of course, with all those tests you do, I'm sure you know more than the likes of me, but..." Her landlady didn't wait for a reply but hurried off to answer the bell from one of her post office customers. Rona was inclined to agree. Unless there was an active branch of Rialba in Poland, the foot had not belonged to a Polish factory fisherman. It might suit the Ma to support such a story, but Rona wasn't in the business of making up identities for dead people. And neither, normally, was D.I. Wilson. One thing was certain. If Dr. Fitzgerald Macaulay had been part of the life of this island or one nearby, Mrs. McMurdo would be the woman to know about it. Before she set off on her walk, Rona checked her computer for emails. There was one from Chrissy, outlining what the official position was on the body parts and did Rona want her to drop the tattoo bombshell, but an email from Sean had been sent from some downtown cybercafe. Word on the street was that the jazz club, Sean, and by association, Rona, had been set up. He asked if Rona knew anything about a Joe Maley who was rumored to be running a West Coast drugs business. Jesus. Joe Maley. Sentenced to 5 years. Rona counted up approximately 3 years ago. That was one prison release either Bill Wilson had missed or else had chosen not to tell her about. And Maley certainly harbored a grudge big enough to set the heather on fire. It was she who had stood in court and provided the evidence that put him away. A forensic examiner finding particles of cocaine on the money his club was laundering didn't help his case. No one believed his innocent plea. His expensive lawyer wasn't expensive enough. Maley's fancy eating place on Byers Road disappeared and he went on the prison payroll. But how could Joe Maley know that by trying to stitch her up he was playing into the hands of the mob? The conspiracy theory was taking over, Rona decided. She was like that girl on the Glasgow Underground, muttering away to herself, obsessed with being watched. Paranoia on legs. Rona switched off the computer and lifted her jacket. What she needed was a good dose of West Highland air to clear her brain. Early sunshine was shifting the mist and across the water the black-topped Quilin rose like a mirage. Rona felt unexpectedly happy to be out of the city and on the islands once again, despite the circumstances. She left the house, shutting the door carefully behind her. Mrs. McMurdo waved out of the post office window and Rona was left in no doubt that the current customer was learning who the latest bed and breakfast guest was. Rona left the village and followed the path that ran north through woods. After a while she passed an ancient broch with part of the walls and galleries still standing. Inside, there was nothing but time and the sky above. People had lived, loved, and died on this island for centuries. Now there were only scattered desolate ruins as a reminder of their lives. When she reached the southern slopes of Duncan, she sat beside a locken and ate the sandwiches Mrs. McMurdo had given her. It seemed ridiculous to be eating again only 2 hours after a breakfast fit for 2 men. Rona didn't care. She lay back against a hillock and closed her eyes. The sun was warm on her face but a cool wind skimmed the surface of the loch. Somewhere in the far distance a boat chugged through the water. Rona sat up, thinking it must be the ferry plowing between Rothesay and Skye, but it was east of her, moving up the inner sound towards the deserted sheilings of Screapaddle. She pulled out her binoculars and had a look. A woman lay on the deck taking in the sun and a man stood on the bow pointing his binoculars in her direction. Rona waved in case he had spotted her, then watched the yacht mooch past, keeping close to the cliff as if looking for somewhere to anchor. Beyond the boat, dark clouds were slowly creeping in from the east. Climbing Duncan, she decided, would have to wait for another day. By the time she reached the tar road, the rain was sweeping in and the waterproof jacket was sending drips down her trouser legs and into her boots. When the jeep drew alongside, Rona accepted the lift without pausing to gaze up from under her hood. Halfway in, she realized who her Prince Charming was. Norman MacLeod gave her a North Atlantic grin and turned the windscreen wipers to a higher speed. "The post office," he said. "Thanks. No problem. I'm headed for the ferry anyway." "Were you climbing Duncan?" "Halfway." "You didn't say you were coming to Rosse." His voice had taken on a semi-petulant tone that irritated Rona slightly. What business was it of his? "I just took a notion," she lied. She glanced sideways, watching him construct a thought before putting it into words. "You'd better watch Mrs. McMurdo," he said with a laugh. "She's a bit of a gossip. I bet she knows your life history by now." "Probably. Why are you over here yourself?" He hadn't expected the question, or at least not its directness. "Oh, I have one or two friends on the island," he said in Gaelic. "I come over from time to practice my Gaelic on them." He laughed. "They tell me I've got a terrible accent." Fortunately, the post office appeared from the sheeting rain before Rona had to voice an opinion on his accent. She certainly didn't want to have to admit to the fact that his Gaelic sounded pretty good. "So, are you planning to stay around for a few days?" Rona opened the jeep door. "Probably." God, she sounded cagey. It was difficult not to. "It depends on the weather," she added. "If in doubt, rely on the weather." "Yes, it can be unpredictable," he said with humorless understatement. They observed the downpour together. "Thanks again for the lift." Mrs. McMurdo was waiting in the hall. "You'll be wanting something hot," she said firmly. "Come through to the kitchen when you've changed. I'll put the kettle on." Kitchens like Mrs. McMurdo's deserve to be savored like good food, Rona decided. The big solid fuel range beamed out comfort. Mrs. McMurdo waved her into a seat and placed a mug of hot tea on the edge of the range beside her. She refilled her own mug and sat herself down opposite Rona. "I see you got a lift from the Gaelic teacher from the college," she said crisply. "It was lucky he came along. I would have been even more drenched." Rona could sense her landlady had something to say about Norman MacLeod. Whether she would choose to say it was another matter. Rona decided to clear the air herself. "I just met Norman yesterday. I dropped into Dad's cottage on the way here." Mrs. McMurdo said nothing, but chose to stir purposefully at a bubbling pot. "I've made some stew for tea. I hope that will be all right?" "Great. Oh, and there was a phone call while you were out." "It was a man. American. Wouldn't leave his name. Just asked if there was a Rona MacLeod staying here." The word American had a disapproving ring to it. If it wasn't Norman MacLeod, Mrs. McMurdo seemed to be saying, then who was it? Rona was wondering the same thing. After eating, Rona went up to her room. Tucked under the eaves, the window alcove housed a small desk and chair. She had already set up her laptop there. Watching the soft swell of the water through the narrows, it was difficult to imagine anything bad happening here. Peace seemed part of the place. Yet the reason most tourists visited these islands was because of their violent history. Every landmark told a horrific tale of clan killing clan. It made Rona think of Rialba and the men of the West, caught in the past, ready to wipe out anyone who wasn't one of their clan. But why use swords when they could manipulate the codes of life itself? Rona began work on her paper, trying to ignore all other thoughts. The house sank into silence and she decided Mrs. McMurdo must have gone to bed. She made up her mind that she would speak to her landlady tomorrow about Dr. Fitzgerald Macaulay. Andre said he'd had no luck with his inquiries, but although island people were friendly to strangers, they liked their privacy. To Mrs. McMurdo, Rona was one of them. Maybe she would confide in Rona what she would not tell an inquisitive American tourist. The nightmare that wakened her was the same one. Always the same one. The warmth and comfort of the bedclothes changing into the heavy wet cloying chill of water thick with debris. This time the water was filled with weeds, long tentacles curling round her legs and pulling her down until her lungs ached to burst. Rona's eyes flew open. A yellow moon split the darkness and danced its beams through the window. Her hammering heart began to slow. She took 3 long deep breaths. A clock on the mantelpiece ticked a steady beat and she willed her heart to match. This was stupid. Ever since she had got involved in this case she had dreamt of drowning. Having recurrent nightmares about the way her forensic victims might have died wasn't the way to stay sane. Rona got up and pulled on her dressing gown. Beneath her window, the path left the back door of the post office and went eastwards. Mrs. McMurdo had already told her there was a nice walk in that direction. Maybe tomorrow, she promised herself, turning back to her warm bed. The soft knock on the back door brought her to the window again. Rona craned her neck trying to see who was standing on the step. The figure was male and not very tall. His face was turned from her, but she had a feeling he was a young man. The knock was louder this time, its echo drifting up the narrow stair. Rona waited, silently wondering if she should go and open the door, but the third knock brought movement. She heard Mrs. McMurdo's bedroom door open and the swish of her slippers on the polished floor. Then the back door creaked open. The surprised gasp sent Rona to her own door and onto the landing. There was such delight in her landlady's voice. The visitor was someone she was pleased to see, whatever the hour. She ushered him inside. Rona chanced a view, but the hall light was dim and the young man was quickly taken into the kitchen and the door shut behind him. Rona got into bed and tried to go back to sleep. After all, it was none of her business who was visiting her landlady in the middle of the night. She was finally dozing off when there was a tap at her own door. In the stair light, Mrs. McMurdo looked both embarrassed and concerned. "I'm sorry to bother you at this late hour, Dr. McLeod, but I wonder if you can help? There's a boy here who used to live on the island. He's camping up by the lock with a friend and she's been taken ill. We need a car to fetch her down. A teenage boy walked up and down in front of the range, distraught. As Rona entered, he shifted his look to Mrs. McMurdo, as if he wasn't sure about this latest development. "It's all right, Donald. Dr. McLeod will help. I thought if I brought her to the island, she would get peace. It did get better for a while, but now it's worse. She keeps hearing things. Things that really scare her." "Where is she?" Rona asked. He turned to Mrs. McMurdo. "She's up near the lock in the ruins of the Black House." "We should get the police," Rona suggested. "No," Mrs. McMurdo said firmly. "Constable Johnstone is on Skye. It's better if we bring the lassie here. Then we'll decide." As they drove away, Rona could see the boy's hands were shaking. When he saw her looking at them, he quickly shoved them in his pockets, but not before she noticed their dry, wrinkled surface. Rona took a quick look at his face. The skin there was as papery as on his hands. There was something wrong with this young man, something more than worry. "Donald?" He didn't answer, his eyes staring straight ahead. "Donald?" He realized she was speaking to him and turned to face her. "Sorry. No one calls me that anymore. Not since I left the island. My name's Spike now. Just call me Spike." Chapter 19. The moon had disappeared behind thick cloud. Rona, following the boy's instructions, took a left onto a gravel road just wide enough for the car. Her headlights danced across a mixture of young birch trees and thick heather, the wheels following ruts trailed by some jeep through the mud left by the heavy rain. The boy said nothing, his face wooden with fear. "What's your friend's name?" He looked round at her suspiciously. "Her name's Helen." Rona's brain slowed down, stopped putting 2 and 2 together to get 5. Spike. There were probably hundreds of guys called Spike. It went with the territory. Gelled hair, combat jacket, jeans. Choose a name that fitted the image. Anything but Donald. They were half an hour on the forestry track before he told her to stop. She got out of the car and set off on the sheep trail that the forestry track had become. Not that way, he shouted at her. It takes you over the cliff. Rona stopped, glad his eyes were keener than hers. You stay with the car, he told her. I'll get Helen. But what if you need help? I'll manage. Rona nodded. The boy looked 100% more at home out here than she felt. She got back in the car and turned off the headlights. If she flattened the battery, they wouldn't be going anywhere. As her eyes grew accustomed to the dark, Rona could make out the line of the cliffs and the gray swell of water beyond. Mainland lights twinkled in the distance, and here and there a single pinpoint suggested someone on another island. She rolled down the window and night air swept in, bringing the tangy softness of the sea and a fine whisper of coming rain. She switched on the roof light to look at her watch. Spike had been gone an hour. He'd told her it would take that at least. She settled back in her seat and pulled up the hood on her jacket. The fine smear of rain was thickening, pattering the windscreen. Rona was already contemplating what she would do if Spike didn't reappear. She would have to sit here until it was light. Going back alone in this downpour was not an option. A figure suddenly emerged like a ghost in front of her, hood pulled up, a large lump under his jacket. Rona switched on the headlights to guide him, and a wail like a child's cry rose into the air. Spike threw open the car door and slid inside, his face gray with worry. She's gone. She's fucking gone. He unzipped the jacket and a baby's face peeped out solemnly at her. No matter how ill she was, Esther wouldn't have left him alone. Esther? Rona said in a small voice. Spike stared at her in the realization that the name meant something to Rona, something important. Who the fuck are you? He said. They wedged the baby on the back seat behind one of Rona's bags. Rona didn't tell Spike how concerned she was about finding her way back in the rain. He was worried enough. I have to stay at the Black House in case Esther comes back. When it's light, I'll be able to look properly. Rona didn't mention police or search parties. Things were bad enough. Spike hadn't told her why he was so anxious about the police knowing he was here. Rona had her suspicions. She hadn't mentioned the raid on the club, and neither had he. They had established that he and Esther had stayed at her flat, that was all. I didn't want to stay there, it was Esther, he'd told her defiantly. And she wasn't shagging Sean, if that's what you're thinking. Rona didn't admit what she was thinking, and she didn't tell him that Sean was in trouble, and so was she. Don't worry. I'll take good care of the baby. Spike didn't look back as he strode off into the rain, even when little Duncan let out a cry of anguish at his disappearance. Rona was trying to reverse the car when she heard the boat. The soft swish of rain had been joined by the steady putt of an outboard motor. She killed the lights and sat in silence, wondering if what she had heard was the hammering of her own heart. The baby had gone silent, and when she looked round, his eyes were like saucers. Shush, she told the startled face. I'll be back in a minute. The door opened with a squeak and she stood behind it in the pelting rain, calculating how far she was from the cliff edge and whether an incoming boat could see her. If she couldn't see them, chances were they couldn't see her. Rona silently closed the door and moved towards the cliff edge. The track had narrowed to the width of a sheep, and the heather on either side was thick and tall. It pulled at her legs as she passed, springing back with a thudding wet sound that seemed momentous in the silence. The engine spluttered to a halt, and now there was only the slap of waves against the rocks below. Rona sat down and edged her way forward. Spike was right. The sheep track did go down at what looked like a 45-degree angle. It would be madness to try and descend. She would just have to watch whatever was going on from here. The crunch of gravel signaled an exit from the boat, and then she heard the scrape of a keel being pulled on shore. No voices, just a grunt of effort, then silence. If the people below were intent on coming up the cliff track, then she was sitting right in their path. But there wasn't a sound. No footsteps, no voices, nothing. The occupants of the boat were either creeping up the hill in complete silence or they had disappeared into a cave. The rain had lessened to a steady drizzle and the moon was trying a reappearance. Rona pulled herself back from the edge and retraced her steps to the car. Now was the time to leave, while there was a glimmer of light and before the baby started crying. Whoever was creeping about the shoreline in the middle of the night was unlikely to be thrilled by her presence at the proceedings. She was climbing into the car when she heard the howl. It reverberated as if it had hit a circular wall and was replaying again and again. The silence below the cliff changed to shouts and she heard the loose rattle of scree as someone started to scramble up the hillside path. Rona threw the gears into reverse, trying to turn the wheel free of the heather. The howl echoed in her mind. She tried not to imagine who or what had made that terrible cry. She reversed one more time, tearing roots from the bank to scatter across her path. Now she was facing the right way. All she had to do was retrace her route, but without Spike's directions. Rona put her foot down and the car jumped forward. Behind her, two dark figures pulled themselves over the cliff edge. As she dipped into the village, the sky was striped with the promise of morning. Rona felt suddenly tired, as though she had manually dragged the car through the heather. In the back, sandwiched between a bag and a coat, the baby slept the sleep of the innocent. As she drew up outside the post office, Mrs. McMurdo appeared at the door. If her landlady was surprised to find her latest guest was a baby, she didn't show it. Mrs. McMurdo was obviously made of stern stuff. She took one look at the sleeping bundle, opened the door, picked the baby up and carried it inside. "There'll be time enough for explanations once you dry off," she told Rona, who hadn't noticed how wet and cold she was until she stepped out of the car. She stumbled up the front step, her legs feeling as if they were stuck in the accelerator brake position. Her eyes were smarting from peering through the rain and mud-splattered windshield, and she didn't want to think about what had happened to the underside of her car during its numerous forays into uncharted heather. The kitchen was heavenly, warm and dry. Rona kicked off her shoes at the door. Mrs. McMurdo had put a tartan blanket into a wood basket and was carefully placing the sleeping baby inside. "Poor wee thing," she said to the oblivious infant. She ushered Rona into the chair beside the stove and produced a bottle of Talisker from the cupboard. "Not that I approve of strong drink. But at times such as these, as my husband used to say." Mrs. McMurdo did not partake of a glass herself, but poured another nip for Rona as soon as she finished the first. "Right," she said, seeing Rona relax. "Where's Spike?" Rona finished for her. "Spike? So that's what the boy's calling himself. His father wouldn't have liked that much. His girlfriend had disappeared from the Black House when he got there. Spike brought the baby to me and went back to wait for Esther. If the girl is ill and lost in the hills," Rona added, "we'll have to call in the police, But Mrs. McMurdo wasn't listening. She was looking across at the sleeping child. Donald didn't say anything about a baby. Rona was puzzled by that too. Sean hadn't mentioned Esther having a baby either. "It can't be Donald's child," Mrs. McMurdo said. "Why?" "Donald left the island 2 months ago, just before his 16th birthday. Spike's only 16? An image flashed across Rona's mind, the trembling, spotted hands, the white, drawn face. Mrs. McMurdo met her look. I was thinking the same thing myself. Whatever happened in that time has made Donald Macaulay into a man. And not a well or happy one, at that." Rona was silent, weighing up just how much of the story she should reveal. Her own best interests would be served if Esther gave herself up to the police, then they could question her and maybe find out the truth about the jazz club. Then she could go back to work. Mrs. McMurdo spoke before Rona could answer. "I think it's time you told me the real reason you came to the island, Dr. McLeod." Chapter 20. The fear that thumped his stomach had turned to nausea. Spike turned from the wind and vomited into the heather. The rain whipped the mess away, spreading it in a semicircle round him. He grabbed a bunch of moss and wiped roughly at his mouth. Christ! What if she had gone into the lock? He imagined Esther waking up, calling for him, leaving in a panic, walking on until the brown water lapped her body and the cold seeped into her soul. He wanted to scream her name. Esther, Esther. He could feel the words rise in his throat, then they escaped, resounding across the moorland in an anguished cry. When he reached the black house he hurried inside, praying she was back, but the fire was almost dead, the bed empty. Spike sat down and covered his face. He always knew this would happen. Knew Esther would leave him. He thought he could hold on to her, look after her. And it was his fault. He had driven her away. Spike left the black house and went down to the water's edge. Ahead of him, the wall of rock was a looming shadow over the dark loch. Spike suddenly hated its gray vastness, the black water, the solemn emptiness. He should never have brought Esther here. He should never have entrusted her to this place. He picked up a stone and hurled it at the smooth water, breaking it into 100 swelling circles, knowing all the time that he was to blame. If he hadn't had sex with her, she would still be here. His father was right. Always right. You are an abomination before God, he screamed, and the mountain returned his call. Abomination. Abomination. It was dawn before Spike crawled back indoors and lay on Esther's bed, looking for her scent in the heather and the blanket. In his grief he didn't see the note lying near the pillow. He didn't find it until 2 hours later, when he opened his eyes to a world without Esther. Spike almost wept with joy. Esther was alive. Esther had not run away from him. Esther had not drowned herself. Esther was alive. He scanned the note again. They must have taken her when he was at the post office. When he came back and she wasn't there, he'd lost the plot, snatching the baby and taking him to that woman in the car. He hadn't looked about. He hadn't seen the note. And all the time he'd been lying sleeping, they were waiting at the cave with Esther. Spike grabbed some stuff and threw it in the backpack, then scattered the remains of the fire. As he left the black house, he consoled himself with the thought that at least Duncan was okay with Mrs. McMurdo. All he had to do was give the bastards what they wanted, then they would let Esther go. He would get her the best of help. For that he needed money. And if the gear was that important to them, the bastards would pay. When he reached the cliff, Spike looked about for any sign that Esther had been there. There was nothing, only a squashed cigarette packet stuck in a clump of heather. Spike shoved it in his pocket, going over the scenario that must have played out here after he'd left. The track was a mass of churned mud and heather. What had happened to the woman to make her speed off like that? Spike allowed himself a small hope that Esther had escaped in the car, then dismissed it. Luck had never been on his side. It was unlikely to be different this time. The cave below smelt of damp tobacco smoke and the remains of a fire. Spike walked round, checking for any remnants of occupation. If he was right, the bastards had brought Esther here to bargain with him and something had sent them up the cliff path. The woman had taken fright and got out fast. Spike tried not to think about Esther and how she must have felt when he didn't turn up. He dragged his mind back to how the bastards had got there. There was only one way. By boat. And that meant there was another boat out there. A bigger one. And he would find it. Spike went looking for his dinghy, relieved to find it still sitting in the shadows. He threw in his backpack and wrapped himself round the bow, using his anger to power the pull. The dinghy jerked free of the shingle and slid forward less than a meter. He tried again, knowing that if it didn't move, there was something wrong. The keel slithered another couple of inches, then sunk deep into the shingle. Spike grabbed his backpack and flung it to the stern, then felt his way around the wet wood. The gash was clean and about 30 centimeters long, tucked under the front bench, deep into the keel. Whatever they had used had hacked a long split in the wood, leaving it to swallow stones and sand. Spike stood up, trying to stay calm, trying to think. The water was flat and gray, the light wind coming from the west. If they were operating from a boat, they would have to anchor somewhere round the island. He went over the possibilities. Not Chuchton Bay, not if they wanted to lie low. Oskeg Point further up the west coast? Spike tested the wind on his face. It was okay just now, but it was definitely on the rise. If it came strong from the north or the west, Oskeg would be the place to go. Either that, or north of the island at Eiley and Flatay. But he didn't have a fucking boat, he reminded himself, all the time knowing where he could get one. He had worked so hard to blank out that last night on the island. Blanking it out had saved his sanity. But now its images were sweeping in again like the vicious seventh wave on a shore. Spike let them wash over him, and this time he didn't look at his shaking hands. Whatever had happened that night was in the past, he told himself firmly. He couldn't change things. There was only one thing that mattered now. Esther. He walked up and down, trying to make up his mind. Even if he did decide to use his father's boat, he had to get to it first. He looked up at the cliff and along the shoreline. The beach petered out after 100 yards, meeting an abrupt headland on either side. There was no way round the coast. If he was going for the boat, he had to go home and through the tunnel. His mind went cold at the thought. When he'd spoken to Mrs. McMurdo the night before, she hadn't mentioned his father, only said she still had a key to the cottage if he wanted to go there. She must have realized by the look of horror on his face that it was the last place he wanted to go. Spike started the climb back up the cliff face. The wind was fresh now and hitting him hard. After the heat of anger in the cave, his body temperature was dropping, the parka hardly cutting the force of the wind. When he reached the top, he stopped to get his breath. As he turned to go, he spotted the big yacht. It was down near Ruban Alik, slipping southwest towards the Narrows of Rosse. Chapter 21. God knows where Mrs. McMurdo had found the high chair. It looked like a museum piece. The baby had obviously been changed and fed. He waved a rattle happily in Rona's direction as she opened the kitchen door. "You'll be hungry," Mrs. McMurdo said. "I've cooked some breakfast. Once you've eaten, we'll sort out what to do next." Sorting out seemed to be something Mrs. McMurdo was good at. "This body the police are looking for," she continued, sitting down opposite Rona. "Who do you think it belongs to?" "I don't think it belongs to a Polish fisherman." Mrs. McMurdo poured the tea. "I was worried at first it might be Mr. McLeod, Donald's father." "Donald's father?" "Until I got the postcard." "I'm sorry, I don't understand." Mrs. McMurdo fetched a card from behind the tea caddy. "This came about a week ago, from America." She showed Rona. It was a picture of a Highland gathering, California style, with Highland dancing being done in the shade of a weeping willow under a clear blue sky. Donald's father was very keen on all things Scottish. Mrs. McMurdo sounded faintly embarrassed by this. "He always said he wanted to live in the old country," as he put it. She paused. "When he came to live in the cottage, we didn't know he was married. Then his wife arrived with the boy, Donald. They kept very much to themselves. Donald was sent to the local primary school, but other children weren't allowed to visit the house. There was a second baby, Callum, but he died. After that his poor wife lost her wits. They found her body at the foot of the cliffs near Brochel." "What about Spike?" "He used to come to the post office for things. He never said much, but I liked the boy." "When did he leave the island?" "The last time I saw him was when he came to post a letter to America for his father 2 months ago. I never saw either of them again until Donald appeared at my door." "Did you tell the police?" Mrs. McMurdo looked disapprovingly at Rona. "Constable Johnstone checked the cottage, but Donald and his father often went away." It wasn't unusual. She handed Rona the postcard to read. On the back was a brief message about arriving safely and enjoying the Californian sun. There was a phone number and a request for Mrs. McMurdo to let him know when Donald came back to the cottage. Donald went to stay with an aunt on the mainland. We had an argument before he left. I want to make sure that he's okay. Did you phone? Mrs. McMurdo nodded. Last night when you were out. A woman answered. She thanked me and said she would pass the message on to Donald's father. Do you know if Spike's father was a member of a group called Rialba? Rialba? Mrs. McMurdo looked startled. It's a racist organization with Scottish links. Something to do with a clan calling themselves the Men of the West. Sounds like some American nonsense to me. Mrs. McMurdo rose to pull the kettle onto the hot plate. Why do you want to know? There was a tattoo on the foot found in the fishing net, just above the ankle. This is a copy. The edges of the printout were damp from the pocket of her coat, but the swirling Celtic image was clear enough. Mrs. McMurdo looked at it closely. Rona had the strong impression she was at war with herself over this one. You've seen it before? No, Mrs. McMurdo said firmly. No, I haven't. She lifted the baby from the high chair. I'll have to open the post office. Do you think Spike might have taken Esther to his home? The thought had just occurred to Rona. Mrs. McMurdo looked concerned. I don't think so, but it might be worth taking a look. She fished in a drawer and handed Rona a key. It's a bit out of the way. You can drive as far as Brochel, then you have to walk from there. She fetched a map. It's better to go by boat, but if you've got a good head for heights, a path goes down the escarpment here. She pointed to a spot south of the cleared shieldings of Scriapital. Rona took the map. I'll try and phone when I get there. Mrs. McMurdo nodded and propped Duncan over her shoulder. I'd rather we didn't get the police in until we have to, she said quietly. Not until I've spoken to Donald properly, in case he's in some sort of trouble. She smiled apologetically at Rona. Constable Johnstone is not a local man, you understand. Rona understood perfectly. She repacked her small rucksack, trying not to think of steep paths down escarpments. If only she could believe her own lies about not being bothered by heights. She checked her mobile and found a text message from Lynn Franklin suggesting if she was free she should come stateside for a week and visit Regine properly. If she liked the company, they could talk business. And bring the boyfriend. Plenty opportunities in California for a good jazz musician. Lynn. Rona sat down on the bed. Did Lynn Franklin know she was currently on leave, and why? If she was in Scotland, and reading the newspapers. Even contemplating joining Regine made Rona guilty enough to phone the lab. But it wasn't Chrissy who answered. The call went through to the switchboard and she got George instead. George, can you put me through to Chrissy? She asked. The direct line doesn't seem to be working. I'll put you straight through to pathology, Dr. McLeod. Pathology? Why? But George was gone and in his place was the beep of the pathology phone. Dr. McLeod. The normally bland voice was tinged with annoyance. So good of you to get in touch. What? She said. Sissons was making no sense. We have been trying to get hold of you for the last 24 hours. You don't answer your phone or email. I'm on leave. Paid leave, Dr. McLeod, which means you continue to make yourself available to the Forensic Services Department. The guy was an anal retentive, pathological pathologist. Pardon? Dr. Sissons said, hearing Rona's mutterings. Nothing. What's all the urgency about? Dr. Sissons cleared his throat. The police have evidence to suggest that the substances found at the club were brought in by an outside party. So I'm no longer a threat to the integrity of the department? If you recall, I never suggested you were. That was true. There has been another incident. Another piece of what might be our body has been located. Where? Said Rona, knowing it had only been a matter of time. A small island off Rase. Ilian Flate, I think it's called. Do you know it? He had pronounced it wrongly, but, yes, Rona said. The area is under the Northern Constabulary, but they have requested our presence in view of the possibility that it is part of our body. So it was our missing body now, when only a couple of days ago she had been told to stay away from anything to do with the case. Rona wondered if Dr. Sissons had cleared this latest development with Phillips, but she decided not to ask. Do you think you could get up there? He said, as if it was the ends of the earth. How soon? Rona said, knowing she could get within sight of the island in a matter of an hour. Whether the causeway that linked it to Rase was above water depended on the state of the tides. Apparently they've put it in the cold store of the local fish farm, so it should be all right until you get to it. Has a pathologist seen it? No. The procurator fiscal wants it sent here, but I thought it would be better if you saw it in situ. How did you know where I was? A calculated guess. After all, you are from that area, and no, your assistant did not inform me. Rona hated the self-satisfaction in his voice. Chrissy didn't know. And in answer to your question, I can be there in 4 hours. That long? Yes, that long, she lied. Who do I speak to when I get there? A Constable Johnstone, I believe. Rona rang off. There was only one road to the north of the island. She would stop off on her way there and take a look at Spike's house. Before she left, she checked her email. There were 3 messages from Chrissy, all saying the same thing. Sissons is going mad looking for you. The foot and hand match. They've found something else and they want you to look at it. I haven't mentioned IT yet. How many years do you get for withholding evidence? Rona waved at Mrs. McMurdo as she got in the car. The child was sitting inside the post office in an ancient pram. Rona wondered what story Mrs. McMurdo was telling her regulars about how she had acquired the baby. Although she already knew she had her forensic bag with her, Rona checked in the boot of the car before she drove away. And she had called Dr. Sissons an anal retentive? Duncan rose like a truncated Fujiyama, the lower slopes hidden in a trail of mist moving in from the east. The road was deserted except for herself and a jeep. At first Rona thought it must be a local who would want to overtake, but when she slowed down, it slowed down too, disappearing behind a curve in the road. She didn't see it again until she dropped down towards Brochel and caught her first glimpse of the fairytale castle atop the sheer outcrop of rock. The jeep didn't follow her down to the shore but instead continued north towards Arnish. Rona was relieved. She would rather she didn't have company. The mist was skirting the shore, a gray-white line dividing land and sea. Rona put on her walking boots and took her waterproof from the back seat. If the path was too steep or the mist got too bad, she would simply turn back for the car, she told herself firmly. But the mist kept to the shoreline. As she left the beach and walked towards the woodland, Rona began to relax, allowing herself a moment of pleasure over her reinstatement. If the police had decided the drugs were brought into the club from outside, that might mean Sean was in the clear. When she got back to the post office, she would call him. She would return to Glasgow tomorrow and complete her report to include the tattoo. The only problem left was Spike and Esther. If she was right and the men who climbed the cliff the night before had something to do with Spike, she didn't have the heart to tell Mrs. McMurdo. Not yet, anyway. The police might believe that the drugs had been brought into the club from outside, but that didn't mean Spike and Esther had nothing to do with it. The castle had disappeared behind her and Rona was now in thick woodland. Once or twice she heard red deer moving through the undergrowth, but caught no sight of the sleek dark bodies that shared the woods with her. The ruined sheilings appeared through the mist on the other side of the trees, broken skeletons of stone, as dismembered as the body she sought to fit together. Rona stopped, remembering Andre's face when he told her of the scattered stones, all that was left of his origins. It would be hard to stand in this place and not feel the pull of the past. This is what organizations like Realba played on, these strings of memory and hurt and loss and maybe even revenge? Beyond the deserted village, the path grew weak, skirting the long stretch of Druum and Aeneac like a faint snail's trail across the hillside. There is nothing marked on the map, but there is a path. Keep walking until you see the large stone. You can't miss it. It is tall, maybe 10 feet, but it has a round hole in the center, height. They say if you look through the hole you will see the pirate ship of Ian Garb sailing back to Brochel Castle with his holds filled with gold. Mrs. McMurdo had laughed. Fool's stories about fool's gold. Good for the tourists. The reddish stone rose above the low mist that began to circle Rona. She suppressed the impulse to look through the stone's eye and searched instead for the path that cut down towards the sea. The path makes an abrupt turn, disappearing through some wind. Most people don't realize it's there. If it hadn't been for Mrs. McMurdo's directions, Rona would have assumed the path had dwindled to its natural end. She pushed back the wind, breathing in the yellow coconut smell. On the other side the path narrowed. The mist here was thin, its creeping presence broken by each outcrop of rock. The water was calm between Rosse and Apercrossen, the long split of Loch Torridon in the distance. It was little wonder Spike's father chose such a place to hide from the world. She stopped halfway down and peered over the edge, clinging to the rock face on her right. The cliff bulged, hiding whatever was below. Rona hesitated, nervous that if she went on and the mist thickened, this was her only way back. But she was so close, she couldn't go back now. The cottage sat on a narrow stretch of grass. A stream ran past, tumbling down the last 10 feet of cliff to plunge into a sea without a shore. Already the gathering mist was enveloping the cottage so that Rona could not make out its exact length. The front door faced the sea, opening onto a porch. Inside, she could see the usual welly boots and assorted outdoor gear hanging on a set of pegs. The emptiness of the house echoed round her as she let herself in and walked through the hall to the kitchen with its black range and tiny window facing the sound. It made Rona think of Spike and the lonely edge in his voice as he'd told her how he never wanted to stay in her Ponce flat. She remembered how angry she had been when she discovered Sean had taken in Spike and Esther. How she didn't want them in her home, using her things. Now she was the intruder in Spike's home. She walked from the kitchen into the living room. A pile of peat ash lay in the fireplace. A door in the opposite wall opened into a bedroom which had obviously belonged to a boy. On a shelf above the bed, a row of Star Wars figures stood in combat mode beside some well-thumbed storybooks. The room was neat and tidy and completely unlived in. Spike had not been here. No one had been in the cottage for a long time. Back in the sitting room, a narrow staircase beside the fireplace led to another bedroom with a single bed and a child's cot. From a small dressing table, a dark-haired woman smiled out at her, one arm round a boy of about 12, the other holding a baby upright on her knee. Rona glanced round the meager little room. Wherever Spike's father slept, she didn't think it was in here. An open skylight let in waves of damp air. Rona climbed onto a chair to shut it, thinking of the rain that was never far away, but the catch was broken and the window only flapped back against the roof. She stuck her head out to check on the mist, hoping the rising wind meant it had cleared. The sky was thick with rain clouds, but the mist had dispersed and she could now see all round the cottage, the rock wall behind, and the sea beyond. It would be a good time to look for the cave that held the boathouse. Everything had to be brought in by boat, Mrs. McMurdo had said. Even the peat for the fire. Looking back up the steep path, Rona wasn't surprised. She made one last attempt at fastening the skylight, but the catch was snapped in two. She wondered if there was something she could use to tie the window shut. If the rain came in, it would soak everything in the room. If the rain came in? Rona jumped down and felt around the floor. There had been a downpour the previous night. The rug was chilly to the touch but bone dry. That meant the catch had been broken recently. She climbed back up and examined the frame, looking for the telltale sign she should have seen the first time. The left side of the frame had a dent in it the size of a thumbprint. Someone had jemmied the window open. The wind was humming along the roof now, throwing her hair in her face. As Rona climbed down, the draft played with the bedroom door, slamming it shut. The front door joined in, playing the same tune. Rona stood tense and still, listening hard. The cottage descended back into silence. She started down the stair. The room below was as empty as before. If someone had broken the catch to get in, they hadn't been interested in any of the rooms she'd visited, which only left the boathouse. You can get to the boathouse through a tunnel under the storeroom. The cottage was built there because of all the caves. There's supposed to be a subterranean tunnel all the way from the lot to the sea, but that's probably just an old wives' tale, Mrs. McMurdo had told her. The storeroom was off the kitchen and Rona had to duck under a low lintel to avoid banging her head. The room smelled of earth and damp and animals but looked just as empty and undisturbed as all the others. The trapdoor was in the corner. Here the straw was brushed back and the dust held the crisscross of footprints, new or old, Rona couldn't tell. She pulled at the ring and the sound and smell of the sea rushed in as the trapdoor rose. Rona peered down. Steps curved away into the darkness. She stumbled against the wall twice, scraping her hand on the rough sandstone. Rona thought about the torch in the boot of the car and cursed herself for her second stupidity of the day. She should have treated this visit to the cottage like a forensic job and come better prepared. There might be a torch in the kitchen, but she didn't feel like going back now. If the tunnel led to the boathouse and the boathouse had access to the open sea, there had to be daylight at the end of it. If she had nursed any notion that Spike's missing father had been Dr. Fitzgerald Macaulay, it had evaporated. Mrs. McMurdo had declared she'd never heard of a scientist called Dr. Fitzgerald Macaulay, and when asked about Spike's father had informed Rona that she thought he was a writer. It had sounded like a guess. Well-off people who came to the islands to get away from it all were either there to play at crofting, Mrs. McMurdo said, or else they were writers. Rona had the strong impression she was not fond of either group. But if Spike's father was a writer, he must have taken all evidence of it back with him to America. She hadn't even found a bedroom that might have been his, let alone a study to work in. Sudden daylight stunned Rona's eyes into temporary blindness. The tunnel had taken a final abrupt turn and deposited her in a cave the size of a small theater. The walls rose high to an arched roof whose distant details Rona couldn't make out. At her feet was a narrow jetty with a couple of metal rings sunk into the stone. The cave could have given shelter to at least 2 boats, but the water that lapped the jetty's edge was empty. Rona sat down on a ledge, surprised by her own disappointment. She had no idea what she had expected to find. Certainly not this nothingness. She picked up a pebble and threw it aimlessly across the water, anticipating a crack as it hit the opposite wall. Seconds later she heard a dull thud like an echo at the bottom of a well. She got up and walked along the jetty, her eye following the shadow of the opposite wall. If there was an opening over there, she couldn't see it. She went back to her original position and felt about for another pebble. This attempt brought it ricocheting back at her. Another disappeared into the opening, making a dull echoing sound as it hit some far wall. The place was a mass of caves, that's what Mrs. McMurdo had said. Big ones, small ones. The hole in the wall was most likely a dead end, Rona told herself. She was focusing on the opposite side, convincing herself she could see a metal ring much like the ones on the jetty, when she heard the distant sound of an engine. Chapter 22. The door buzzer sounded as irritated as Chrissy felt. If Sean was there, he wasn't answering. When a voice shouted at her in the middle of the third long buzz, it caught Chrissy by surprise. "It's Chrissy, Mrs. Harper. I'm sorry to bother you, I was looking for Sean." "Do you know if he's in?" "Oh, he's in all right," Mrs. Harper wasn't amused. "He's been playing music since early morning. Could I come up and knock on the door?" "You can come up, but it won't do any good. He won't answer." By the time she reached the second floor, the offending music was hitting Chrissy loud and strong. Trad jazz wasn't easy on the ear at 9 o'clock on a Monday morning. Mrs. Harper was waiting for Chrissy on the landing with her "I told you so" face on. Chrissy banged on Rona's door. "I've done that already," Mrs. Harper told her. Chrissy flapped the letterbox instead. "I've tried that too." Chrissy pushed the letterbox open and tried to peer in. "What's that smell?" Mrs. Harper said, wrinkling her nose in disgust, imagining a kitchen filling up with rotting food and unwashed dishes. But it wasn't that kind of smell. A seed of panic took root in Chrissy's stomach. She turned to Mrs. Harper, trying to keep her voice steady. "Have you got a key?" "Of course I have, but only to water the plants when they're both away." "Please get it." Mrs. Harper looked aghast. "We can't just barge in if Sean's there. If Sean's in there, he's either gone fucking deaf or something's rendered him unconscious." Mrs. Harper flushed and her hand fluttered to her throat. "Please, could you just go and get the key?" Chrissy insisted. Rona's hall was empty and cold. The smell was distinctive, sweet, and sickly. Chrissy regretted having sworn, but Mrs. Harper had already forgiven the outburst and was nodding her encouragement. Chrissy tried the bedroom first, praying Sean was dead drunk and fast asleep, but the bed was empty, the covers tossed to the floor. The place was a pigsty. Chrissy abandoned the bedroom and opened the living room door. The stink made her gag. "What's wrong?" Mrs. Harper quavered anxiously from down the hall. Chrissy knew whatever lay dead inside had been that way for a while. She went in and shut the door behind her. The last thing she wanted was Mrs. Harper coming in and seeing the source of that smell. The body was behind the sofa. Sun beating through the glass had accelerated decomposition, separating fur from flesh. The cat's head had been severed from its body. Chrissy almost sobbed with relief, hating herself for being pleased. Pleased it was the bloody cat and not Sean. Feeling like shite because it was Rona's cat. Her poor defenseless bloody cat. "Chrissy!" Mrs. Harper called. "It's all right," Chrissy called back. "Rona's cat's dead, that's all." "That's all." "Could you phone for the police, Mrs. Harper? Ask for D.I. Wilson and tell him there's been a break-in at Dr. McLeod's flat." Mrs. Harper bustled off. Chrissy ranged through the flat, almost sobbing with fury. In the spare bedroom, the fact that the mess was the result of a break-in was more obvious. The contents of drawers had been tipped onto the floor. On one wall, a faint yellow arc. It smelt of piss. Chrissy sat in the hall and waited for the police car to arrive. She heard its siren moan outside. Too late to do any good. She had made Mrs. Harper retreat to her nice civilized flat to have a stiff sherry and worry about what the world was coming to. "What the fuck?" Bill said as he pushed open the front door and the smell hit him. "Some bastards broke in and killed Rona's cat." Chrissy bit her bottom lip as Bill went through to the living room. She heard him swear again. This time he could have taught even her a thing or two about cursing. They had moved to the cafe bar down the street to get away from the stink. Bill was waiting for his coffee to congeal the way he liked it. Chrissy was already halfway down a glass of something stronger. "And what is Rona doing on Rosse?" Chrissy hadn't seen Bill Wilson this mad for a long time. "First of all, I didn't know she had gone there until she spoke to Dr. Sissons. And remember, she does come from Skye. Maybe she just went home for a visit." Chrissy knew it wouldn't wash. By the look on Bill's face, it didn't. Chrissy gave in. She went because of the tattoo. "Tattoo?" Bill looked exasperated. "Rona told you she thought there was a faint mark on the foot, just above the ankle? She took a photograph and gave the image to the computing department. They did their enhancing thing on it and came up with this." She handed Bill a copy of the printout. Bill stared at it. Why wasn't I told about this before? If you remember, Chrissy said angrily, Rona was taken off the case. Sissons didn't want to hear anything she said. The mod told her to stay clear and then declared the foot belonged to a Polish fisherman, for God's sake. Even you told Rona to keep out of it. Looks like she didn't take my advice, Bill said quietly. And Rona thinks the tattoo means membership of this group called Realba? Chrissy nodded. Rona met them at a Highland Games in California. She said their literature was racist. They were calling for a genetic war against non-whites, she paused. And remember the riots in LA? Rona thought the protesters were against genetic engineering, but later she realized some people were protesting against G-bombs, this century's equivalent of nuclear weapons. Bill looked puzzled, so Chrissy explained. You target the people who have genes you don't like. Black skin, yellow skin. Blue eyes. The virus only kills people with that particular strand in their DNA. Chrissy watched as the implications dawned on Bill. But how has that, or the racist crap, got anything to do with body parts being washed up on the west coast of Scotland? That's what Rona wanted to find out, Chrissy said. Bill looked thoughtful. They're sending an RAF helicopter to pick up the latest body part and bring it south. Chrissy raised her eyebrows. Important treatment for a factory ship worker. Exactly what I was thinking. They both fell silent. You don't think the break-in is anything to do with this Realba lot, do you? Chrissy asked. Bill shook his head. No, I think it's closer to home than that. He paused. Joe Maley's out. The name hung between them like a foul miasma, worse than the dead cat. Joe Maley, Glasgow's answer to the Godfather, minus the good looks. You warned Rona? Chrissy said, knowing by his face he hadn't. I was planning to tell her next time I saw her. It was difficult to get angrier than she already felt, but Chrissy managed. You know how that bastard hates Rona, but... Bill didn't answer. Instead, he pulled a photo from his pocket. Recognize her? The photo was crap. God knows how many pockets it had lived in. But Chrissy knew the pale face and big eyes even if she couldn't hear the voice. It's the singer Sean hired. The one I found GAGA in the toilets. The one O'Brien packed off to the mental ward. Maley's looking for her. Why? She was his girlfriend before he was sent down. So that's where I saw her before. In the courtroom. Chrissy didn't like the scenario that was forming in her mind. If Maley thought Rona's boyfriend was screwing his girl. Bingo. Maybe it was Maley that took Esther from the hospital, Chrissy suggested. Bill shook his head. A woman who works at the bus station says she definitely saw this girl get on a coach going north. She was with a youth and a baby. You think Esther has a baby? If she has, it's not Maley's, Bill said. He's been inside too long. God, I hope he doesn't think it's Sean's. Maley doesn't need an excuse. He's a psychopath. And if he's back on speed. Bill didn't have to finish. Chrissy had seen speed freaks close up. She had one in her own family. Her brother Joseph had relied on her for his drink money, then discovered speed made him run faster and longer. She had watched him descend from a wheedling pain in the neck to a jumpy paranoid whose anger exploded at the least provocation. When he disappeared to London, she hadn't mourned his going. Maley pumped up on speed would be as unpredictable and vicious as they come. Where did Esther go? The bus was heading for Skye. Great, said Chrissy. Chapter 23. Rona willed the approaching boat to chug straight on past. She had no desire to be found in the cave by anyone who might be using Spike's father's mooring and have to think up an explanation as to why she was there. Unless it was Spike? The engine noise had reached the entrance. Now it was suddenly all around her, echoing off the cavern walls. The engine spluttered to a halt, leaving only the Sound of water lapping the stone edge at her feet and the distant cries of gulls. Rona resisted the temptation to call Spike's name and waited as the boat swung silently round the corner, blocking the entrance and cutting the light. It was in far enough now for her to see the shadow of the occupant. Too tall for Spike. The man swore as his head hit a dip in the roof, knocking the boat sideways and sending waves to break over her feet. Rona was poised, ready to run back up the tunnel. If she was quick enough, she could bolt the trapdoor before any pursuer reached it. The man looked up from rubbing his head and caught sight of her. It took her a moment to register who he was, because he was the last person she expected to see. By the surprised expression on his face, he felt the same way about her. "Rona. What the hell are you doing here, Dot? I could ask you the same thing." Andre Frith was dressed in oilskins. His face, reddened by the force of the wind and weather, no longer wore the charm of Santa Monica. She suspected he was seriously annoyed at her presence but working hard to cover it. He maneuvered the boat alongside and threw her a rope. She slipped it through a metal ring and knotted it, then stood back to let him step ashore. Rona found a bottle of whiskey in a cupboard beside the fireplace in the sitting room. She poured 2 glasses of the pale golden liquid and handed one to Andre. He grimaced slightly, missing his usual ice and soda. Rona ignored his distaste. If he was so keen to be Scottish, let him drink whiskey the way it should be drunk. She threw back her own dram and immediately poured another, waiting for Andre to say something, determined not to be the first to explain her presence. Andre looked as if he was carefully planning what he was about to say. He would reveal the minimum. Alternatively, he would tell her a pack of lies. She would have to decide which. "Look," he began. Rona hated that word. Sean always said it when he was trying to get round her, or persuade her to his way of thinking. Andre's face suddenly cleared as though he had made up his mind to come clean. "I came here to look for Macaulay." "Macaulay?" She thought about that. "You think the man who lived in this cottage was Dr. Fitzgerald Macaulay?" When he answered, his voice was certain. "I know he was." "How?" "Come with me, Dot." He led her through to the kitchen. The Black Range sat in a deep alcove which would once have housed a low peat fire with a cooking pot suspended above. The stone lintel was well worn. Hundreds of hands had touched it over time. In the center of the long single stone was a carved symbol. A symbol she recognized. Rialba, the men of the West. The symbol's all over the place once you start looking. There's one outside too. He opened the front door. This time the ancient stone symbol was broken by the wind and the weather, but Andre was right. She hadn't noticed it when she walked in, but once you knew what you were looking for. Why was he here? To work. A feeling of dread crept over her. On what? A gust of wind slammed against them. The inner sound seethed, the heavy swell cresting in white foam. "We'd better get inside," Andre said. He bolted the door against the strength of the wind. "I have to get back to the car," Rona said, suddenly remembering about Eileen Flatay. "You'd better wait until the storm blows over." Andre suggested, "Then I could take you round to Brochel in the boat and you could pick up your car." "How do you know where my car is?" Andre smiled. "Where else would you park it?" "And no. I haven't been following you. I didn't even know you were on the island." He laughed. "You must have seen the look on my face when you loomed up in the cave." He had looked stunned. But by what? Not by the fact that she was on the island. She suspected he already knew that. No, Andre was only surprised to have found her in the boathouse. Rain beat at the tiny windows of the sitting room. A blast of wind moaned across the roof, sending peat ash to scatter at their feet. It would be difficult enough driving between Brochel and Arnish without the walk up the steep path to the castle. He read her thoughts. "At least you could sit in the cabin of the boat and stay dry. She wavered. Why don't I see if I can boil a kettle and we can have something hot to drink while we wait for the squall to die down? It's getting pretty chilly in here. She nodded, letting him wander through to the kitchen to try and turn on the Calor gas and boil some water, while she contemplated just how much Andre knew. He had been quick to show her the Realba symbols, but he hadn't mentioned how he'd got into the cottage in the first place to find them. Rona's mind flew to the skylight catch in the upstairs bedroom. Had Andre been the one to break it? Andre arrived 5 minutes later with 2 mugs of coffee. The granules were solid in the jar, but it smells all right. It smelled better than all right. The chill rose from her wet feet and sent a shiver through Rona, making her teeth chitter. Hey, you're frozen. Andre sounded concerned. I'll survive. Maybe I should light the fire? Rona suddenly had an image of Andre keeping her there, persuading her to wait until the rain lessened, making her coffee, lighting the fire. All classic delaying tactics. The coffee will warm me up. Then I really will have to go. He nodded. He was giving up, for the moment. Rona nursed the mug, enjoying its warmth. She would have tipped some whiskey into its blackness if she didn't have to drive to Warnish and examine a body part which might or might not belong to Fitzgerald Macaulay. You said you thought your father was working here? Yes. Where? She took in the small sitting room, the low ceiling, the tiny windows that hardly let in any light. Not in the cottage. Somewhere else on the island. He paused. I thought at first it might be below in the caves. After all, he could bring it in by boat. Bring in what? Andre shrugged. Everything he needed for his laboratory. A laboratory, she said, disbelievingly. Yet it made sense. If Macaulay wanted peace to work away from the American and British governments, he could do a disappearing trick and end up here as a writer with a wife and children. Then he could work undisturbed. She remembered what Mrs. McMurdo had said about no children being allowed near the cottage. Spike's isolation. Andre looked at her curiously. What? In that split second, Rona decided not to mention Spike. Even if Andre had been asking around and had found out Macaulay was living here with a family, that didn't mean he knew that Spike was on the island now. I just thought of the things he might have been working on. Yes. Andre's face clouded. That's my biggest worry. Half an hour later, the squall was over and a ridiculously blue sky filled the small window. They rinsed their mugs and stood them on the draining board, suddenly conscious of their intruder status. Rona made sure the front door was locked before she followed Andre to the trapdoor and the steps to the boathouse. It made her feel slightly better about prying in Spike's house. If only she could speak to Spike properly, she was sure she could find out if Andre was telling her the truth. Rona sat in the cabin while Andre guided the boat out of the cavern. She realized why he had gone past the entrance, then had reappeared. The opening was guarded by 2 stone pillars. You can't enter from the north, Andre explained. There's too much rock near the surface. You have to go past the pillars and come in from the south. Rona was silent, wondering just how Andre knew about the rocks and how often he had been in the cave. Before you ask, I know about the passage because of the map sitting above your head. It sounded like a truce. Okay, she said. Mrs. McMurdo from the post office gave me a key to the cottage. Mrs. McMurdo gave you a key. Andre laughed. That's a lot more than I got when I visited the post office. I suppose it helps if you're local. He was giving her the chance to tell him why she had come to the island. You were right, she said. There was a tattoo. He waited for her to continue. It was above the ankle. I wasn't sure what it was, so I removed a layer and came up with a digital image. I see. He looked upset. Rona realized what the news might mean to him personally. You should know that a week ago, Mrs. McMurdo received a postcard from the man who used to live in the cottage. The postcard came from America. What? There was no mistaking his honest surprise this time. So the foot may belong to someone else, she said. But I thought. He stopped. So Macaulay's still alive? You can't be sure Macaulay was the one living in the cottage. Mrs. McMurdo says the man's name was MacLeod. He was a writer. He had a wife and... Andre waited for her to go on. She didn't. And children. He finished the sentence for her. He had a wife and children, Rona. The wife killed herself after the youngest child died. There was another boy, Donald, around 15 years of age. He paused. That's who you came looking for, Rona, wasn't it? Chapter 24. The walk along the cliffs left Spike tired, cold, and sick with worry for Esther. He realized all the time he had been staying with her in Glasgow, he had been putting her in danger. Now it had happened. The bastards had her and it was his fault. Why the fuck had he come back here? He buried his hands in his pockets and concentrated on the path, picking his way through a mix of rough scree and sea pinks that clung bravely to the salty rock ledges. The sea pounded on the shore in a gray-white foam, sending its drumming echo up the cliff face. The wind was coming from the northwest, biting into his skin every time he looked up from the path. To his left, the mountain rose like an ancient volcano. Spike thought of the cottage and the lock and what had happened there. What he had done to Esther. He drew his hands from his pockets and examined them carefully in the clear morning light. Dark spotted like a lizard, the skin shriveled and old, they told Spike what he already knew. That it didn't matter what happened to him now. It took him 2 hours to get there. When he emerged through the hole in the ancient rock, the sun split the clouds and its long rays dropped on the cottage. Spike suddenly remembered his mother. He had tried to help her, but she didn't want him, because he wasn't hers. He was something else, something she didn't want to discuss, or even look at. Something amoral, something evil. An abomination before God. He shook his head, throwing the image at the sky, and descended the last few yards to the cottage, his mind a blank. The gargoyle symbol of his abomination sneered at him from above the door. He ignored it and went round the side, pulling himself onto the roof via the water barrel. The tiles were damp and slippery from the rain. He held onto the ridge and crept sideways like a crab. He had planned to smash it, but when he got there the skylight was open. Spike eased the glass back and dropped into his mother's bedroom, hoping that whoever had arrived before him wasn't still there. He stood like a statue, only his eyes moving over the familiar pieces of furniture. The room was as unloving as it had been when he left, the cot like an empty coffin in the corner. After 5 minutes of silence, Spike decided the cottage was empty. He made his way through the sitting room without looking round. Who had been here after he'd left that night? His mother's bedroom hadn't been soaked by the heavy rain, which could only mean the broken catch on the skylight was recent. Spike wondered if Mrs. McMurdo had sent the lady doctor to look for him when he hadn't turned up at the post office, then he remembered Mrs. McMurdo had a key. The only other person who might have come after him was Maylie. The corner of the storeroom had been cleared, which meant the bastards knew about the trapdoor. But his father had never brought anyone to the cottage. No one except Mrs. McMurdo had ever been in the place. Any meetings his father had with Maylie's scum had been far away from here. His father arranged for the drugs to be brought in by sea. He stored them until Maylie's men arrived from the mainland to collect them. That was the arrangement. What Maylie did with them afterwards didn't matter to his father. He had organized the money to fund his work. And his work was all he fucking cared about. Spike threw back the trapdoor and stared down into the darkness. The smell of damp and salt poured out. Damp and salt and the stink of human sweat. He didn't have a chance to step back before two hands gripped his ankles and jerked him downwards, smashing his head against the rock wall and knocking him unconscious. Tell us where it fucking well is, ... Meili was speaking in a Shinjusanji voice, mimicking Spike's West Highland accent. Spike didn't answer. Instead, his eyes darted round Meili and his two heavies to the deck of the boat, looking for some sign that Esther was here. A nod from Meili and a fist came straight at Spike. He flinched, expecting another smack, but this time the hand stopped short of hitting him and squeezed his jaw together, pushing his unwilling tongue out between his teeth. Well. Meili's voice had transformed into a sneer. The Tukter's got a fucking tongue after all. Spike didn't care about the sneer. He didn't care about the taste of blood in his mouth or the trickle of urine that ran down his leg. He just wanted to know that Esther was okay. He's pissing himself. They were laughing, like three weird sisters cackling together about what they would do next. Meili opened a box at his feet, laying the lid back so that Spike could see the array of sharp instruments. Spike didn't want Meili to see his fear, so he concentrated on the shadow of Duncan, rising like a black fortress above the island. Right, said Meili. Let's ring the bastard. Meili grabbed Spike's tongue and yanked it forward. Not too far back. We want you to be able to speak, don't we? Spike screamed as something pierced the side of his tongue, sending a burning blast of pain up his jaw. In his head he was shouting Jesus, 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 while his mouth ran bloody dribble over his tongue, round a metal ring and onto a chain that now linked him to Meili. They say a man's best friend is his dog, and you just became my wee pet mongrel. Meili waved the chain in Spike's face. And you know how they train dogs, Tukter? They pull on the lead every time it doesn't do what it's fucking well told. Meili smiled and ran the chain through his hand in agonizing jerks until his face was within spitting distance of Spike. We have been in every fucking cave on this fucking island, except the fucking right one. Your nutcase of an old man hid the stuff somewhere and you know where it is. So you are going to take us there. Understand? The boat was on the move, the beat of the engine drumming the side of Spike's head. His tongue throbbed and the back of his throat ached with the effort of keeping his tongue outside his mouth. When his smarting eyes followed the chain to its end, he found a padlock wrapped twice round the deck rail. Even if he managed to free his hands and feet, the only way he was going anywhere was with a key. And he wasn't going anywhere without Esther. The trouble was, he wasn't even sure Esther was on the boat. He had come to momentarily as Meili's men dragged him down the tunnel and dropped him into the motor launch tied up in the boathouse. Then they must have hit him again, because the next thing he remembered was Meili screaming at him and pushing the ring through his tongue. Spike looked about him, recognizing the power and style of the boat that was slipping its way along the familiar coastline. This boat was money and plenty of it. If Meili was making this amount from dealing, he was doing better than all right. But this wasn't Meili's boat, Spike knew that. This boat belonged to someone more powerful than Meili. Meili might be looking for the last drugs delivery, but he wasn't the one financing the search. That someone had to be one of the racist American bastards his father was always mouthing on about. All the time his father had been spouting racist crap about white Celtic supremacy and the return of the true Gaels to the West Coast, Spike had tuned out. He had got used to the quasi-religious rantings, the obsession with all things Celtic, the hatred of blacks, Jews, and anyone who couldn't trace their descent from some mythical men of the West. It was like fucking Highlander gone mad. Trouble was, until that last night in the boat, Spike hadn't realized how serious it all was. Meili might think it was all about the drugs, but he was wrong. The drugs just helped with the financing. Spike almost laughed. Because Meili, stupid bastard that he was, had no idea what an important cargo he was really carrying. Salt lay stiff on Spike's face, cracking his lips. He would have given anything to lie face down in dark Loch Namana and fill his burning mouth with her cool peat waters. He closed his eyes and thought of Esther standing by the loch, the baby in her arms, her face full of the beauty of the place, and he vowed that he would give up everything, including himself, to make sure she was all right. The cloud cover had thinned and a pale sun blinked down from the clear northern sky. In this swell it would take them a couple of hours to get to the cave. 10 minutes after that, Meili would know Spike had lied to him. But if he was right, Meili would never reach the cave. At least not in 2 hours. Meili would have to hole up somewhere within the next half hour. He might have the use of a fancy boat, but Meili sure as hell did not know West Highland weather. Spike watched as the horizon began to change, blue to gray and slowly to black, while a northwesterly wind danced across his parched lips, chafing the dried skin, making it beg for the rain that would follow soon enough. Chapter 25. The salmon cages filled the sea lock like the grid map of an American city, platforms serving as sidewalks. Rona stopped the car on the brow of the hill, resentful at this incursion of industrial fishing on the free waters of the loch, yet knowing that anything that filled the empty village houses with residents other than holiday homeowners was a bonus. She had left Andre at Brochel. They had parted badly. She would not tell him where she was going or why, and this time he could not follow her. Wherever his vehicle was, it wasn't at Brochel, and Rona did not look back as she climbed the hill from the castle and met the Arnish turnoff. The 2-kilometer road to Arnish was rough and narrow, but still a tribute to the postman who had built it himself after the council had refused to help his community. 22 years of pick, shovel, and wheelbarrow. By the time it was finished, the other families had gone, leaving Callum, the road builder, alone in his village. Smoke drifted from a cluster of chimneys and Rona could smell the sweet scent of peat. As she reached the foot of the hill, she spotted the police Land Rover outside a large metal shed, and decided she'd found the temporary mortuary. Constable Johnstone must have been listening for the car, because he emerged from the shed before Rona could pull on the handbrake. Mrs. McMurdo was right, Johnstone was not a local. He looked like a man who had joined the Northern Constabulary for a quiet life and had been seriously disappointed by recent events on his patch. He also had the look of a man with someone on his back. Phillips, perhaps? Dr. MacLeod? The constable held out his hand as Rona opened the boot and pulled out her forensic bag. We wondered where you'd gone. Someone reported seeing your car parked at Brochel. If Constable Johnstone expected her to enlighten him, he was wrong. Rona simply smiled and waited to be shown inside. They're sending an RAF helicopter to take the sample south, he informed her as he opened the door. It should be here in an hour, which doesn't leave you much time. And who exactly are they? Rona said, already seeing Philip's name on an MA document. Johnstone didn't answer. Well, whoever they are, they'll just have to wait until I finish, Rona told him. Somehow there was relief in being back in the world of the dead. Bodies, or bits of bodies, didn't give you grief, at least not personal grief. They just lay there, waiting to be understood. Latex gloves on, Rona lifted the right hand gently from the metal tray. The fingertips were gone, but the shape and size of the hand was consistent with her notes from the previous sample. The fish farm worker who found it reported seeing something waving at him from below the water, like a drowning man, he'd told her in Gaelic, with a nervous smile. When he'd knelt down, he could clearly see the arm, the fingers caught in the net. He was afraid, he told Rona, that the salmon might have been feeding on it. Rona thanked him and asked what the Sassenach restaurants that bought his salmon would think if they knew what the fish had been eating. Constable Johnstone was the only one who didn't laugh. The forearm was badly decomposed. Rona bent close, trying to ignore the smell. Fish odor and dead human were not a sweet combination. Above her, the metal roof had started to drum with the sound of pelting rain. The wind was scouring the building, looking for every opening in the structure. It was colder than Strathclyde Mortuary. Constable Johnstone was right when he had warned her about the deteriorating weather. Rona was suddenly sorry for the man. The Ministry of Defense on his back, bad weather, and a stubborn female in his face. So much for a quiet life. Rona contemplated the piece of rotting flesh that might or might not have been Macaulay. Sampling a body was more than an incident, it was a story. A story of a life, or at least the end of a life. Calculated guesses about the end of that life were the best she or anyone else could do. She didn't like to think about the implications if it was Macaulay. If Andre was right and his father was working on some biogenetic project here on Rosse. Whoever it was, Rona decided, it was not her responsibility. She would send her report on the tattoo to Glasgow with the body part and let Sissons sort it out. Rona concentrated on what sampling could be done, determined not to be put off by the constant reappearance of Constable Johnstone at the door, wanting her to hurry up. By the time she'd finished, the wind was trying to lift the roof off the metal shed. One look from the policeman as he re-entered told Rona what she already suspected. The helicopter would be going nowhere until the wind dropped. It seemed Phillips and the mod would have to wait for their body part. All finished, Rona said. The samples are tagged and I've rewrapped the limb. I'm assuming it's going to Glasgow? The constable nodded. I've enclosed some notes for my assistant there. Constable Johnstone hesitated. There was a message from a D.I. Wilson, telling us you would be going back with the sample, he shouted above the din on the roof. Really? Summoned here, summoned there, by some man or other. Rona was beginning to feel like a beck-and-call girl. The only place I'm going, she said firmly, is Mrs. McMurdo's, where I intend to have a hot bath and a large whiskey. And, Constable Johnstone, if anyone else phones, you can tell them that. The sky had closed like a dark lid over the island. Climbing from Arnish, Rona almost wished she had taken up the offer of a spell in one of the cottages until the wind died down. On the brow of the hill the car threatened to take off like chitty chitty bang bang, then she dipped towards Brochel and the tires gripped the road again. Below her, the castle rose on its pinnacle of sheer rock above a frenzied sea. She was almost at Holloman Island on the west coast when she saw the yacht. It was battling its way northwards to Oskake, dipping in and out of the waves like some mad fairground ride. Rona watched, horrified and fascinated at the same time, until a squall of rain drove against her window, scattering the image in 1,000 drops. By the time she reached Oskage, Rona couldn't see a yard in front of her, never mind 100 yards away. With any luck, she told herself, the yacht had tucked in south of Oskage Point and was riding out the storm. The post office was in darkness when she pulled up outside, creating morbid thoughts of electricity pylons down and no hot water for baths. The big front door was shut firmly against the wind and after knocking a couple of times, Rona headed round the back. The back door was open. A paraffin lamp sat on the kitchen table. The room was warm, soft waves of heat rippling from the solid fuel range despite the no electricity situation. Mrs. McMurdo's note was brief. Gone next door with the baby. Mrs. Mackenzie wanted some company. The water's hot enough for a bath. Tea in the slow oven. Rona checked the various doors in the big range and found the slow oven and the rich casserole of venison and potatoes. She would have sold her soul for a glass of Sean's red wine to go with it, but wine did not feature in Mrs. McMurdo's cookbook. Whiskey, however, was a different matter. There was a glass and a bottle of malt on the table next to the note. Rona half filled the glass with the smoky brown liquid, lifted the lamp and headed upstairs to run her bath. Her body ached from dropping down trapdoors and creeping along tunnels. She was annoyed and frustrated, and not just about her work. She turned on the taps and watched the hot brown water fill the tub, reminding herself of what her father had taught her. Always remember to take pleasure in the small things of life. Hot water, good food, and good whiskey. She would soak in the tub and drink her dram. Then she would sit in the warmth of the kitchen and eat. Then she would try and phone Sean. When the power came on again, she would email Chrissy and tell her she would be back to work tomorrow. But what about Spike and Esther and the baby? She would explain everything to Bill Wilson. He would help. If Esther was mentally ill, she needed help, and Bill could organize that for her. If Spike turned up, which he would, she would talk to him. Tell him about Andre. Spike could decide for himself. Rona slipped into the peaty water, letting the softness climb her thighs and settle on her hips and breasts. Lamplight and warm whiskey lulled her into relaxation. She leaned her head back, half closing her eyes, listening to the wind skim the rooftop and prowl at the windows, knowing that this house had braved 1,000 such storms. She must have dozed off, because it was the scratching that woke her up. Mrs. McMurdo had warned her about the mice. Ever since the cat died, they'd been a problem. But the scratching seemed too far away for her to care. Rona shut her eyes again, allowing the lantern light to filter through her lashes. Somewhere deep in her brain she worried about Spike and Esther, but she was too tired to do anything about it. The water was cooling, sending little shivers up her thighs, and she knew she would have to get out soon. She had hung the towel and her bathrobe behind the door, and the thought of climbing out and padding naked across the floor did not appeal. Rona moved the water in small waves, and in its wash she felt momentarily warm again. The squeaking had reached the bathroom door, and Rona heard the sound of tiny claws as they slithered across the wooden floorboards. It was time Mrs. McMurdo got another cat. She smiled, missing Chance, her own Black Panther. Suddenly, Rona was homesick. Homesick for her city flat, for the hum of the traffic outside, for Chance meowing and threading between her legs. But most of all, Rona was homesick and hungry for Sean. She stood up, and the draft from the window wrapped her wet body in its chill embrace. Shivering, she reached for the towel and her bathrobe. Below, the back door snapped open and closed, and Rona heard the bolt slide shut against the storm. Mrs. McMurdo was home. Rona lifted the lamp and opened the bathroom door, looking forward to sitting in the heat of the kitchen, eating her meal and talking to Mrs. McMurdo. With a bit of luck, Spike might have been in touch already. Rona saw him from the top of the stairs. Maylie looked up and gave her that smile, the one Rona remembered from the dock as the judge passed sentence. Dr. McLeod. Just the woman I've been looking for. Chapter 26. Spike bent his head, securing it between his knees. The boat was climbing again, riding the crest. Whoever was in charge below deck knew what they were doing, he had to give them that. It wasn't bloody Maylie, anyway. Spike had watched him spew his lot up over the side. But at least vomiting had taken Maylie's mind off the fun of torture. They had put Spike in a storeroom near the wheelhouse as the storm hit. Maylie had taken great delight in leading him there by the chain, tugging it every 5 seconds and shouting, "Fucking hurry up, mongrel." Then Maylie had wrapped the chain round a metal pipe and relocked the padlock, as if there was anywhere Spike could go. Once Maylie had disappeared, Spike slid the chain down the pipe and jammed himself between some containers and the wall. When the swell started, he concentrated, reminding his stomach that it had survived such storms before. When he was wee, his teacher had told him a Gaelic poem that described every possible wave. She'd read it out to the class, and Spike had marveled at the way the language had a word for the shape of every rise and every fall, every crest and trough, every curl and every color. He watched through the porthole as the poem unfolded before his eyes and knew that, despite everything, he was actually praying. This time the boat hadn't climbed so high, nor fallen so far. Spike lifted his head and looked out of the porthole. The yacht must be coming into the lee of Oskeg Point, and the swell was lessening. Then he heard the grind of the wire through the winch and the scrape and judder of the anchor as it caught on the bottom. The bigger of the two guys arrived shortly afterwards, his face halfway between green and red, smelling of the booze he'd hit to line his stomach. Spike stood so that the bastard wouldn't have the pleasure of jerking him up. "Right, mongrel. The boss wants a wee chat." Esther was sitting on a long seat under the window, her eyes empty, her hands lifeless in her lap. A wash of emotion swept over Spike as they pushed him through the door. He wanted to go to her, put his arms around her like he'd done in the hospital, tell her it was going to be all right. Esther. Her name forced its way past the swollen tongue and out of the shattered mouth. Esther looked blankly at him. "Hey, baby," Maylie said. "See, I've brought you back your wee pet." Maylie was standing beside Esther, and he began stroking her hair, running his hand down the side of her head and onto her shoulder, curbing her chin, slipping underneath it and down inside the shirt. "Fuck you, you bastard." Spike lurched forward, the words snarling from his throat. He was within a foot of Esther when the big guy jerked back the chain. The ring sliced at his tongue, and his mouth filled with the hot saltiness of blood. He dropped to his knees on the floor. Then he screwed himself round, trying to look at Esther, as if looking at her would protect her. But Esther was gazing at Meili, her lips parted, waiting for the kiss that was on its way. Spike stopped fighting and let the real pain seep in. Now he knew the truth. Esther wasn't a prisoner. Esther knew Meili. Esther knew Meili very well indeed. Meili turned and sneered at Spike, then tipped up Esther's chin and stuck his tongue in her mouth. Spike rolled over and placed his face against the cool metal wall. His mouth pounded where the ring had torn the flesh. What difference would it make if he pulled it right out? At least he'd lose the bastard chain. Spike tried not to think what Meili would do when he found the chain off, or where he would sink the ring in next. It didn't fucking matter, anyway. Meili didn't need him anymore. Lying on the floor of the cabin with a heel in his crotch, Spike had told Meili what he wanted to know, because it didn't matter anymore. And all the time Esther had looked through him like he wasn't there. Spike winced, remembering how he'd told Meili that Dr. McLeod was the woman on the cliff top without realizing that Meili knew her. He'd shut up as soon as he saw the hate in Meili's eyes, but Meili had pulled down Spike's pants and told the big guy to bring another ring and they would attach the Tukter's fucking tongue to his balls if he didn't tell him where the McLeod woman was right now. So Spike told him, even though he realized Meili would go after her. The wind had dropped and the sharp splatter of the rain was less insistent against the porthole. Sometime in his misery, Spike had heard them lower the dinghy and realized someone had gone ashore. Then he heard the distant beat of helicopter blades and knew the Coast Guard was searching for battered boats in the wake of the storm. If the swell was down and Meili had gone ashore, he could slip overboard. He just needed rid of the bastard ring. Spike felt his way to the end of the chain. His mouth was wet, a constant dribble of blood and saliva dripping from his chin like a baby. Spike pried his right shoe off and stretched down to wrinkle his sock over his ankle. He stuffed the wet sock in his mouth, his eyes smarting as the salt water found his tongue, then he wound the chain tightly round his other foot and pulled. The normally clear water was clouded with shattered shells, shifting sand, and seaweed being driven remorselessly towards shore. Spike could make out the shadow of the anchor chain, and for a moment he imagined twisting his leg in it until the water found his nose and lungs and filled them completely. Then his feet kicked upwards and his head broke the surface. It had been easy to get out of the storeroom. No one had thought for a moment that he would pull out the chain. He'd forced himself to stumble for the open door as soon as he got free. At first his feet refused to obey and he'd skittered about the deck like a drunk, grabbing at anything within reach just to stay upright. Then the fresh air hit him and he filled his lungs. As he stumbled past the main cabin he heard the men swearing and laughing. He tried not to look in, knowing if they spotted him now, he wouldn't have time to swim away before they dropped a dinghy and fetched him back. The two heavies were at the table drinking, but the seat beside the window was empty. Esther was gone. Spike tipped headfirst over the railing and the waves closed above him. The wind was blowing from the northeast and would carry him steadily south. If he could keep his head above water and swim with the current, he would be driven ashore before the narrows of Rosse. After he pulled the ring out, he'd lain, the sock still gripped between his teeth, his body rattling against the floor, trying to concentrate on what he would do next. He knew that going for Esther would be a waste of time. From the look on her face in the cabin, she had already made up her mind who she wanted to be with and it wasn't him. Spike forced away the image of her blank face and thought about the baby and Mrs. McMurdo and Dr. McLeod. The expression on Meili's face when Spike said the woman's name kept coming back to him. The bastard had asked him to describe her, tell him where she was staying on the island, all the time grinding his boot into Spike's crotch, and Spike had blabbed, opening his mouth and letting it all run out like bloody diarrhea. So that's why the bitch wasn't at the flat. Meili grinned down at him. You've just made me a fucking happy man. The sky and water were one, a restless gray. Spike concentrated on the shoreline, one arm movement, then another, ignoring the chill that had captured his body and was moving in on his soul. If he could get to shore, he could get to the post office. He could try and warn the doctor about Maylie. He could tell Mrs. McMurdo everything, even about his father. He wanted to tell her about his father, before it was too late. It seemed to Spike that warm blood had found its way back through his arms and legs, then his chest. His head was buzzing with warmth and laughter, the bubbling laughter of Esther and the baby that day in the sunshine, before they sailed back to the island. Spike stopped fighting the waves and lay unmoving, letting the image and the scent and the warm memory wash over him. Chapter 27. The mouse ran across Rona's foot, squeaking and scrabbling to get away, its fear matching her own. She forced herself to stay put and plan her next step, knowing Maylie was in no hurry. The door was bolted. There was nowhere for her to go. Maylie was grinning up at air, the glassy eyes of the Cheshire cat, with her as the mouse. "What do you want, Maylie?" "What do I want?" Maylie repeated with slow relish. "Why, Dr. McLeod, I want you." He had one foot on the bottom stair, his arm resting on the banister. "Don't be stupid, Joe," Rona said. "If you touch me, they'll get you and you'll be back inside." He shook his head. "That's where you're wrong, Dr. McLeod. By the time they find what's left of you, I'll be far, far away. This is an island, Joe. A one-stop island with a ferry when the weather's good enough. You can't go anywhere without the whole island knowing about it." Maylie was loving this. His ego was working overtime. He would tell her the whole story just so he could watch her squirm. "I've got friends. Friends that helped get me out of jail and friends that will help keep me out. That operation you fucked up? Well, it's right back on track. Our American cousins saw to that." His hand was sliding up the banister. Rona could smell him now. Booze and salt and the acrid smell of male sweat. If she turned to run, he would be right behind her. Before she could open a door, he would have her on the floor. But he wasn't moving on her yet. Somewhere behind her on the landing, the trapped mouse scratched frantically at a closed door. "Sounds like you need a cat around here," Maylie was grinning. "Oh, I forgot, you had a cat, didn't you, Dr. McLeod? A big black cat." Rona froze. Jesus. He had been in the flat. Joe Maylie had been in her flat. "What?" Now, Dr. McLeod. "I just went to pick up what was mine. And she wasn't there. And that made me angry." She? Who the hell was he talking about? Maylie licked his lips. "Didn't you know? While you were away in California, your bastard of a boyfriend was screwing my wee girl." "His wee girl?" Rona's brain had the answer before she sent it to search. Esther. He was talking about Esther. So the police were right. Esther was a plant in the club. Christ. Sean was a stupid bastard, following his prick instead of his head. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said, keeping her face calm. "That's funny, neither did your cat when I asked it," he said smugly. "Fucking pissed me off, that did." Rona tried to ignore the images that were flooding her mind. If she could just keep him talking, maybe Mrs. McMurdo would come back. She wasn't reacting enough and Maylie was getting bored. She was the mouse that didn't squeal and squirm. He started up the stairs. Rona slid one foot nearer the banister, her hand still gripping the lamp. The light from the lamp played across his face, making his teeth and eyes glint. When he was 3 stairs from her, she swung it at him. It flew past his head and hit the hall floor, and then there was just the two of them and the darkness. His hand was gripping her throat, forcing her head up and back, his knees were on her arms, pinning them close to the floor. Rona let her body go limp and kept her eyes shut, like a subdued animal. Maylie was breathing into her face. A drop of his spittle hit her cheek. If he was planning to strangle her, there was nothing she could do about it. But Maylie wasn't ready to do that, yet. Her bathrobe had fallen open in the struggle. Maylie was taking in the view, his breath getting faster. He used his knees and free hand to move her arms under her body and slipped his own body lower than her crotch. Every nerve in Rona's body told her to writhe and jerk and yell and fight, but sense told her the opposite. Meili was bigger than her, Meili was stronger than her, but Meili wasn't smarter than her. What brain he had was in his cock. Rona waited till he was busy with his zip, then she rolled, pushing away hard from the floor beneath her, unbalancing him. His grip loosened on her neck as he tried to right himself, and she swung back and rolled again, this time throwing him hard against the wall. One hand free, Rona grabbed at his open crotch, her nails finding flesh. Meili gave a howl and slapped her hard across the face, but the swipe knocked him sideways. She squeezed tighter, digging in her nails, like a nutcracker on a nut. Meili was yelping like a kick dog, throwing his fist wildly at her face, smacking the floor as she turned her head. All the energy Rona had stored as he prowled her limp body was in her next move. She screwed her hand round, twisting the nutcracker. Now Meili was howling in her ear, a long howl of bitch. But his hands were off her, cradling his crotch. Rona let go and rolled away. Her feet found the top stair and she launched herself down 2 at a time. "You'll pay for that, bitch." Rona dived for the open kitchen door. She slammed it shut and put all her weight against it, knowing without a lock she had no chance. Meili flung himself at the door. Her feet slithered forwards and met the table leg. The next time he would be through. She glanced wildly round for something to defend herself with and spotted the knife rack. Meili suddenly released his pressure. She heard him step back and knew he was planning a run at it. Rona dived for a knife as headlights hit the window and a vehicle screeched up outside. The answer to her prayer. Meili didn't wait to find out who it was. Rona heard the back door bang and knew Meili was gone. The whiskey bottle stood half empty between them on the table. When Mrs. McMurdo came back from putting the baby to bed, she poured another for Rona without asking. Andre waved his offer away. "I have to go," he said. "Go where?" Rona forced her hand flat on the table to stop it trembling. He hesitated and Rona knew he didn't want to say anything in front of anyone else. "I'm going to bed," Mrs. McMurdo said. "Constable Johnstone will be here in the morning and we can clear this all up. Whoever the intruder was, he can't get off the island until the weather improves." Rona smiled her thanks as Mrs. McMurdo closed the door behind her. God knows what the poor woman thought was going on. Ever since Rona had arrived in her house, her life had been turned upside down. Rona was damn sure she wasn't going to tell her to add attempted rape and murder to the list. Andre reached out and covered Rona's trembling hand. "Hey, are you all right?" Rona nodded. "Look, the best thing you can do is go home," Andre was saying. "Leave me to sort this out." "No," she said. "Whatever is going on here, FM part of it now," she paused. "And if FM part of it, maybe it's time you told me the truth." Andre was silent for a moment. "Maybe it is." He reached for his inside pocket. The light from the lamp caught the black holster tucked under his left arm and he smiled apologetically as he flipped open the leather wallet and showed her an FBI badge. "I'm sorry," he said. "So you should be." Rona stood up. "All that shite about Macaulay being your father and the sob story about your Scottish roots." She began to walk up and down, trying to control her anger. It was obvious now. Too obvious. She turned on him. "That's why you spoke to me in the airport. That's why you took me to the Highland Games, to dinner." She stopped, remembering the embarrassment in the hotel room. Andre came towards her, but she took a step away from him. "There were reasons why we did not want to alert the authorities over here," he said. "I had to find out if the foot belonged to Macaulay. I had to find out what you knew." Rona glared at him. "So where does Meili come into this?" Meili was running a drug syndicate using the West Coast Islands to bring the stuff in. We knew there was American money involved and the Prophet was financing something. We just didn't know what. Then we received a letter, posted here, from Macaulay. In it he made threats that involved the work he said he was doing. Threats that we thought he might be able to back up. So I came looking for him. The rest you know. He was watching her, watching to see if she was buying the story. Everything Rona knew up to now fitted what he said. If he was lying, he was making a good job of it. That's why you went looking for Spike, she said accusingly. Not because he might be your long-lost brother. You thought he would know something. Andre wasn't denying it. You thought the same, Rona, he said quietly. He was right. She hadn't gone to the cottage to help Spike or Esther. She had gone to find out who Spike's father was. Andre was looking at the postcard sitting on the shelf above the range. The postcard supposedly from Macaulay. Rona sat back down, suddenly tired of it all. Macaulay, Spike, Maylie. Especially Maylie. The way he'd looked up at her from the hall. Pleased because he knew he would find her there. No one knew I was staying here, she said puzzled. No one, not Chrissy, not D.I. Wilson, not Sean. She'd even led Sissons to believe it would take her 4 hours to get to Eileen Flat A. No one knew except you and Spike. Rona suddenly realized the horror of what that meant. Maylie has Spike, she said. Chapter 28. That's why the two men couldn't see him, Spike decided. They were part of his dream. A dream he didn't want to wake up from. Water began playing with his feet, rippling up, washing back, bringing them back to life. Now it was his hands, and the sudden cloying cold of wet sand between his fingers. The next wave brought a shiver with it, sliding up his spine, running like an ache through his limbs. He was coming back to reality. Spike tried to drift back, stay in that other place, a place somewhere between death and life, where he had been floating without thought or pain, warm, comfortable, and safe. He muffled a cry as the men's words drifted towards him. He couldn't make out what they were saying, but he could hear their American accents. Suddenly Spike didn't want them to know he lay there on the shore, didn't want them to know he was alive at all. The seaweed was thick along the beach, huge swaths that slithered beneath his feet like brown snakes. Clouds of small black flies hovered above the mounds, dancing away as he walked through. After the men left, he had sat tucked below the rock, shivering in his wet clothes, until his legs stopped shaking long enough to carry him up the bank. Then he'd cut inland, not wanting to follow the road in case the men were somewhere between him and the village. Now he was in woods, sheltered at least from the wind that drove in from the sea. As he walked, his shivering became a pattern. A gentle ripple that built up and up until the violent juddering of his teeth and bones brought him to a standstill. His body would descend into a strange calm that made him want to lie down and sleep forever before the cycle began again. When the shadows of the chapel rose out of the gloom of the ancient burial ground, Spike's confused mind told him that he had already died and there was no point in going on. Still he kept walking, shouting fuck at the darkness to keep himself awake. The baby was crying. Spike could hear it, a long wail that churned his stomach. The hill dipped steeply to the back garden and suddenly he was slipping and sliding towards the gate. He pulled himself up and stumbled down the path, his mouth alive with the snapping of his teeth against one another. If Maylie had heard Duncan, he would kill him. Spike launched himself at the door and it spilled open, then his face was on cold linoleum and the taste of warmth and whiskey was on his swollen tongue. Chapter 29. Rona stood at the door as the car headed off into the darkness. Andre wouldn't stay, despite Mrs. McMurdo's protestations when she came down to heat milk for the fractious baby. He had something he had to do, he said. To Rona, at the door, he was less cautious. There was a yacht at anchor off Oskeg Point. He wanted to check in case it had something to do with Maylie. If he drove further up the hill, he might get a decent enough signal to contact the Coast Guard. Rona wanted to go with him and didn't want him to go at the same time. Will you be okay? Of course, she said, not really meaning it. He turned, then stopped and pulled the gun from the holster. Can you use this? She was annoyed at him for seeing how scared she was. "This isn't America. You don't have to use it, just have it." "No," she said firmly. He reluctantly slipped the gun back into the holster. "What about the lab?" "We'll find the lab," he said. "Get some sleep, then we'll take a look at the boathouse again. Maybe the other cave you found leads to it." He touched her arm briefly, then turned and made for the car. As he drove away, his headlamps were the only lights to be seen. The storm had knocked out the power, except for houses with their own generator and, of course, Maylee's yacht. Rona built up the range with thick black peats and pulled the kettle onto the hot plate, knowing she would have to drink something hot or else she would never feel warm again. Delayed shock was sending shudders up her spine and through her arms. She managed to pour the boiled water into the teapot, then sat down in front of the open firebox, nursing the hot sweet tea, grateful that at least now she knew the truth about Andre. And knowing the truth meant she could trust him. The baby gave a wail as if he was having a nightmare, then there were footsteps and whimpers as Mrs. McMurdo went to nurse him back to sleep. The peat was well caught now and waves of heat flowed about her, calming her shivering limbs. She thought over what Maylee had said about the flat and tried to convince herself that he had been lying in order to frighten her. Lying, at least, about the cat. Esther was another matter. If Esther was Maylee's girl and he'd found out she was with Sean, a shiver of fear swept through her. Sean had been the one to warn her that Maylee was out. But did Sean know what he was doing when he befriended Maylee's girlfriend? Rona was half asleep when she heard the slamming of the back gate and the stumbled footsteps outside. Her first fearful thought was Maylee, then she heard the Gaelic voice screaming obscenities and knew it was Spike, even before the back door flew open and the boy fell in. Spike mumbled an apology at Mrs. McMurdo for swearing, but she pretended not to notice, handing him a mug of something hot and urging him to drink. The first swig made him grimace with pain and Mrs. McMurdo held open his mouth to look at the mess inside. "Who did this to you, Donald?" She moved his head sideways to look at the bruising where Maylee's boot had landed. Spike spoke slowly and carefully. "I came to warn you." "I know," Rona said. "Warn her about what?" Mrs. McMurdo said, catching sight of the look that passed between them. "I think it's time I phoned your father, Donald. This whole thing is getting out of hand." Spike's eyes filled with fear. "What do you mean, phone my father?" Spike took and read the postcard Rona handed him. "I phoned the number 2 days ago," Mrs. McMurdo told him. "A woman said she would tell your father that you were here." Spike was silent. "Your father didn't write that postcard, did he, Spike?" Rona said. Spike looked up at her, his thin frame lost in the weight of blankets Mrs. McMurdo had draped round him. "It's all right, Donald, you can tell us the truth." Mrs. McMurdo's soft voice seemed to soothe Spike and he looked sadly at her as if he were about to tell her something that would make her feel bad about him and he didn't want that. He turned to Rona. "My father made me go with him that night. He told me he needed help. I hadn't seen him for days. Then he came home, all pleased with himself and said he was ready." "Ready for what?" Rona asked. He shook his head. "I don't know." Rona nodded at him to go on. "We took the boat out at about midnight. He wouldn't say where we were going. We headed south, keeping close to the coast." Spike hesitated, seeing Mrs. McMurdo's stern expression. "I thought we were going to collect a delivery from one of the caves below Druim and Aeneac." "Is that where your father hid the drugs?" Rona said. Spike nodded. Then he stopped the boat. His voice was breaking into pieces. "He said I was a mistake, an experiment that had gone wrong. An abomination." Behind Rona, a Gaelic curse crossed Mrs. McMurdo's lips. "Then he came at me," Spike said, "and I killed him." Chapter 30. The yacht had gone. Rona scanned north to Holloman Bay, but it too was empty. "Looks like Maylee's left." Spike disagreed. Meili won't leave without the drugs. Rona suspected he was right. She pulled away from the side of the narrow road and headed towards Brachel. They had taken the turning down towards Halaman Island, just to make sure the yacht hadn't moved along the coast when the storm died down. With no sign of it yet, the chances were it had crossed to Skye. After she persuaded Spike to go upstairs and get some sleep, Rona told Mrs. McMurdo the truth about their American visitor. That explains why he was nosing about here last month, asking all those questions. He showed me that symbol. Realba. Mrs. McMurdo nodded. Then you turned up and showed me the same thing and... I'm afraid I lied and said I'd never seen it before. I'm sorry. Rona patted her arm. It doesn't matter. The main thing is, we have Spike back. And Esther? He says she's gone back to Meili, Rona said. What about the bairn? Rona shook her head. She didn't know. That was one part of the story Meili hadn't told her. I'll take care of the baby, Mrs. McMurdo said firmly, at least until we know. She looked at Rona. What will happen to Donald? Spike's confession had been genuine, Rona was sure of that. Whether he was right and it was his fault that his father was dead, was another matter. They'd struggled and his father had gone overboard. When he didn't reappear, Spike had panicked, diving in himself, searching madly under and around the boat, but there was no sign of a body. He had stayed until daylight, submerging again and again until he gave up, exhausted. If his father attacked him and Spike tried to defend himself, he doesn't have anything to worry about, Rona said, hoping it was true. Spike was staring through the windscreen, deep in thought. Rona noticed his wrinkled skin was so thin, it was almost translucent. Spike? He turned. There's an American I think you should meet. Rona carried on talking despite his evident desperation. His name is Andre Frith. He knew your father. No fucking way, Spike said. I'll take you to the lab, then I'm off. That's what we agreed, Rona knew if she persisted he would be out the car and away and she would never see him again. You're right, that's what we agreed, Rona said quietly, knowing she had already betrayed him. When the mail had left the island that morning, it carried with it enough DNA from the sleeping boy to establish whether the body parts they'd found were his father's. By tomorrow morning, Chrissy would have the sample along with the entire story. All Rona had to do now was keep Spike with her until she found out the truth. Spike lapsed into silence until they were minutes from Brachel, then he told Rona to turn down a dirt track and made her hide the car among some trees. The wind had dropped and the stillness had brought the mist creeping in from the sea again, drifting about them in long milky strands. Spike walked on ahead and Rona concentrated on keeping his back in view. When she dropped too far behind, Spike stopped and waited, and Rona was absurdly grateful each time his slight figure loomed out of the mist in front of her. It would have been easier by boat, he said on the third occasion this happened. Does the lab have a direct link to the sea? Of course, Spike said. That's how my father brought in what he needed. And what did he need? Droplets of moisture hung from his hair, making Rona want to reach out and sweep them away. You know what my father was, She had stopped to catch her breath and Spike seemed in no hurry to move on. Rona wondered briefly if he was lost, but quickly dismissed the thought. Everything she'd seen suggested Spike could move about this island like a deer, the landscape as familiar as a scent. Rialbo was his life, he said bitterly. He would talk of the coming, how soon it would be. How the men of the West would triumph. What did he mean? How the fuck should I know? His face was twisted and bitter. All I know is that it didn't include anyone who wasn't a direct descendant of the clan. He stood up. The next bit's hard, he said. But there's a tunnel from the lock over there. Rona glanced in the direction of his pointing hand. If there was a lock ahead, she certainly hadn't spotted it. It's in a quarry, he told her, you'll see it in a minute. Loch na Minha, Lock of the Woman. The lock was peat-colored, an oval mirror reflecting the hill that surrounded it. They walked past the black house where, Spike told her, he'd stayed with Esther. He wouldn't go inside, but Rona did, smelling the sweet heather beds and the fragrant scent of a peat fire. A bright splash of color caught her eye. Outside again, she handed Spike the woolen baby hat she'd retrieved from the corner. He thrust it into his pocket without speaking. With each step they seemed to be moving further and further from the sea as they traversed the lockside to the steeper wall of the quarry. "We have to climb from here." Spike must have seen her worried look, because he added, "There's a crevasse, big enough to scramble up. After that, it's easy." Easy? Rona had heard that word before. Spike took her hand and led her to a break in the rock face, and she saw that he was right. The fissure was 3 feet wide. It climbed in giant stepping stones up the face of the rock. Spike went first and pulled her up after him. At the top, the quarry wall was dotted with caves like a forgotten shore. Spike led Rona to an opening, then stooped and disappeared into the darkness. Rona had lost all sense of direction. The tunnel wound like a snake through the hill, at times branching off in more than one direction, but Spike was always waiting for her at the crossroads. Legend says the loch was once salt water. A water horse came through this tunnel from the sea and devoured a young girl. Her father, mad with grief, hunted the monster and tried to kill it, but when he found it, it was made of jelly. Spike stood back to let Rona pass through the metal door. The tunnel had reached its end. Rona heard the switch, and from semi-darkness her eyes were blasted into light that sprang like the sun from the metal tables and glass cabinets arranged neatly under the arched stone roof. Rona had heard about such structures, had even crawled down Meisho's long low tunnel in Orkney and emerged in its great amphitheater, but nothing had prepared her for this. "It amused my father to use an ancient burial chamber to manipulate life," Spike told her. Their eyes were becoming accustomed to the light, and the gleaming emptiness told them the truth. They had found the lab, but whatever Macaulay had been working on was gone. "The bastards have taken it." "Who has taken it, Spike? Who knew about the lab?" He sat down heavily, leaning his arms on a lab table. Rona could read in his face what the last 24 hours had been for the boy. And he was a boy, despite the pinched face of an old man. She went over and rested her arm about his shoulders. "Do you know what your father was planning?" He looked past her, at the wall. The map sat behind a perspex screen. Orange, yellow-brown, and black shadings identified the racial predominance of each of the American states. Black, Chinese, Puerto Rican, Asian, Jew. White superiority under threat. To the right a smaller map, a group of islands, jewels in the Western Sea. Sky, Rase, their racial story in colored detail, Gale and Incomer. "Spike, was your father going to do something here?" "I thought if he was dead, it would all end," he said. "But it hasn't, has it? Is there any way out of here except by the tunnel?" He nodded at a duplicate metal door on the other side of the dome structure. "There's a cave where the boat comes in." Rona pulled him to his feet. "Go and see if we still have a boat." Spike opened the door and Rona heard the low boom of crashing waves. "I won't be long," he shouted. But Rona was already too busy to hear. There was an office area at the back of the dome, cut off from the lab by a glass screen. The quickest way to find out what Macaulay had been working on would be to check his records. Much as she disliked the character Spike called father, there was no doubt the man was a meticulous scientist. If he had been playing genetic wargames, the information could still be here somewhere. She lifted a pile of files from a cabinet and made for the desk. The wall in front of her was a patchwork of newspaper cuttings and extracts from scientific articles that made her skin crawl. They were grouped in chronological order, covering the last 5 years. The most recent was a UK cutting about a call for American public health officials to prepare for the possibility of a terrorist attack using biological weapons. Genetic modification by those with access to sophisticated laboratory facilities could lead to the development of GM pathogens with enhanced resistance to antibiotics or, in theory, genetically targeted to affect selected ethnic groups. It looked as though the columnist had been reading Macaulay's mail. The rest of the articles were in a similar vein. Right-wing bombers in the US, the Japanese poison gas episode, the nail bomb in London. The man reveled in disasters. Rona opened the first file. Lists of names, some with amounts of money beside them under the headings donation or prepayment. Some were for a couple of $100, others were in the thousands. There was no mention of what the money was for. The next two files were the same. Lists of people or lists of equipment. No mention of Rialba, no mention of what had been going on here. Rona went back to the cabinet and pushed her way through the files, scrabbling with sheets of paper that were no more unusual than her own office paperwork. She needed the lab books. They would tell her what the hell had been going on. It was no use. There was a mountain of things to figure out here, and it wasn't her responsibility to do it. What she had to do was tell the authorities where the lab was and get off the island and go home. Even Phillips would be her friend when she told him what she'd found. Rona left the glass enclosure. The insistent booming noise in the lab had intensified. It made her feel giddy. She began to feel as if she was on a fairground ride that would not stop. As she reached out and steadied herself against a metal table, her eyes were drawn upwards. The domed ceiling shivered with echoes. Boo! 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 She staggered to a sink, the sharp acid taste of vomit in her throat. Boo! 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 The noise was no longer outside her. It was inside her brain. She clasped the table edge, her balance going. Her body felt light, so light. If she let go, she knew she would float. Spike's voice broke the spell. Hey, are you all right? He had closed the seaward door and the deep resonant sound was gone. Rona pulled her eyes from the ceiling and found she was holding tightly to the table edge. That noise. It was inside my head, she said slowly, trying to understand. I thought I was floating upwards. Rona could hardly believe what she was saying. I'm sorry, I should have closed the door, Spike explained. The mound is built like an acoustic theater. It manipulates sound, especially low continuous sound like chanting or the sound of the sea, she finished for him. It was weird, like a religious experience? Spike gave a grim laugh. My father knew the right fucking place to play God. The engine hummed into life. Spike untied the rope and maneuvered them out of the cave, towards daylight. When they were well away from the cliff, Rona tried her mobile, but there was no signal. If she wanted to make a call, she would probably have to get to a landline. The nearest is at Brochel, if the line isn't down from the storm, Spike told her. So they headed north, with Druim and Anak hanging over them, cutting the sun. Spike stayed parallel to the coast, keeping clear of the choppy waters at the cliff edge. Even then, they could feel the great pull of the undertow, as wave fought wave, to and from the rock face. When they reached Skriapital, Spike pointed towards the ruins of the village. That's where I fought with my father. I thought he would swim ashore and walk back to the cottage, but he didn't. Rona stared, thinking Spike must be wrong, that in the dark and horror of it all he must have forgotten where he had been. Are you sure it was here? Spike looked at her and Rona knew for sure he was telling her the truth. Which could mean only one thing. Spike, the foot was trawled up in Rosse Sound on the other side of the island, she said. The first hand was found on Rig Beach on Skye. What? The other hand was found in a salmon cage in Loch Arnish, Rona said. How could your father's body get to the other side of the island from here? Rona watched him trying to work it out. Even with tides and prevailing winds? Spike shook his head. I don't understand. I think I do, Rona said slowly. Your father didn't drown. Well, not here anyway. She could feel the possibility of that scenario sink in. Which means you weren't responsible for his death, she said gently. They sat in silence, the plop of the water as it broke against the bow the only sound between them. The big yacht came creeping into view over Spike's shoulder. The sails were full of wind, but it was the high-powered engine that was speeding the boat across the inner sound towards them from the direction of Applecross on the mainland. Chances were, it contained tourists cruising their way around the Western Isles. Spike was following her gaze, turning to get a better view. Fuck! He grabbed at the wheel, turning it full circle so that Rona was thrown hard against the metal rail. What is it? She shouted, knowing the answer before he said it. Melee. Spike's voice was faint above the noise of the forced engine. The dinghy rose, fighting the swell and the sudden change in direction. For a moment the stern hung in space, then it dropped, the propeller churned water and they were heading back the way they had come. The big yacht cut the distance between them with the speed of a bullet. Chapter 31. The room was white, brightened by the light from the porthole above her. Rona tried to sit up, but the movement of her head brought a sharp stab of pain and with it the memory of what had happened to Spike. The yacht bearing down on them, the worry as Spike sailed too close to the cliff edge. The frantic search for the opening, knowing the big yacht couldn't follow them into the cave. She had watched him struggle to keep the tiller steady, his eyes searching for the shadow that spelled the hidden opening to the lab. Then they saw it, the outcrop that split the surface of the water with 4, maybe 5 jagged points, just north of the opening. On the way out they had sailed due east, then turned, avoiding the outcrop. Now they were being washed through it, the submerged rock slicing the hull. All she remembered after that was her own scream and the cold sea closing above her. The pain in Rona's head had dropped to a dull throb. She threw back the covers and swung her legs out of bed, grabbing the white bathrobe that lay on a nearby chair and staggering to the wash basin, knowing that throwing cold water in her face wouldn't change anything. The fact was, Spike was probably dead because of her. If she had waited and let Andre come with them or brought in the police, instead of thinking she could do it all by herself, he would be alive now. Rona lay back down, legs quivering with exhaustion and distress. She had to believe Spike had either made it to shore or was somewhere on this yacht. Either way, she would find him. The yacht was moving again, the engine vibrating like a drill. She closed her aching eyes and wished herself 100 miles away, sitting at her kitchen window watching the sun set on the gardens of the convent. Anywhere but here. Anywhere but now. When the door opened, she was lying curled on top of the bed. A thick-set man smiled down at her, a smile that roamed like a hand over her body. Rona swung herself upright to show him she still had the strength to hurt him if he dared come near. He laughed contemptuously, then threw her some dry clothes. The cabin was luxurious and empty. The man showed her inside, then left. Rona looked about, spotting the ship's decanter and crystal glasses behind a polished brass rail. She poured a small whiskey in a glass, downed it, and immediately poured another, knowing that this would be the only nice thing to happen to her on this boat. Someone had pulled her from the water, undressed her and put her to bed. Not the sort of good Samaritan action she expected from Melee. If he had saved her from drowning, it was because he had something else planned for her. Something worse. Rona walked round the cabin, looking out of the windows, trying to recognize the coastline. They were well offshore, but she spotted the pinnacle that was Brochel to the south, which meant they were passing Cithern Moor on their way north towards the islands of Rona and Iliantai. Rona's heart sank. There was nothing but rocks and seagulls where they were headed. She reached for the decanter again. Maybe being drunk wasn't such a bad idea after all. When the door opened 5 minutes later, she was ready for him. Except it wasn't Melee after all. Dr. McLeod, I'm so glad you're okay. Dr. Lynn Franklin came towards her, smiling that too perfect smile. Rona was already on her feet. Okay? Rona didn't even try to control her anger. What the hell did you think you were doing? Your damn yacht drove us onto the cliff. Franklin's perfect smile disappeared. "I assure you, Dr. McLeod," she said sharply, "we had no intention of harming you when we approached your boat. If you remember, you left me a text message saying you wanted to speak to me urgently. I was in Scotland on business and called your lab. Your assistant told me you were on Rosse. I have sailed these islands many times and keep a yacht up here with a friend of mine. I decided I would come and find you." Rona sat down, feeling suddenly uncertain. It was true. She had sent that text message. "But we thought this was Maylee's boat," she said stupidly. Dr. Franklin looked as puzzled as Rona felt. "I have no idea who this Maylee is," she said quietly, "but this is certainly not his yacht." Rona let that sink in. If that was so, Spike needn't have panicked. "Spike," she asked. "The boy with you?" "I'm afraid he is still missing." "Oh God. I'm sorry." Franklin sounded as if she meant it. "I've already contacted the Coast Guard and, of course, we'll keep on looking until it gets dark." Rona felt like a fool, a stupid fool. Spike had panicked when he thought it was Maylee, and she had joined in. "Please don't worry. I'm sure we'll find him," Franklin said. "Look, can I get you something to eat?" Rona nodded blearily. Whiskey on an empty stomach hadn't been such a good idea. Her body felt as light as her brain. Franklin spoke on the phone, then sat down beside her. "While we're waiting for the food to arrive," she said, her voice full of concern, "maybe you could explain what this is all about." Rona decided to cut everything from the script except Maylee and the drugs. Franklin didn't seem interested, but she had plenty of questions about Spike. Where would he go if he managed to reach the shore? How did Rona know him? Where had they been going in the dinghy? Rona looked at the impeccably made-up face. Asking questions, interested, but not too nosy. Lynn Franklin was a beautiful woman. Rona wondered why she had never headed for Hollywood. She got the feeling that she was a very good actress. "When did you say you phoned the Coast Guard?" The slippage in the mask was momentary, but Rona saw it nonetheless. Franklin rose to replenish her glass, which was still half full. "As soon as we picked you up," she said evenly. "The helicopter would have been here by now." Rona's head was swimming, but she wasn't stupid. "You may have come looking for me, but not, I think, to offer me a job." Lynn Franklin stood motionless, her back rigid. Rona could imagine what was happening to the mask on that beautiful face. Then the woman turned and laughed. The sound should have been pleasant. It wasn't. "You are right, of course." She looked Rona up and down. "Actually, Dr. McLeod, I would have liked to have you work for me. Unfortunately, I think we have incompatible scientific agendas." Rona said nothing. "The truth is, I came looking for you because I believe you have information I need." "What information?" "The whereabouts of Dr. Fitzgerald Macaulay." Rona nearly laughed. "Macaulay's dead," she said. "Bits of him have been washing ashore here for weeks." "You're wrong. Macaulay is not dead. And we believe Spike knows where he is." "Then it's you who are wrong," Rona told her. "Spike and his father had an argument. Macaulay went overboard and drowned." Franklin glared impatiently. "When was this?" "Macaulay went overboard a month before his foot turned up in a fishing net," Rona repeated. "The foot we found had a Rialba tattoo just above the ankle." "We believe the body pieces belong to the man we sent looking for Macaulay," Franklin responded. "And who exactly is we?" "The more I tell you, the more fragile your life becomes, Dr. McLeod." "I'll take that risk." "Very well. We are both women in a man's world, so I'll be frank with you. I tried to recruit you because you were directly involved in the forensic investigation of this case. You were coming to LA for the conference, which was convenient. Even better, Andre met you en route and how shall I put it? Made friends with you. If the bitch thought she was going to react to that bit of information, she was wrong. Why do you want Macaulay? Macaulay was being financed by my organization to carry out some experimental work. We believe he has been hiding some of the results of this work from us. He was working for Regine? Indirectly, yes. You mean he was working for Realba? Franklin smiled. Regine is not Realba. And in which capacity are you here, Dr. Franklin? Rona said angrily. Regine representative or racist bastard? The other woman looked pityingly at her. Tell me, Dr. MacLeod, she said, where do you hide your blacks in Scotland? I don't think I've seen one since I arrived. Rona was silent, but Franklin wasn't finished yet. Of course, you do have incomers. Asians, plenty of them, Chinese, and then there are those English. White settlers. I hear the locals hate them so much, they've formed an organization called Settler Watch to burn them out. Rona ignored the taunts. What was Macaulay working on? As you probably know from Andre, Dr. Macaulay left his project for the British government at Portondown to work for us, Lynn Franklin said. We were keen to establish specific genes found in the families of Gaels who came from the west coast of Scotland. The men of the West. Franklin nodded. And Macaulay was working on that? We believe he had completed the work before he disappeared, and that's where you come in. Rona was fed up discussing a dead man as if he was alive. Macaulay is dead, she said again. But Franklin wasn't listening. Where would the boy go to hide? You think Spike got ashore? Rona's heart leapt. She didn't care if this woman or Andre had lied to her, as long as Spike was alive. Franklin looked amused by the show of emotion. One of my men saw him swim into the cave. We sent the dinghy in, but unfortunately he had disappeared. The boy trusts you, which means you can deliver him to us. Like hell I will. If Spike was alive and free, Rona was going to make sure he stayed that way. Very well. You leave me no alternative. Franklin picked up the telephone. Tell Maylie there's someone I want him to meet. Chapter 32. As he ran, his footsteps echoed through the tunnel. At every turn, Spike threw himself violently forward, arching his back, expecting a hand to reach out and grab him. When he reached the cave opening, he hurled himself out into the night air and ran for the crevasse, snatching at handholds, his knees scraping their way down the narrow opening. At the bottom he stopped and looked up at the sliver of sky, forcing himself to wait and listen for footsteps above the snap of his own frantic heart. Nothing. He ran along the rocky hillside and down into high heather, disturbing midges that rose in a biting cloud, scenting the blood that seeped from his skin, hands and face. When he reached the edge of the loch, Spike thrust his face in the water, drowning the midges that encrusted his wounds and washing the bitter salt from his lips. It was still faintly light, the long day refusing to end. Spike picked his way northwest, edging ever closer to the sea. He had made up his mind. He would bargain for Rona the way he had planned to bargain for Esther. He would give Maylie what he wanted. He would give him that and more. His damp clothes clung to him. His body had dropped into nagging exhaustion. Each swish of his feet brought more midges to feast on his bare skin. The woodland near the shore was no better, the maddening midges being replaced by fat black flies that buzzed tirelessly around his sweating face. Then he was on the edge of the wood and the soft sea breeze cleared his head of everything except his decision. On his way to the black rock, Spike picked up the small dried sticks that would start his signal fire. The drowned motorboat was 30 feet from shore in 10 feet of water. Spike stood on the shingle and found his bearings, 45 degrees east from the black rock, in line with the last deserted black house of Screapital. He'd picked up the knife, diving torch and some rope from his stash in the ruins of the castle. All he had to do was swim to the boat, release the stuff and get it to the castle. Then he would radio Maylie to come and collect it. But not before Maylie agreed to free Rona. The water crept up his legs like the chill of death. But it wasn't the cold that was filling Spike's mind with horror. He looked up, trying to judge how much good light he had left. An hour at most to get the cargo ashore. He dipped his head and plunged into the water, striking out towards the place that was etched forever in his brain. When his head broke surface, he was 6 feet away from the sunken boat. Spike took a deep breath and dived. The back of the boat was visible in the arc of his torchlight. It was lying upside down, the wooden stern driven deep into the sandy bottom, the long rent he dug in its side filled with the darting of small silvery fish. He flashed the torch, and the fish flew for the entrance, masking his face in a shimmering shoal, blinding him. Then they parted and the torchlight found the plastic container that held his father's notes. Spike had just enough breath in his lungs to attach the rope before his body threw itself upwards, desperate for air. He struck out for shore, dragging the rope behind him, letting the drift of the sea carry him where he wanted to go. On his second foray, a pale moon shimmered through a cluster of rain clouds. This time Spike wasn't so sure of his position and cursed himself for not releasing the orange buoy that was tied to the boat's stern. He looked ashore, checking for his landmarks, knowing he would have to trust his intuition. He took a breath and sank, sweeping his torch through the sullen water, looking for the wreck. Something drifted against him, brushing his shoulder with a handless arm. Spike flung himself round. The head bobbed at him, eyes hollow and accusing. The rope he'd wound round his father's swollen body once, twice, 3 times, like a hangman's noose, cut through the decaying flesh. Dr. McLeod had told him the body parts could not belong to his father, but Spike knew she was wrong. Bits of the corpse had made their way from here to the other side of the island even though he'd tried so hard to tie it to its watery grave. Spike sliced frantically at the rope that attached Maylee's parcel to his father's corpse, then rose kicking to the surface. Chapter 33. Maylee and I have already met, Rona said, very recently, in fact. Maylee's expression made her skin crawl. Interestingly, he seemed to be having a similar effect on Lynn Franklin. Certainly Maylee didn't fit her image of a big handsome Gale with a sing-song voice and something enticing under his kilt. But it was more than that. Joe didn't tell you he tried to kill me? Rona enjoyed scoring that point. Franklin turned to Maylee, you told me you couldn't find her. Maylee was out of his depth. She's fucking off her head. I never saw her before. That's funny, Joe. I distinctly remember the smell of your rotten breath, just before I twisted your wizened wee balls, Rona taunted. Bitch. Rona's sidestep wasn't quick enough to avoid Maylee's body as it smashed into hers. They fell together onto the fancy couch. Somewhere in the background a voice was screaming at Maylee to get off. He did, but not before Rona had snapped her teeth shut on his ear. Maylee howled. You're dead, bitch. But he wasn't to have his heart's desire, yet. Franklin had recovered her sense of purpose. She stared unwaveringly at Rona. You must see that your continuing survival depends on whether you decide to help us. Rona looked at the two faces, one twisted with dumb hatred, the other devoid of emotion, and knew which she feared most. And if Spike takes you to Macaulay, what happens then, she said. You have my word, neither you nor the boy will be harmed. The voice was smoothly honest. Franklin might even believe what she was saying. But Maylee's eyes told a different story. I need to think, Rona stalled. You can have 10 minutes, Franklin warned. After that Maylee has my permission to do whatever is necessary to get us the boy. Rona splashed her face with cold water. The ache in her head had eased, to be replaced by a pain in her chest where Maylee had landed on her. She knew she had done her case no good by winding him up, but she couldn't help it. Did Franklin know about Maylee's little torture session with Spike? She doubted it. Maylee wouldn't want his boss to know he had let the boy escape. The drugs were top of Maylee's agenda, above getting even with her. He wanted to know where they were before anything else. Maylee was just a big fuck in a scabby wee pond. The politics of human genetics wasn't something his brain could handle, but he would carry on the charade until he got what he wanted. the drug's delivery and Rona's death, in either order. Anything else would be a bonus. Rona didn't need time to decide. She had already made up her mind. She used the time to work out how to inflict the most pain on Meili with the glass stopper she'd taken from the whiskey decanter. If Spike had reached shore, surely he would have gone to Mrs. McMurdo by now. Even if he hadn't, she wouldn't wait forever before calling the police. Constable Johnstone would contact Northern Constabulary, who would contact Strathclyde Police and Bill Wilson. Somewhere in that chain would be Phillips and whoever he represented. Rona never thought the day would dawn when thinking about Phillips would make her happy. They were passing the Sheelings south of Cael Rona. She could make out the broken stone walls clustered on the ribbed grazings. As far as Rona knew, the nearest night anchorage was round the north point in Loch Askur. Anywhere else was too exposed. While she watched the passage between Rossay and Rona slide into view, she heard the door behind her open. Esther was everything Rona had imagined. Pale skin, big dark eyes, sexy in a waif-like way. Rona remembered sitting next to Sean on the sofa, listening to her sing. She had felt the sound vibrate his senses, saw his excitement grow with every note. Music was sex to Sean. Playing it, listening to it. In her imagination, Sean was already fucking the owner of the voice. She had been wrong, she knew that now. Sean had accepted the girl for what she was, a singer with a problem. But had Esther betrayed Sean and helped Meili set him up? Rona had blamed Sean for screwing up her life. The truth was, her connection with Meili had screwed up Sean's life. Esther closed the door quietly behind her. Her voice shook as she whispered, "Joe's strung out on speed. He's going to kill you." She produced a small handgun from her pocket. "Here, take this. I stole it from that woman's cabin." The gun felt light as a toy. Rona stared at it. She had seen the results of gunshots. She had never imagined herself inflicting one. She slipped the gun into her pocket. "There's a dinghy trailing the stern. You can make it ashore." "What about you?" Esther shook her head vehemently. "No. If I try to leave him, Joe will kill Spike." She turned for the door and Rona saw the heart-shaped mole on her cheek. Realization dawned. "It was you that day in the underground." Esther nodded, remembering. "You were sitting opposite me. I was crying. And I didn't help you. You can help me now. Find Spike. Tell him I never wanted him hurt." The yacht rocked gently at anchor. The engine must have stopped while they were talking and they hadn't noticed. There was no one on deck. In the east, the sun was creeping over the horizon. Westward, the coast of Rossay was a dark pencil line. Too far to swim. They made their way towards the stern, every creak and shift of the boat playing their nerves. Rona wanted Esther to leave, shooing her away immediately when they reached the rail, but Esther shook her head. "You'll need help with the dinghy." They pulled it in as silently as possible. When it was close alongside, Rona swung herself over the rail and found the ladder. She dragged the oars into place, hating the grinding sound they made in the silence. When she looked up, Esther was no longer in sight. Then she heard her strangled cry. "I'm sorry, Dr. McLeod, but we require the dinghy to get to shore ourselves." Lynn Franklin was dressed for business, from the slim black trousers to the yellow waterproof. "While you were contemplating your future, Spike very kindly radioed us and told us his location." She pointed southwest, where a dull red beacon fluttered in the darkness. Meili had Esther's slight figure clamped to his side, and Rona was sure that pain was being inflicted. "Bring the girl," Franklin told Meili, "we might need her yet." They moved Rona to the bow, alongside the guy who had brought her the clothes. He pressed his body hard against her, getting off on closeness and the scent of fear. Rona sat her hands in her lap, the right one resting on the gun Esther had given her, and imagined blowing the creep's dick and balls all over the inner sound. Esther sat next to Meili, her eyes vacant. Meili was on the engine, busy glaring at Rona. She met him eyeball to eyeball, until Franklin reminded him to keep his eyes on where they were heading. The wind was coming from the northwest, light but constant, and the engine had to fight the small gray waves that pushed the dinghy east, away from shore. The beacon fire hung on their horizon, and Rona tried to work out where it was, thinking at first that the rising blackness was cliffline before she recognized the shadowy outline of Brochel Castle. As they neared the shore, Franklin signaled Rona's minder over the side to pull them in. Rona wondered who the minder belonged to, Franklin or Meili? She was sure she'd spotted a look pass between him and Joe in the boat, and she suddenly wondered if Franklin realized how alone she was out here. The air was thick with the smell of seaweed and the crackle of burning driftwood. The fire was on their left, just above the tangle of the high water line, and the drifting smoke nipped at Rona's eyes. Beyond was a clump of wind bushes, then a flat patch of grass, before the land rose more steeply to the single track road that zigzagged across the island. Spike was nowhere to be seen. Over there. Franklin pointed at a cluster of rocks near the fire. The minder dragged Rona over, pushed her down roughly, jerked her hands behind her back and wound a thin wire tightly round her wrists. Then he shoved her knees up and wired her ankles the same way, making sure his fingers ran over her crotch as he did it. Esther was standing beside Meili, a lamb to the slaughter. He had already twisted her arms behind her back and a thin rope linked her to him. Franklin was peering along the shoreline, searching for the change in the shadow that would be Spike. Behind Rona, the Gaelic whisper was like water on sand. A Beal Thursday Gam Thuigson? His tongue was badly swollen and he spoke slowly and as clearly as he could, willing her to understand. The me Gad Thuigson. Yes, she understood him. He emerged from the wind bushes. In the dancing light of the fire, Spike looked young and old at the same time. He walked straight over to the American. "I am Donald Macaulay," he announced. Franklin stared at him appraisingly, gun in hand. When she spoke, her voice was almost reverent. "Yes, you are Donald Macaulay. I have what you want." Spike gestured at the ruins of the castle. He looked at Meili. "What he wants is there too, Dot." Meili's eyes were pinpoints of greed. He made to move off along the beach, but Franklin held up her hand. She wasn't interested in the contents of the castle, not for the moment. She drew closer to Spike and touched his head, moving it sideways to expose a Rialba tattoo etched in the pale skin of his neck, just under the hairline. "He told us you died." Meili was getting impatient and Franklin was too interested in Spike to pick up on the signals being exchanged between him and the minder. "You will come with me," she was saying. "You will come to America." "No," Spike shook his head. "You can take my father's work. It's all there. That is enough. You are your father's work." Spike laughed, a desperate sound that tore Esther from Meili. Meili jerked at the rope, sending the weeping girl sprawling at his feet. Spike's expression betrayed the depth of his loathing, but he dragged his eyes away from Meili and addressed Franklin again. "You said if I gave you what you want, Esther and Rona would go free." She appeared bemused at his insistence. "The girl and the woman go free when you come with me." "Untie them and let them go," Spike ordered, "then I will go with you." "Spike, no." Esther was crying. "Let them go," Spike repeated. "Then you have my word I will stay alive. Otherwise I will do everything I can to kill myself." A flicker of fear crossed Franklin's face. She waved the gun at Meili. "Untie them." "The girl's fucking mine," Meili insisted. But if he was planning a move, it wasn't yet. The weasel eyes moved into submission. "You promised me the gear." "Go and get it," Franklin said. "Bring everything you find." Meili was happy now. "What about them?" "I'll watch them," Franklin told him. When Meili and the minder disappeared into the darkness, Spike freed Rona first. "But I trom," he whispered in her ear, with a swift glance at Esther. He pressed Rona's hand, willing her to understand. She returned the pressure. If what Spike said was true, it changed everything. He moved towards Esther, untied her wrists, took her hands in his and rubbed the life back into them. Franklin had watched his every move, but she hadn't heard the whispered words. Rona was sure of that. Why take Spike? Rona tried. He doesn't know anything about his father's work. You still don't understand, Franklin smiled condescendingly. Donald is his father's work. The product of an adult male cell and a female egg. A human clone. The perfect Gale. You're insane. Franklin looked irritated. You're a scientist, Dr. McLeod. You know what's really happening in the scientific world while governments argue about what they will allow to happen. Macaulay maintained his attempts at human cloning were unsuccessful. Until recently we believed him. Rona's head was reeling. Perhaps there was some truth in what Franklin was saying. She thought about Phillips and the cloak and dagger stuff. If the British government knew about Spike, they would want to get their hands on him as well. But you said Macaulay was working on genetic profiling. He was. Maylie will bring us what we need to know about that. There was a shout from the direction of the castle and Franklin aimed the gun at Esther. Get in the boat, she barked at Spike. Get in the boat or I'll kill her. Mute with terror, Esther clung to Spike, but he extricated himself from her grip. With one tender glance back he braced himself and headed for the dinghy. The wind bushes were pushed apart and Maylie and the minder appeared, carrying plastic containers. Franklin looked relieved. Got it? No problem. Maylie deposited a container at her feet. The notes. He threw Rona a look. She saw the calculation behind the self-satisfied expression. He had the gear. Killing her would make his pleasure complete. Okay, let's go. Franklin said. She knows me, Maylie whispered to Franklin. They both know me. Franklin thought for a moment the two women were better dead, but she had to make sure Spike came with her. Rona strained to hear her reply. I'll send the dinghy back for you. Maylie thought about that. The minder gave him a nod. He would take Franklin and Spike to the yacht. Then he would be back. They would cut the proceeds. It was a good deal. It also gave Maylie access to both Rona and Esther. A contemplative smile creased his unshaven cheek. He was already enjoying the pain he would inflict on the two women. The minder followed Franklin to the dinghy. Maylie motioned Rona towards Esther. Sit. He pointed to a spot next to the fire. He sat close to Rona and told her what he planned to do once Franklin had Spike on board the yacht. He would fuck her in every available orifice. Mouth, ears, anus, cunt. He would fuck her so hard and so deep she would likely die before he slit her throat. Esther had descended into a frightened stupor at Maylie's whispered promises and Rona knew she had heard them before. Rona felt the anger she had seen on Spike's face. She could kill Maylie and never feel the guilt of it. The cold point of a knife pricked the small of her back. You know the human body, Dr. McLeod. If this knife goes in here, what organs will it slice through? She didn't answer, although the internal map of her body was clear in her head. Esther liked the feel of the blade against her cunt. Made her excited. The tide had lifted the keel of the dinghy, bobbing it in and out 4 meters from the edge. The minder was already on board. Spike paused, ankle deep in water. He glanced back up the beach, unsure. Maylie won't harm them, Franklin promised him. Rona could see Spike wanted to believe her. Maylie was breathing heavily. Rona thought how close the muzzle of the gun was to his genitals. She had seen a body once where the penis had been gnawed off. She visualized what a gunshot at this range would do to Maylie. One thing for sure. He would never fuck again. Esther began mumbling words under her breath like a prayer. The knife point left Rona's back. She heard Esther's intake of breath and saw the flash of metal near the thin neck. Shut the fuck up, Dot. Rona slid her hand into her pocket. Now was the time, while Meili was looking the other way. Just as her fingers closed around the trigger, a terse order came from the shadows. Get away from them. A figure stepped into the firelight. Andre. A rush of relief swept over Rona. Meili looked up, startled. He licked his lips, contemplating the firearm pointed at his head, then stood up slowly and stepped back. Drop the knife, Andre ordered. A second later, the blade clattered on the pebbles. Rona scrambled to her feet. Quick! They're taking Spike. She ran towards the boat, slithering on the seaweed-strewn rocks. But Andre wasn't following. Franklin broke into a slow smile. What took you so long? She called. Rona stared back at Andre in horror, hoping she was wrong. Andre kept his gun on Meili. The boy stays here, he shouted. What? Franklin was obviously taken aback. The boy stays here, Andre repeated. Rona, take the girl to the jeep. It's up behind the castle. Meili glanced from Andre to Franklin, trying to figure out where he stood in all of this. Your father was Rialba, Franklin said. Macaulay's son belongs to Rialba. You know that. Andre motioned Spike to come back. Where are you taking him? Demanded Rona. Andre ignored the question. Go to the jeep, Rona. Norman will take you to Mrs. McMurdo's. The trickle of doubt was becoming a wave. Norman MacLeod was the man staying at her father's cottage. He had given her a lift on Rosse. Just how many people were involved in this? I'm not leaving until I know what's happening to Spike. Spike is the property of the U.S. government. Andre's voice was calm and icily cold. He'll be returning with me. You bastard, Franklin spat. The truth stared Rona in the face. Andre wasn't there to help Franklin. He wasn't there to help Spike. He was an agent of the United States government come to retrieve its property. And she had helped him do that. Property? You're talking about a human being, remember. Would you rather Rialba had him? Andre asked sharply. He's better off with us. You're both the same, Rona shot back. To you he's a specimen, nothing more. What sort of life will he have? Above them, the sound of helicopter blades beat the air. Franklin glanced up as the swinging lights punched through the darkness. Rona prayed it was the Coast Guard, the police, Phillips, anyone but Andre's lot come to take Spike away. The boy looked resigned to his fate, whatever that might be. Rona wondered if either Franklin or Andre had noticed how haggard he looked. The helicopter dropped on the grass behind them. Meili grabbed his chance and scrambled down the beach. The minder already had the engine running. Meili splashed through the water and pulled himself over the side of the dinghy. Rona heard him laugh. No doubt he thought they were stupid bastards, fighting over the kid. Kill Meili and I'll come with you, Spike screamed at Andre. Andre took aim. Stop or I'll shoot. Meili didn't believe him. The propeller cut the water and the dinghy began to move towards the yacht. Meili turned and grinned as the bullet met him between the eyes. His body jerked backwards on impact, hung for a moment, then dropped over the side. The minder let go of the tiller and held up his hands. Spike walked towards Andre. No, wait. Don't. I'll help you, Rona pleaded. Go home, Rona, Andre called. There's nothing you can do. But Franklin wasn't finished. The boy belongs to Rialba. Dead or alive. Andre wasn't quick enough, but Rona was. Her shot thudded into Franklin's back. Franklin grunted with surprise and slumped forward. The bullet destined for Spike whined off into the bushes. "Thanks," Andre shouted. "You're not taking him." Rona moved into position, the gun pointed this time at Andre. "I won't let you." "It's no use, Rona." He was right. Two armed men emerged through the bushes, their guns pointed straight at her. It was the first light of a northern day and the long thin rays danced across the inner sound. Spike stared out over the water, a last look, then he turned and climbed into the helicopter. "Quimnik de thort me riot," he called to Rona from the open door. "Remember what I said. The jail agam war. A Beal Thursday gam Thuixen?" "The me gad Thuixen," Rona said. She understood him perfectly. The helicopter rose, heading east out over the water, filling the air with the smell of grass and wind. Esther was weeping quietly. Rona put her arm around the girl's thin shoulders. Now the helicopter was turning, heading northwest. Rona imagined some U.S. submarine sitting offshore, anticipating the return of its country's property. Spike must have waited until he was above the sunken boat before he threw himself from the open side of the helicopter. The body fell slowly, swooping the sky, a dark bird against the dawn plunging into the place he said was his father's grave. Chapter 34. Phillips was trying to ignore the crying baby, standing with his back to the kitchen range. He looks different, Rona thought, more like a real person out of the gray suit. But older, weary of life. Like Spike. "I believe the boy spoke to you in Gaelic before he died," Phillips began. "What did he say, Dot?" Rona glanced at Esther, who sat with the baby in her arms, crooning to the puckered face. "He said he loved Esther. He asked us to look after her." Mrs. McMurdo nodded. "The boy shall have his wish." On the other side of the island, the mud divers were already busy. They would bring up what was left of Macaulay's body from the drowned boat. They would search for Spike. Maybe they would find him, maybe not. The sea did not always give back what it took. Rona thought about the DNA sample she'd sent to Chrissy. She could give it to Phillips. Let his department compare it to Macaulay. Let them worry if the results showed what they suspected, that Spike was a clone of his father. If Macaulay had achieved a human clone, who else out there had already done the same? And did it matter? A human clone would have no soul. That's what the papers had screamed when the first details of Dolly the clone sheep were released to the world press. It would be a replica of its donor, with no soul of its own. But Spike had a soul. A heart and a soul. "I believe Spike was aging rapidly," she said to Phillips. His father hated him. He told Spike he was a mistake. An abomination before God. A failed experiment. However Spike was created, or whatever his father did to him once he was born, it was wrong. Behind her Mrs. McMurdo muttered under her breath in Gaelic. "Dr. MacLeod," Phillips said. "This is a difficult business, with more at stake than a boy's life. You are an employee of the police service and a public servant. We expect your full cooperation." His face was stone. A public servant without a soul. Maybe the world should be peopled by clones instead of human beings. Clones like Spike. "It wouldn't have mattered if Spike had gone with Dr. Frith or stayed here," Rona said. "He would still have been an experiment to be monitored." Phillips had had enough moralising for the moment. He lifted his jacket from the back of the chair. "Now that you have shown us where the laboratory is, you may return to Glasgow," he said. "I will contact you there." Mrs. McMurdo left the door open after Phillips left, to let God's own air back into the room. "What will we do about Esther?" Rona asked. "She and the baby can stay here for the time being." Mrs. McMurdo paused. "Donald said something to you in the Gaelic?" "The I from," Rona told her. "Mo Creech," Mrs. McMurdo put her hand on her heart. "She's pregnant." By Spike? There must be a chance, and he wanted us to know. A shadow crossed Mrs. McMurdo's face. If they find out, I won't be the one to tell them. Early June air ruffled the strip of water between Rosse and the mainland. In the distance, the Quilans sat dark against the sky. Rona wondered what Spike wanted her to do if there was a baby. The natural baby of a clone. The next experiment. Nothing, she thought. That's what he would have wanted me to do. Nothing. He wanted it to be over with him. I love her, Spike had said. The jail Agam War. Phillips was not interested in Maylee's cast-off girlfriend anyway, or in how Spike had felt. She would give him Spike's DNA sample. That would keep him happy. Rona closed her eyes and let the Hebridean wind wash her soul. The mi dol dache, she told the wind. I'm going home. Chapter 35. Rona stood outside the flat. The taxi had dropped her at the door, but she didn't go in just yet. She wanted just to stand there. She listened to the sounds of the city. Glasgow. Big and brash and beautiful. She loved it. The door buzzed open, even though she hadn't pressed the intercom. Sean. It seemed a long time since she had seen him, spoken to him, loved him. She pushed open the front door. Sean was playing the saxophone. The sound drifted down the stairwell, as tentative as herself. Rona climbed the stairs. She had already been to the lab, wept about her cat, poured out everything that had happened. Chrissy had filled her in on the rest. And all the time Rona never asked about Sean. Chrissy told her anyway. He's back at the flat, she said. The only tunes he plays are sad ones. The door of the flat was open and through it came the cooking smell of fresh ginger, and something else Rona didn't quite recognize. Sean was in the bedroom. The window was open and he was playing to the sky. Hey, you're late. There was a girl on the underground. She was crying. You can't help everyone. Sean placed the saxophone on its stand in the corner. But thanks for trying. He touched her lips with his. Hungry, he said. Ravenous. Epilogue. If they ever found Spike's body, Rona was never told. When the mod took Macaulay's body parts and Spike's DNA sample, she was advised, in the interest of national security, not to discuss the case. The baby's mother reported him missing the day after Spike took Esther from the hospital. Social services already had him on the at-risk register. He was placed with foster parents and, because of the circumstances, Esther wasn't charged. Esther took time to recover, but Maylee's death had freed her of fear. She stayed on in Rosse with Mrs. McMurdo. When Rona went back 6 weeks later, she was helping out in the post office. They walked together towards Halag among the swaying birch trees. Esther told Rona about Maylee and how the drugs she took when she was with him made her ill. The voices had become less frequent now and she hoped eventually for peace. As she saw it, Spike had saved her life. Spike loved you, Rona told her. I know. Rona gave Esther the song Sean had written for her. Esther promised to come and sing it at the club, soon. With a few carefully worded inquiries about Esther's health, Rona ascertained that the girl wasn't pregnant, and she never told her the truth about Spike. Esther thought he'd killed himself because of the part he played in his father's death, and Rona let her believe that. 2 months later, Esther sang again. In her green silk dress, she reminded Rona of the birch trees in Rosse Wood. They both imagined Spike standing at the bar watching, a smile on his face.